Corporate Finance and Sustainable Manager of the National Bank of Bahrain, Mr. Abdul Rahim Abdul Hamid Ahmed. Director General of Hope Fund, Ms. Fajr Saleh Al-Bachachi. Chief Executive Officer of Bahrain Development Bank, BDB, Ms. Dalal Al-Qais. Chief Executive Officer at Bahrain Fintech Bay, Mr. Badr Sater. Assistant Under Secretary of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, Dr. Khalid Al-Alawi. And Board Member of the Bahrain Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Deputy Member of the International Labour Organization ILO's governing body, Ms. Sonia Janahi. Ladies and gentlemen, moderating this session will be the head of UNIDO ITPO Bahrain, Dr. Hashim Hussein. Dr. Hashim, I hand it over to you.
Sonia, this is your chair. Sonia, this is your... أنا حقيقي هنا. No, I'm the moderator. I will stay here, yeah. In front of my entrepreneurs. I have to do that.
It's over to you, Dr. Hashim.
Thank you very much. Thank you. لا أنا I don't need it. I prefer to stay. صباح الخير. Good morning. Bonjour. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to stand here today in front of our entrepreneurs from 84 countries, from all regions of the world, in our beautiful kingdom of Bahrain. For the coming 2 days, as you know, yesterday was preparation, was warming us. We will experience the hospitality, the culture, and the people of Bahrain. We're very delighted that the organization of this forum is this year titled the Arab Event in the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. Of course, we are going to launch the Arab African Entrepreneur Summit today in the day, which will reflect the collaboration between the ecosystem for the stakeholders in the Arab region and in Africa. Today, we're going to present to you the ecosystem of the micro and the small and medium businesses in Bahrain through innovation and entrepreneurship. This is why we brought, I wouldn't say the whole ecosystem, because we have more than 22 partners in the ecosystem, but today we have the main partners from the ecosystem, which they consist of the government, mainly the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, the financial inclusion, which is mainly Tamkeen, and the Bahrain Development Bank, and the National Bank of Bahrain, which represent a financial commercial entity. And of course, we'll talk about the infrastructure which is required to host entrepreneurs, either virtual or physical. So you will be seeing also the hub for entrepreneurs, which is mainly un mélange, on peut dire comme on dit en français. It is a mix between a business center and an accelerator and an incubator. I will also urge you tomorrow when we'll do the site visits, if Any of you who is interested to visit the hub, because they work from the morning till late at night, you can visit that hub to see by your own the vibe into that incubator. I'm very happy and delighted that we are overbalanced in gender. So Mrs. Haidar, she will be happy about that, our Deputy Director General. I didn't plan it, it happened naturally. Okay. So let me start with the Bahrain Development Bank for a reason. Because when we started the Bahrain model for enterprise development and investment promotion, where I'm happy to report to Mrs. Haidara, today we have the 53 countries, which is Algeria now joined our program, which will start the implementation very soon, hopefully. The Bahrain model started, the ecosystem started from the year 1999. Started through the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. It was a tripartite cooperation between the Minister of Commerce, the Bahrain Development Bank, and UNIDO. The main issue at that time was how we can make programs to ease, to facilitate access to finance. And this is why the Minister of Finance at that time requested us to start developing that program. And the instructions which we had from that time from His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa, who was the Deputy Director, and he was the Chairman of the Bahrain Development Bank, that this bank has to be like a Coca-Cola machine. You put the business plan, you get the finance, because he called it equity participation, that each person, a muwatin fil Bahrain, he has the right to be part of the development. So we started the démarche. This is why I will ask the Bahrain Development Bank, represented by a lady, which is, we're very proud to see that. So please, go ahead. Why Bahrain Development Bank became very successful over the last 20 years, 25 years I would say more, in empowering entrepreneurs and startups, and how do you see yourself integrated in the ecosystem?
أولاً السلام عليكم جميعاً صباح الخير. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be part of a great forum. As I walked into the hall, I could sense the vibe of how this topic is extremely important to everyone in the room and the likes at me. Bahrain, in my point of view, Bahrain is undergoing remarkable transformation. The Kingdom leadership is very keen to lead the entrepreneurial as well innovational space. As we're speaking today, 93% of the commercial registration is actually belong to micro, small, and medium business. And this is but not a reflection of how this segment is extremely important to the overall growth of the ecosystem. If I go back and reflect on BDB and specifically, BDB is upfronting this transformation. We do offer comprehensive services, started all the way back 30 years ago. So BDB has been established since 1996. So technically we've been on the ground for the last 30 years. We've been evolving aggressively. We started from a bank which offer a specific scheme to today we are actually beyond a bank. We are a bank, we offer different services, especially on the financial space. And beyond that, we contribute to incubator. We've got fund of fund, we've got malls that support SME. Through our journey, we really committed to offer access to finance through basic financial, be it loans, Islamic conventionals, be it LC, LG, be it capital venture, and moving to the non-financial aspect, which is access to market. And we recently have signed a fantastic collaboration between us and Bahrain Export on how to identify the business that are ready to go outside and represent Bahrain globally. We also at BDB understand that not every business fits a single mold. So therefore, we actually work very much on a very targeted segment. That segment work hand in hand with the economic diversification sustainability plan. So if I would like to shed light on very two aggressive programs that we work with, one is basically our contribution to the fishery and agriculture sectors. And it's a very crucial sector to the economy for actually two main reasons. Reason number one is the food stability, and second reason is basically sustainability of such sector into the system. We do offer different programs, be it financial, which is to help them to grow, and be it technical. And the technical aspect is how I'll make sure this business gets modernized, grow, and as they grow, it's a business that as a country wanted to stay with us. Another business that we run, and I'm glad we recently won an award for a women program. A women program is in collaboration between Superior Women Council, Tamkeen, and Bahrain Development Bank. And the objective of this program is how to empower women entrepreneurial. It started all the way back in 2016, has seen a revamp lately in 2023, and it's been growing aggressively. It's a very specific targeted to women and empower women, but doing very well. Since inception, we have actually injected something like 350 loan of approximately 8 million dinars. And I was surprised, we've been awarded by International Finance Award and by Global Finance because of the structure of the product. And personally, when I look at the product and the portfolio within BDB, I'll be surprised to say it's one of the most performing products. The NPA, or the default ratio, is very minimal, and this is nothing but a reflection on the woman commitment on taking financing and being able to grow. And this, to me, it's very close. It's close to my heart. It shows that woman has got a fantastic ability to be a dual person, to run a business, and to be a mom at the same time. It's one of the closest portfolio to my heart personally. But beside that, I think BDB has been growing on the innovation space. Customer seamless experience and innovation space is very crucial on the way we operate. And a prime example to that is the innovation-led approach. Back on 2022, we have released a baby called Tijara. Tijara is nothing but the digital arm of BDB. And I'm glad to say that baby started crawling, and this baby is running right now. We're finding it difficult to hold that baby sitting next to us. We're starting with one simple product. Today we offer 18 different services through that platform. We have noticed the adaptation on the platform on 4 months moved to 17% and 6 months moved to 38%. And that's what does this statistic tell us. It just tells us that the entrepreneurial system and the SME system are very agile and adaptive to any change that we bring to the market. And what I could say, we will continue at BDB to be committed to grow that segment very aggressively. So I just want to, before end the first part of the question is, when I want to go back and look to my statistic, today from my largest portfolio in the bank, 70% of my portfolio is a small and entrepreneur. And the rest is actually medium, and slightly some of them is large. And some people will believe this business is extremely risky. Yes, I agree, but when you actually work hand in hand with the entrepreneur and build the right structure from a product point of view, and you handhold them throughout the journey, it's not about access to finance and then we sleep and we take basically our profit and we let down. If we really work hand in hand, that business perform all the way and continue grow. So, and a statistic to that, when I look at a market published data, the NPA ratio globally for SME is approximately double digit, between 10 to 12%. When I go reflect back on that within my book, with the portfolio that's been handed over, is actually the NPA ratio is less than 5%. So all what they need, it doesn't need a system that work in collaboration with them to make sure that they actually move from step A to step B to step C. And another statistic that I would like to share is basically today what we have seen pandemic has been quite good and bad to other, but I would say pandemic to the ecosystems in Bahrain has been extremely very good. I think the government had released quite lots of aid, and the bank has contributed to that. And post-pandemic, approximately 2,000 business has changed from the sector that they are. They were micro, became small, and from small became medium, and from medium became large. And that's, at the end, it's an ecosystem. The more we work closely, that this ecosystem will continue to develop. The future view, we are very committed at BDB to the entrepreneurial sectors. On the 29th of May, we will be holding a big event purely talking about entrepreneurial. Then we will participate on the SME Days event in June. And the aim of it is to, one, spread awareness. Not everything is about access to finance. Some of it is actually very basic, just business plan. If you have the right business plan, that business will extremely do well. So we will continue to be committed. We'll continue to release different products and support that in an innovative way. It could be at the fingertip of the SME, but it's also very affordable that make SME to continue to grow and be part of that ecosystem.
Thank you, Dalal. I'm very delighted and being happy to see the figures. And as I said, when we started to develop the Bahrain model, it was a tripartite cooperation between the Bahrain Development Bank, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, and I'm very satisfied to see the figures where we reached today. And actually, before reporting these figures, Mrs. Haidara already yesterday in the official plenary panel, she talked about the Bahrain model, and she also talked when she had been asked by Africa in 2050, she said, we had a vision 30 years back when we established the office in Bahrain, as this model is one of the most renowned and known model worldwide in skills development. We have given you good time, it's because you have reflected the success and the achievement. So I would request from the panelists if we can just have 3 to 4 minutes, and then we should leave questions to the audience. Dr. Khalid, Minister of Industry and Commerce, how you have been shaping, from the ministry point of view, the ecosystem in Bahrain, shaping. I know this has been happening over the years, and today we are reaching, I know, not the full maturity, but we are in a very high stage on the achievement in the ecosystem. So what is the ministry vision in the development of startups, of micro, small, medium businesses, and how the ministry also working in supporting our endeavor for our coming program, which we call it Global Entrepreneurs. So how we will be helping our entrepreneurs from Bahrain to migrate to do business and partners with entrepreneurs worldwide, from the Arab region, from Africa, and globally. And how you integrate that in the ecosystem of Bahrain.
A very good morning to you all. Sabahkum Allah bil khair. It's a great pleasure to be amongst such esteemed panelists in this morning. So we at the government of Bahrain believe that we need to build an ecosystem that is collaborative and that complements each other to have a vital role to help the SMEs grow. Today, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce chairs the SMEs Development Board, which has representatives from the ecosystem players. And the formation of this board was based on the directives of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister. The main objective of this board, Dr. Hashim and audience, is to basically avoid duplication in efforts and ensure that we complement each other efforts in terms of programs, initiatives, and so on and so forth. The main targets of this board is to increase the contribution of SMEs in the GDP, as well as increase national origin exports or SMEs exports, which will obviously lead to better and quality job creation for our people. The SMEs Development Board has launched a strategy since its formation in 2018, which was reviewed in 2022 in line with the Kingdom's Economic Recovery Plan. We're working on 43 initiatives under 5 main pillars, including access to finance, access to markets, streamlining business environment, as well as developing the skills of the entrepreneurs and fostering innovation. The main outcomes of these boards, or the main initiatives that we were able to facilitate alongside with our colleagues in Team Bahrain, is Export Bahrain, which is an entity that is focused on facilitating and promoting exports to basically overcome the challenge of the market limitation in Bahrain. Another initiative is Sijillat, for example, which is our commercial registration portal. And today, as Mrs. Dalal mentioned, 93% of our CRs today are considered SMEs. We were able, through the SDB, the SMEs Development Board, to put up a definition for what SMEs are, so including micro, small, and medium enterprises, by segregating them based on the number of employees as well as the annual turnover. One of the flagship initiatives as well is the government procurement program. Today, SMEs who carry SMEs classification certificates get 10% preference on government tenders, whereby the government has directed to allocate 20% of the total procurement of the government to SMEs. So these are basically, this is basically the role that the SDB and the Ministry of Industry and Commerce play today to tie all the efforts together. Dr. Hashim?
I'm just dreaming while you have been talking. Well, we'll come back to you if we will have time, but the most important part of the integration of the ecosystem from the Minister of Industry is the commercial registration, because every entrepreneur, when they're ready with their business plan, after they go through our training and skills development, we prepare that the Minister of Industry graduate the entrepreneurs, and then they will go and register at the Minister of Commerce to get the registration license. We'll talk about that. Sure. I will move to Ms. Sonia Janahi, which she is the board member of the Bahrain Chamber of Commerce, because as you know, the Bahrain Chamber of Commerce is the entity representing the private sector in Bahrain. And as you know, this forum itself, it is in cooperation with the Union of Arab Chambers, where we're very delighted the Bahrain Chamber. Here we have Mr. Samir Nas, he's the chairman of the Bahrain Chamber, he's here in the room. And he is also the chairman of the Arab Union of Chambers. So all what you see, all of this big event and festival, it is through the support of the Bahrain Chamber as a chamber in Bahrain, and as also chairing the Arab Union of Chambers. So, صباح لكم بالخير يا Shukran jazeelan. So he's here to make sure that we're doing a good job. I hope the others will say we're doing a good job. So I invite Sonia Janahi, and she's also the coordinator of the whole WEIF. So, and I salute her that over the last 2 months, especially in the last week, the pressure, the stress, the problems, the difficulties from me and from everyone going back to her, but she did it successfully. تفضل أستاذة سونيا.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hashim. I had army behind me. It wasn't a one-person show. It was an army of people, starting from the UNIDO office, the Bahrain Chamber, the Prime Minister's office, all the strategic partners, the organizers, proud to be Bahraini, proud to be affiliated with all these organizations, and welcome to everybody who has visited us today and attended or came to Bahrain for this event. This gives you a glimpse of what Bahrain is all about. Being a board member in the Bahrain Chamber of Commerce, I represent a small company, a very small company. It was a medium company. Because of COVID, it became a small company, and now we are focusing on sustaining the model. But this also showed how efficient the Bahraini ecosystem is, that it encompasses all the sizes of businesses. As rightly Mrs. Delal said, more than 92% of the commercial registrations in Bahrain today reflect micros and small and medium companies. So we have a major responsibility in terms of employment, in terms of skill creation, in terms of adding value to the GDP of the country, and being ambassadors in terms of promoting Bahrain globally. And this is our main objective. Being part of the chamber is something I did, and I did it for a reason. It's because I wanted to be heard as an SME. I wanted to have a platform where I can share my concerns, I can share also my visions, I can share my challenges and possible solutions. And today the chamber did give me that opportunity, and I represent the SMEs on the chamber board along with my other colleagues. And we focused initially on one thing: restructuring the committees. The committees are basically the backbone of every chamber. They link us to all the sectors that are available. And before 2018, the chamber had more than 25 committees. So everyone who had a problem and came to the chamber, a committee was set up. But what was the effect of this committee? Nobody knew. So we restructured the entire committees and focused on 10 sectors, 10 non-oil sectors. Government initiative, aligning it with where the vision of the government is, to ensure that the non-oil sectors add value to the GDP, add value to the community, and create employment opportunities. These 10 sectors today are working together harmoniously, and they are headed by specialists from the specific sectors. So each sector focuses on bringing to the chamber their concerns, their challenges, how to globalize, and what are the possible solutions. We never come with problems without having solutions. Every problem has a solution, and this is the mindset that is here in Bahrain. We look at what we can do to fix the problem more than what is the problem. And this is how we work together, and this is why we have such an amazing ecosystem. The other issue that we realized is that we need to be strategic, and this is why we needed to structure a strategic think tank. The strategy has to come from the board. The board are members from the community, members from the economy, representing different sectors, representing different sizes of organizations. So we need to instill that strategy from a board level and then filter it down, not only to the committees, but also to the executive management team of the organization. The strategies were set by the board, and today we are proud to say that out of the 22 strategy points that we put in 2022, more than 50% are already achieved, and we expect at least 80% achievement before the end of our term in another 2 years. Last but not least, it is very important as a chamber that we always direct businesses to think global, thinking outside the box, and not just focus on being an entrepreneur in Bahrain. Bahrain is a beautiful ecosystem. Everybody can test and trial and create a prototype. We have all these amazing people sitting here, and each one of you will tell you how they are individually through their entities and jointly contributing and adding to the value of the business community. But also, we need to focus beyond Bahrain. We need to ensure that every service, every product we have can be globalized. And this is how we expand our reaches, not only focusing on individually as a business community, but we're creating ambassadors that go out and promote Bahrain and the entire Arab countries. And we are representatives of the Arab countries. We don't just speak about our individual countries. We proudly represent the entire Arab countries. And there is so much potential. There is so much creativity, so much innovation that needs to be given the chance to go beyond the borders of Bahrain. Thank you so much, Dr. Hashim.
Thank you very much. And, you know, Ms. Sonia Janahi, she is also having the cap of the deputy member of the International Labour Organization governing body. And also, again, we're very proud that part of the Bahrain model that she's also taking care of a decent job and making sure that laws and regulation is also favorable, you know, to the workers and also to the startups. Thank you, Ms. Sonia. I would like to move to Ms. Maha Mufiz, the Chief Executive of Tamkeen. Tamkeen, it is an initiative started and launched by His Royal Highness Sheikh Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister of Bahrain. Maybe now 15 years or more? 18. Corona, no dates. 18 years. I remember in 2016, Mrs. Haidara, during the celebration of the 50th anniversary of UNIDO, where UNIDO celebrated 20 years of achievement in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Not because I'm here, because we have an ecosystem which have been developed. We have a vision from His Royal Majesty, the King, for the economic restructuring of Bahrain, and that the youth and women should lead the economic apparatus development of Bahrain. So everyone from the different part of this ecosystem, they started to have their input into that. So His Majesty the King, he was awarded and acknowledged during the 50th anniversary of UNIDO. And I myself I got an award, which is not very common, that staff member from the organization to get an award, you know. But the Director General, as you remember, Mrs. Afnan al-Zayani, she's here. She's the one who have been doing all the celebration for the Bahrain culture and the food and the music in Vienna. And the DG said that in the lunch, said, I'm giving the award for this gentleman for me because he deserved that. So I deserve it, but this ecosystem deserves it. So I remember in the bilateral meeting with His Royal Highness, Sheikh Salman asked me, he said, Dr. Hashim, if Tamkeen was not there, would this complete the Bahrain model? He was asking if it was not there, I said, Your Highness, of course not, because Tamkeen is the core of the ecosystem. And Tamkeen is a very interesting initiative. I will leave it to Ms. Maha Mufiz to tell us about Tamkeen, what they do, and how they're integrated in the ecosystem. Please, Mrs. Mufiz.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Hashim, for the introduction. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Sabah al-khair jami'an. I'm so excited to be part of this esteemed panel. Let me start by giving an introduction about Tamkeen. So Tamkeen is the labor fund of Bahrain. We were established in 2006 with two key mandates: supporting the private sector to be the engine of economic growth, and supporting the Bahraini individuals to be the preferred choice in the labor market. Beside these two key mandates, we also have various objectives, which are supporting the national economy, participating in the job creation, and as well supporting the women economic participation locally and in the economy. So since inception, Tamkeen had gone through a number of strategy cycles. At the beginning, our focus was to have a product, create awareness, identify our stakeholders, and we've grew with time. And today, our strategy focus on how do we create impact to the national economy and enhancing the productivity of the private sector. So since 2006, the fund has supported the market with more than 2 billion Bahraini dinars, directly and indirectly, through several and different initiatives and programs. And that really, one of the reasons, that takes me to one of the reasons Tamkeen was established, part of economic reforms, government economic reforms back then in 2006. We're very agile in our approach in dealing with the market. Let me give you an example. During COVID, what Tamkeen has done has redirected all its resources to the business continuity program. We've created a program to support businesses to sustain at that difficult time, retain jobs in the labor market. And that was not the first program that Tamkeen has done during such crisis. In 2008, Tamkeen had, during the financial crisis, Tamkeen, or the fund, has supported businesses as well to sustain in the market. So thinking of government and entrepreneurship and leadership thinking of they strongly believed when they started Tamkeen, they strongly believed in the importance of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. Looking at conglomerates around the world, they've all started their journey from being entrepreneurs. If we take example, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, they've all started their journey from being entrepreneurs. And these companies does not only mobilize investment to the economy, but they create jobs. They bring innovation, and they create much more than that. So we soon realized that those entrepreneurs does not only need funding, they need a platform where they can learn, where they can be mentored, where they can grow. And Team Bahrain had played a very important role to create that ecosystem. Each member of Team Bahrain had played a really integral role in creating that ecosystem. We work very closely with Bahrain Development Bank, with MBB Group as well, to support financing the SMEs. We also work closely with the private sector in supporting them and helping them to grow and thrive. And we work, we work closely with Bahrain Chamber of Commerce to ensure that what they need is been fulfilled, that there are programs address their need. We work as well with the regulator very closely. We set, as His Excellency Khalid has mentioned, that the Ministry of Industry and Commerce is having chair the SME board, and we play a big part in a member in that committee. So I strongly believe that the ecosystem in Bahrain have been nurturing throughout the years, and all of Team Bahrain had played a really integral part. Now let me take you to some of the details about different programs that Tamkeen provide to the private sector. So we've studied the journey of entrepreneurship, and we reflected that on our programs and what we offer to the entrepreneurs. So we want to make sure that there are enough ideas coming to the market for enough startups starting their journey. So we created a program called Mashroui, and it's basically targeting young entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs, taking them through training, boot camps, ensure that they are mentored, they're trained, they're ready to come up with a minimum viable product. And then they can move, be part of incubation or pre-acceleration program where they are mentored, have business plans, marketing plans, so they would be able to start by their own. And then they can come to Tamkeen, benefit from the different programs, financing programs that we provide, whether they are for startups. We provide them with financial support through grants or access to financing. Similarly, we also support the large enterprises or in their business growth journey. Again, we support them through funding, through grants and access to financing. We then realized that as well, entrepreneurs would need access to talent, and they would need specific skills in the market. And we support them through the different programs that we provide, whether they are employment opportunities, we subsidize and provide grants for employment, whether it's a training, upskilling programs, different programs that we provide them. But we also understand that there are some certain skills that we as a market could have some gaps, and we needed to have a bigger strategy to address these gaps. So we created partnerships with local and international service provider or academies to address the skills gap that we have. Let me give you an example. A tech startup or an entrepreneur would need a certain skill gap in technology. So we have created a number of partnerships with international bodies like the General Assembly Academy, SANS for cybersecurity, to prepare a pipeline of talent that could support those entrepreneurs, be it software engineers, cybersecurity specialists, UX UI specialists, and much more. And that really had helped the ecosystem and entrepreneurs to access these talents. In conclusion, I strongly believe that our approach had enabled us to support more than 77,000 enterprises in Bahrain and more than 140,000 employees or individuals in Bahrain, and for sure we'll continue to do so. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you. We didn't end the Bahrain model ecosystem. Well, I would like to move just to complete what Mrs. Maha was talking about, about all what they're doing now for innovation, digitalization. I would like to move to the Bahrain FinTech Bay. So I would like to ask Mr. Badr Satter to tell us what is the Bahrain Business Bay and how are you integrated in the ecosystem?
Thank you, Doctor, for that question. Bahrain FinTech Bay was established in 2018 as a FinTech ecosystem hub to develop that industry or to help support that industry. If some of you are not from Bahrain and might not know this, but Bahrain's always been a financial hub for the region, and I think Bahrain's leadership really identified that for us to continue to become effective leaders within the industry, we have to embrace fintech and we have to open the opportunities for innovation. And that's really the essence of how we started as Bahrain Fintech Bay. But despite that, we are not a government-owned entity. We are a private sector, fully owned by the private sector and run by the private sector. And that was a conscious decision so that we stay very close to the industry in general. And for us, I mean, today we're talking about the Bahrain model, and I think what really differentiates Bahrain's model for building an ecosystem is really the collaboration that we see and the Team Bahrain mentality that we see. And just looking at this esteemed panel and the members that are with us today, I can see so many examples of how we worked as Team Bahrain for initiatives within the fintech ecosystem. I mean, just to give you some examples, with Temkeen, we've worked, for the past few years on our Georgetown program to graduate more fintech specialists. We've graduated over 150 individuals through those programs. We also work with them on talent reports and ecosystem reports along that side. If I look at NBB, for example, we've run acceleration programs with NBB in the past to spur on innovation within the digital finance kind of space. And we're looking to do more with them moving forward in the future. We collaborate with all of the ecosystem builders, like Hope is one example, but with others, for looking for startups that would like to innovate. And I think, with BDB has been instrumental for us to enable us to launch new services through their funding platforms and through their access to the finance that they've been offering. And I think lastly, if you're looking at the MYCT, just by enabling us to give us the licenses to become an incubator, we've managed to host over 100 startups or fintechs in our space over the past 6-7 years that we've been operating, and currently we have 30 companies that are registered and launched from our space. And I think, again, we're talking about the Bahrain model, and I think in essence that is what the Bahrain model is. It's about lowering your barriers and allowing collaboration to happen between institutions, and that's where innovation comes out of.
Thank you, that's great. I would like to move to something very dear to my heart. It just came, recently to the ecosystem of Bahrain. I will ask Ms. Fajr, I'd like you to tell us about the hub. And as I said, I would like whoever will have the time, part of the visit to Bahrain, the different areas which we're going to tomorrow in the afternoon, we will make you to visit, is to visit the hub. But let us be inspired. Please, Ms. Fajr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd just like to thank Dr. Hashim and UNIDO for organizing this conference to shed light on entrepreneurship, something that is our primary mandate. Primary mandate at Hope. Hope is actually one of the most recent players that have entered the entrepreneurship ecosystem here in Bahrain. Hope Fund is a fund that was established by His Majesty to support local youth initiatives and projects by inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs, but also synthesizing hope amongst the existing generation of youth in the kingdom. Now, I think what really differentiates Hope today in the market is that our primary focus is youth. It's inspiring the next generation and changing a mindset, which is something that is not tangible. It's done through inspiration of relating to success stories and ensuring that youth have access to the right tools and resources to be able to become that next success story in the ecosystem. Now, I think just to kick off, to discuss some of our pillars under Hope, we focus on three main pillars. Primarily about providing access to inspiring and aspiring entrepreneurs. The first is access to knowledge. Knowledge through training programs. We've been around in the market for the last 3 years and hosted over 5 programs to provide training on building business models, go-to-market strategies, and ensuring that entrepreneurs are ready to pitch in front of a panel of investors. Now, knowledge doesn't only come in the form of training. It's ensuring that they have the mentorship and guidance to be able to build their businesses, pivot their models, and learn from experts and specialists who are already in the market themselves. So that moves on to our second main initiative under knowledge. It's ensuring they have access to mentorship. When Hope invests as an equity investor into these startups and SMEs, we ensure that we bring along our networks with us. We ensure that we assign and appoint board members that can really add value to the entrepreneurs and SMEs to build and accelerate their growth not only locally but internationally and globally. We want to ensure that they continue to learn through hands-on experience, not through training programs and the like. And of course, the third initiative under sharing of knowledge and access to knowledge is something that's very dear to Dr. Hashim, which is HQ, a recently established co-working space in Bahrain. This is a focal point for all youth, corporates, existing entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs, government officials to come together and share knowledge under one roof. It's a physical infrastructure where not only entrepreneurs can learn from each other, they can learn from corporates who are within the space itself, and also learn from the programs and initiatives that take place within the space. This is a recent initiative, and it's something that we will be building on by expanding its presence across the region to allow entrepreneurs in Bahrain to access regional markets and vice versa. Our second pillar, something which is our core mandate at Hope Ventures, is funding. Today, we ensure that we can provide and connect entrepreneurs with relevant investors. Hope Ventures itself is an equity investment arm of Hope Fund today. But we ensure that if we will invest into startups, we will always co-invest with the private sector, and this is an essential piece of our success under Hope Ventures. Because of our networks with the private sector, we always say the private sector lead. The specialists and experts that are co-investing alongside us in these SMEs will provide them the relevant and valuable add-on experience that will allow them to either grow in their sectors or grow in new markets through their networks. And as Hope, we ensure that we can always be there to facilitate, to ensure there's no red flags, to support and accelerate their growth where they need us to support and accelerate their growth. But we never go in as a lead investor with any startups and SMEs, given that we are the government-funded equity investor. And then, of course, we go on to our third pillar, and of course, that's opportunity. We ensure, today, I think, startups and entrepreneurs, we always continuously talk about funding, where a lot of their struggle and pain points are actually about business opportunities, ensuring that corporates trust that they can actually engage with startups. So we talk about opportunity facilitation, and one of our key initiatives, and probably our most successful initiative to date, is Biban TV show. Over the last 2 years, we've actually launched an entrepreneurial TV show where regional investors come pitch their business opportunities in front of a panel of investors, not only for funding opportunities, but also for strategic and business opportunities, where they could get contracts in markets which they're looking to enter today. And we've seen a number of success stories from this TV show. One of our portfolio companies under Hope, Lumify, which is an edtech company, started in season 1 of the show, raising at a 2 million valuation. On the show itself, they raised through Saudi investors, and today, through their networks, through the Saudi investors, they're raising at a 10 million valuation a year and a half later. This is a key example of how we connect entrepreneurs with the private sector for both investment and business opportunities. One of our latest initiatives, also something very recent under Hope, is the establishment of a crowdfunding platform. Of course, crowdfunding is not a new concept. However, there are very few players today in the local market, and this is something that we would like to introduce to the market, to connect SMEs looking for funding not only equity but debt financing through a platform where they can seamlessly register their businesses and access a pool of investors from across the region. So I think just to kind of summarize Hope, today Hope is an equity investor, but we also are primarily focused on connecting SMEs with investors with one mandate, to synthesize hope. If we can see the next unicorn coming from Bahrain or coming from the region, this is enough to inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs and encourage youth to pursue entrepreneurship as a career path. It will also encourage their parents to support them in pursuing entrepreneurship as a career path, and that is our ultimate success under Hope, and this is one of our key focus areas for Hope. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hashim.
Well, the ecosystem wouldn't complete if we don't get associated with the private banking, private financial institutions, because we have seen two developmental financial institutions, BDB and Tamkeen. But let us move to the National Bank of Bahrain, which we need to acknowledge and congratulate the National Bank of Bahrain management that just a month back, the chairman is Mrs. Hala Yatim. That's make us in the UN and UNIDO very, very satisfied and happy. And I'm sure Mrs. Haidar will share with me this feeling. So, let me ask Mr. Ibrahim Ahmed, in the integration of the ecosystem, there's a very interesting program now happening between the National Bank of Bahrain and the Minister of Industry. It's the Green Seal program. Can you tell us and tell the audience what is this very, very interesting partnership between the private sector and the public sector?
أولاً السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It's definitely a pleasure to be here. It's such an energized audience. And I think what gives me pleasure, what gives me full pride is for the National Bank of Bahrain and for me to represent them here is to be part of such an ecosystem that is so important. We are ultimately talking about the prosperity, the economic prosperity and sustainability. NBB, being established in 1957, over 65 years old, has played its part within the ecosystem through different initiatives, through different parts. However, some of the latest initiatives that we've endeavored in with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry is the Green Factory Label program. It's an innovative program that has been put in place in order to promote the Kingdom of Bahrain's nationally determined commitment under the Paris Agreement, under the 2060 net zero commitment, and under the different objectives that fall within that program. This is also part of the Kingdom's strategic 2022-2026 strategic industrial initiative. And the focus there is to enable industrial companies to access financing, however, build that or integrate that through a green mindset. What the ministry has come to us with a proposal was to look at a number of eligibility criteria, 6 to be specific, including, for example, recycling initiatives, GHG accounting systems in place, pollution management, amongst others. And upon satisfying such eligibility criteria, these companies, such an industrial company would receive a label. Now, what they can do with that label is one of many things. And where we come into the picture is provide them not only the financing that they perhaps require, but also at a subsidized rate. We're very proud to be part of such a partnership, being the only financing partner. And we not only take this as a pride moment for us, but we also view it as a responsibility. It is our responsibility as the National Bank of Bahrain, as a bank owned by the government and the people, for the government and the people. We aspire to such opportunities. And the way we want to take things forward from that program itself is obviously not only access to financing, because typically we're talking banks or commercial banks are responsible of that part. However, through the establishment of our sustainability framework, we've looked at ways to grow these companies throughout their journey in different requirements that they have. And if I would perhaps summarize those into 3 verticals, one that perhaps all of the panelists here with me have talked about is awareness. Awareness coming in terms of literacy, and we focus there on financial literacy as well as sustainability literacy. We do that in 2 folds. One, towards our customers and non-customers, because it's a platform, it's a training and sessions opened virtually and physically to all those who are able to make it, but also cater towards youth. We do that through the summer internships, and we put them into specific programs that focus on a wide range of training programs. The second vertical is customer experience, and that evolves around or revolves around digital platforms that we offer for them to conduct their banking requirements, but also talking about putting in place a dedicated team specifically focused and there to cater to the SMEs. MBB has gone through a recent strategy revamp where an existing commercial and SME department now is being split into 2 in order to focus mainly on the SMEs and provide them the customer experience that they desire, that promotes them to move forward into their journey. And then ultimately the final vertical, which is as important and perhaps the most important given the question coming my way in that manner, is the financing part. And there are a number of initiatives that we're looking at. One of them is actually turning the business financing, which usually depends on credit analysis and case-to-case basis, depending on the financial health of the company and business viability, moving that into a criteria-based lending, which entails that a customer satisfies a certain number of criteria that are put in place, and accordingly they get access to financings. Obviously, we do all that with the responsibility towards our deposits, and this is the final remark I have. I'm aware of the time. We do all of that, and specifically the financing part, while wearing the responsible hat that the money that we hold and we lend is the money for our depositors. And accordingly, we have to be very cautious in our approach in order to ensure the economic prosperity that I alluded to at the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just quickly, I come back again, to the enterprise development and investment promotion between bracket, the Bahrain model. This is the Bahrain model. This is the ecosystem of the Bahrain model, So, as you see, there's the entrepreneur, he is in the queen honeycomb, means that everyone is feeding the entrepreneur, from Tamkeen, from BDB, and as I said, the honeycomb started with Minister of Industry and Commerce, UNIDO, and Bahrain Development Bank. Only 3 partners you see today, and it's overgrowing now. And this is where, when we take the Bahrain model in the 52 plus 153, which will start, we develop that model for the ecosystem. Then we bring programs to develop the skills of the entrepreneurs. I'm ending here. I know I apologize for the organizing committee. I took more time. Well, now I will tell you the story of Nashwan. Nashwan is the name of our peacock. And it is the logo of the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2024. You should ask yourself why I'm standing. I'm standing for you. You know, I'm not a peacock, but today I have to be a peacock. You know? The peacock is the king of the birds. How does the peacock walk? Correct? He's always very proud, especially when he brings his threads, which are the colors of the SDGs goals, the 17 SDG goals. And in each feather, there is a Bahraini pearl. You know, because the story of pearling in Bahrain, it is a story of entrepreneurship. And we are making a documentary film on Bahrain with the UN media. I don't know, I think they're everywhere, about Bahrain historical background on pearling, on how the divers or the pearlers, they go and dive, they bring the shells, they come and open the shells, they see the color, the size. Then there was a very complex trading system of the Tawawish, which they are the one who they finance, you know, the divers. It comes, then they put it in the market, then they start trading. They open a lot of trading routes. And historically, when we talk about Bahrain, Bahrain was from Al-Basra in Baghdad to Oman, you know. Of course, in the center was the island of Bahrain. So we are connecting the dots. If you see in the movie, Nashwan was traveling everywhere, and then he came to the WEIF. He was announcing the WEIF worldwide, and then he came to Bahrain, connecting the dots. The idea, actually, of the World Entrepreneurs Forum came from Tunisia, from our entrepreneur, please, Duja Garbi, which she have developed the first private incubator in Tunisia, and she is the one, with her team, they developed, you know, the WEIF design. Then it went to China, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, he have developed a business plan competition with 10 companies in artificial intelligence and animation. They provided 10 different designs, and this is the one which was selected. But to show you, connecting the dots and how entrepreneurial, you know, the ecosystem at the global level, they're supporting the Bahrain model. Just ending this because I know I've taken more than time, but I have to say, as you see, those are the core, but there are shoulders behind the scene for the Bahrain model. Mr. Al-Abaidli, please, can you stand up? Stay there. Mr. Jawad Al-Hawaj, can you stand up, please? Mr. Jawad Al-Hawaj is part of the Bahrain model because he was at the Bahrain Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And he was the one started with us the program of trade and heritage through souk, the old souk in Bab al-Bahrain, which if you go and visit, you'll see the souk. The innovative part, the innovation part of the souk was done through him, through his time, and through us. We have Dr. Abdurrahman Ali Taha. He was heading ISIC. ISIC is the Islamic Development Bank, Cooperation for Investment and Insurance. Is the MIGA of the Islamic Development Bank. And through him, he was a partner of the Bahrain model to develop the ITAP program, the Investment Promotion Program for the Islamic Development Bank based on the Bahrain model. And then we have Sidi Wultah, who is now the CEO of the Arab Bank for Economic Development, where all our entrepreneurs from Africa that have been sponsored to be here attending the WEIF. Unfortunately, he is not here because he is visiting Rwanda there. We have Omar Oz from Turkey. He is from GOSCEP. GOSCEP is Tamkin of Turkey. He was here seconded from the government of Turkey, Minister of Finance, for 5 years to develop the incubation system of Bahrain with the Bahrain Business Incubator Center. So he was an integral expert in the Bahrain model. So as you see, we had the ecosystem of Bahrain integrated with the global ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. شكرا جزيلا. I'm not a peacock, huh? Mrs. Haider, can you join us? She is the fan and the supporter of the Bahrain model.
حضورنا الكريم، ننتقل وإياكم لثاني جلساتنا لليوم، والتي ستركز على التقدم من خلال الابتكار، حيث نتعرف على دور التحول الرقمي والابتكار في ريادة الأعمال.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our next panel for today. Before we proceed, please, may I ask you to take your seat so we can proceed? Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated so we can proceed. Our next panel is titled The Role of Digital Transformation and Innovation in Entrepreneurship. And our panelists for this session, from Saudi Arabia, Aramco Cybersecurity Chair at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Professor Mohammed Hamouda. Senior Advisor at the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum in Algeria, Dr. Fadila Grain. Executive Director of Advisory Services and Incubation at Qatar Development Bank, Dr. Hamad Salim Mjigher. CEO of Manchester Innovation and Technology Academy, Dr. Wissam Staita. And Head of Corporate Affairs and Brands Marketing for the Middle East at Standard Chartered Bank in Bahrain, Ms. Noura Nasaf. Moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be Sarah El-Gazzar from the Economic Advisory for the Union of Arab Chambers in Egypt. And we will commence this session with a keynote by the Executive Director of Women Development Organization, Her Excellency Dr. Afnan El-Shuaibi.
Please, can we close the door so we can start our session? Can we start our session, please?
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed champions of women's empowerment, I'm honored to address you today as this pivotal forum, the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2024, under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The theme, Progress by Innovation, the role of digital transformation and innovation in entrepreneurship, particularly when considering the remarkable potential of women entrepreneurs. The global landscape of women's entrepreneurship demands a collective effort. While challenges may vary regionally, the goal of empowering women in business remains universal. This is where organizations like the Women's Development Organization, WDO, plays a crucial role. As an independent specialized organization of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation, the WDO has a unique presence within the member states. It stands as a bridge, fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange between women entrepreneurs across the OIC region. This collaborative spirit is vital to overcome and celebrate shared success. WDO's commitment to women's economic empowerment is consistent and reflected in Resolution 4, adopted during the second ordinary session of the WDO ministerial meeting. This resolution builds up the OIC's Action Plan for Women's Advancement, OPAW, and outlines a comprehensive action plan to enhance the financial inclusion of women and girls in the OIC member states. Resolution 4 serves as a powerful call to action the OIC member states, emphasizing the importance of empowering women and reaching remote communities, activating financial and digital inclusion tools, creating a supportive regulatory environment, and encouraging collaboration between national mechanisms for women's empowerment and central banks. The picture becomes more complex when we consider women entrepreneurs in conflict zones. These courageous women not only face the challenges inherited in their gender, but also the devastating realities of war and instability. Access to finance and markets becomes even more difficult, and support networks can be fragmented. Yet, these women persevere, demonstrating incredible resilience. Their stories inspire us, reminding us of the power of entrepreneurship to rebuild lives and communities. Here is where innovation becomes a game changer. Digital transformation offers a powerful tool to bridge the gender gap in entrepreneurship. E-commerce platforms can connect women entrepreneurs to wider markets, even in conflict zones. Online training programs and mentorship opportunities can empower them with the skills and knowledge to thrive. By investing in women entrepreneurs, we align with the core mission of the Women Development Organization. Since its inception, WDO has prioritized women economic empowerment and the financial inclusion as its first thematic area. This unwavering focus ensures that resources and programs are specifically designed to address the unique needs of women entrepreneurs in the OIC countries. Their success contributes directly to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, fostering economic growth and social progress. This panel workshop aligns perfectly with the vision outlined in the WDO Resolution Number 4. Here we will explore these action points in detail, identifying the unique needs of women entrepreneurs in the OIC countries. Together, we can develop practical tools and resources to empower them, fostering collaboration and innovation. The road ahead requires strategic partnerships, like the one between the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum and the Women Development Organization. By working together, and by urging OIC member states to implement the recommendations of the resolution, we can unlock the full potential of women entrepreneurs, not just in OIC countries, but across the globe. Let us continue the important conversation and work together to empower women entrepreneurs around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Afnan El-Shwaibi, for your intervention and your speech regarding women entrepreneurs and women-led businesses, specifically the strategic partnership to empower women entrepreneurs, particularly in OIC countries. Good morning, everybody. It's our pleasure to be with you today in this session entitled Progress by Innovation, the Role of Digital Transformation and Innovation in Entrepreneurship. The aim of our session today is to develop a harmonized guide to support women-led businesses, especially in OIC countries, in order to grow and sustain. We know that women face a lot of challenges in terms of access to finance, access to market, regulatory and cultural barriers, in addition to the need for business-specific development services. So that's why we are here today, to discuss these barriers and to address these challenges in order to offer kind of practical tools and resources to empower women entrepreneurs across the OIC member states. We have today our panelists who will discuss these issues from different perspectives according to their background. After the discussion with the panelists, we will open the floor for any questions or comment. So, as statistics and surveys, the most common challenges face women-led businesses and entrepreneurs are challenges related to access to finance and market. And these two obstacles always hinder the growth potential of women-led businesses. That's why how to address and mitigate these challenges will be a very important point to empower women-led businesses. Allow me to welcome Ms. Noura El-Nusuf, Head of Corporate Affairs and Brand Marketing for the Middle East Standard Chartered Bank, Bahrain, who will discuss with us these barriers and give us some case studies and examples of how they succeed in mitigating such challenges. Ms. Noura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah, and welcome. And I wanted to thank everybody and the organizers for inviting me to this fantastic session. First, I wanted to just go back a step back in terms of what you and Dr. Afnan mentioned in terms of accessibility to financing for women entrepreneurs. Just to take a general view, in the MENA region alone, within the SME ecosystem financing, there is a gap estimated by the CGAP at around $123 billion. Obviously, the capital needs and the financing needs are mainly needed for growth, operational expansion, capital for production, purchase order financing, and new asset acquisition. When we look at that and take that into consideration, we have also, putting that on the side, we've also seen a growing number of entrepreneurs as a result of COVID, during COVID and post-COVID as well. And the main segments where we've seen and noticed the growth is amongst the youngsters and mainly women. Obviously, I mean, I don't want to mention the stereotypical part where women are known for purchasing things online, but that actually encouraged people, and women in particular, to take their businesses a step forward to being part of the ecosystem itself and being decision makers. Now, looking at all of that and looking at noticing that gap of where women have some challenges in accessing finance, and it's mainly not because of the investability of the project itself or the credibility or the product itself, but it's mainly due to social, cultural, and to a certain extent knowledge when it comes to asking for finance. So when they approach investors or when they approach VCs or when they approach financial institutions, there is a huge gap in how women can actually relay their business ideas to take them to the next step. Within Standard Chartered, we have a global initiative called the Standard Chartered Women in Technology. It's available in 9 different countries. It's the 5th year in Bahrain. And the main idea behind it is to encourage women entrepreneurs to move their businesses to a digital platform. And the way we do that is we ask women-led businesses. Doesn't mean we're biased as well against men, but they need to be women-led businesses. And they take these, they submit their ideas, business ideas. They go through a whole submission process where they get shortlisted. The shortlisted submissions go through an 8-week incubator stage, after which 3 winning ideas graduate and they're given prize money. I'm very selective in choosing the word prize money as opposed to seed money or capital or a grant, because it's literally a minimal and symbolic amount of money to just help them take it to the next stage. What we've noticed in this program is the importance of mentorship, quality mentorship, because this is what women also lack. There is a whole idea of, women can't get through to quality mentorship with either within the men business community, where that's where the main expertise normally lie, and access to tools on how to improve their businesses. So in some cases, we have businesses that come through the workshop, and when they graduate, they're a completely different developed idea. So the main thing here is what we need as well, taking a step back and looking at it from a macro level, there needs to be more flexible policies from the top down and within the business community to make sure that women have the right tools to approach businesses without this fear of, okay, I don't know how to put together a business case. I don't know how to manage my finances. And I've noticed specifically within the GCC region, this is very much needed, and perhaps it can be tackled at a very early stage within the educational system, even much earlier than universities. I know we have Injaz, but I'm not sure that's enough for us to embed these values and behavior within students to think of, to have an entrepreneur sort of mindset and taking risks and taking, steps forward to enter this whole entrepreneur world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noura. You mentioned a very important point that before marketing to the product itself, we need to market to the project, to the idea. Maybe it's a good idea, but I need to know how to position it in order to attract the finance. And actually, since we are talking about technology and innovation and how to learn the new ideas, we are talking now about new innovative financing ideas like crowd financing, angel fund, and other channels of finance. Do you think during this phase we witness different channels of finance which are very innovative? How we can transfer the knowledge to entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, that we have another sources of finance rather than traditional bank loans in order to attract them to these new channels of finance?
It's a very broad question, and it can be tackled in different ways. I wanted to point out that as a result of COVID, which I think was a light bulb for a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of corporate employees, where they felt that, I don't need to work in a 9-to-5 job anymore. And as a result, we see a lot of employees, corporate employees, leaving the corporate world, and a lot of them from the tech segment as well. And as a result, you see a lot of people who have actually a huge faith in going into the entrepreneurship sort of segment and world. So you see the young now specifically, and I would say, they look at the social media influencers, that they don't need to go into a huge building and sign in at 9 o'clock and leave at 5 with KPIs and answering to a boss. They see that they can create a need or create a want within a certain segment, and as such take it forward, and it becomes the next craze for the next 15 minutes. So this is a trend that we're seeing. The young, we're seeing tech leavers, and we're seeing corporate leavers. It's very important for all of these people to have the knowledge on finance. Yes. And I think firms like Standard Chartered Bank and the government, as well as universities, we carry the burden. We have to carry that responsibility of transferring the knowledge and taking as much responsibility to teach and mentor, because that's actually what makes the difference. I can be academically an academic genius, but in terms of applicability and in the realistic world, I don't know how to apply it practically, unless I'm speaking to a successful business person or a successful manager or a successful financial person. So I think all of these come together to help push a woman entrepreneur as well.
That's great. Thank you so much, Ms. Noura. And you highlighted here that due to COVID, many young entrepreneurs started to think in a different way, started to think how I can have my own business, how I can have my startup, but still they have kind of ideations, how this ideation can be transformed to real business. It has some prerequisites. Main prerequisite is technology. And I guess Dr. Fadila Green, you witnessed during your journey many challenges of filling that technology gap, especially for the young entrepreneurs. So that's why Dr. Fadila Green, Senior Advisor, Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum, Algeria, we can discuss with you now how this technology gap can be fulfilled, especially for young entrepreneurs, in order to be ready to these changes in mindset mentioned by Ms. Noura.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. First of all, I would like to say I'm very pleased to be at this esteemed panel. And also, I would like to give my special thanks to Dr. Afnan. for her wonderful and comprehensive the background she gave about the situation of women in the OIC member states and how women are facing different and big challenges when it comes to not only technology and innovation. It's also very rooted and very deep and disturbing situations, especially on women, women in conflict zones. But I can start with saying that women and girls in general in the OIC region and in the whole and the entire world face very significant barriers to economic empowerment, despite they are the biggest contributor to the economy. We can also highlight that gender gap in the access to technology and technical literacy and awareness of the benefits of the mobile phones by itself, which is the simplest technology available. 38% of women globally don't have access to mobile phones. And those who do have access to mobile phones, they do not have internet. So you can see how much limitation is there by being deprived from the basic technology. And also women are underrepresented in STEM fields and STEM technology, and this also impacts the industry. So women are not there enough in the industry. We can speak here about technology divide or technology gap, big one in the technology, in STEM and in technology. According to UNESCO reports, women are less likely to have literacy, technology literacy, digital technology literacy, which make them less to file ACT patents. And we are talking here about big segment or big, big parts of women who are in entrepreneurial sector, because without technology, without innovative technology, without smart gadgets, without access to internet, without all this, they do not even approach the entrepreneurial field. And it feels a little bit weird when we are sitting in beautiful and wonderful sittings here with many of women here who are smart and already passed lots of challenges, and they are at the top, because if you are sitting here, you must be at the top. And it's hard to imagine how a woman in Burkina Faso is still driving her bicycle, holding 2 babies in front of her, having few pots at the back of her thing, and she's an entrepreneur, she's the maker, she's the bread maker. So she doesn't have a phone, she doesn't have technology, she doesn't have understand of the word AI, probably never ever heard of it, and she probably illiterate and all of that. And can we imagine how these women, they are entrepreneurs, according to the World Bank, according to the UNESCO, those women, even if they make $1 a day, they're still entrepreneurs. They are really having their own projects and they are doing their own. If we think, it's scary to think that automating jobs according to technology and AI, it's going to make half of the women out there lose their bread. And it's going to give more opportunities to women who are smart and who have access to smart solutions and innovation. But the other segment of women who are more than 40% around the globe, they have no access, means they're going to be more poverty around women. And also there is issue, which is an old problem, the gap in the participation of women in the digital future. And I can share a very little experience from the ICYF, the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. We're an ECOSOC member and we write oral and written statements. And one of the issues we raised at our written statement is that the digital future, in preparation for the Summit of the Future, we really need to know that half of the women of the world are not going to be part of that future. And the implementation of SDGs without women being at the level and equipped with the set of skills and technology, we are going to be hundreds of years back, not missing out on the SDGs. So it might look a little beautiful when we are talking about numbers. We are all working together, which is true. We are all working together to achieve the SDGs, and we are all working together to give women. But why I'm saying all this here, Dr. Sarah, because all women here who have access and who have entrepreneurial experience, they can reach out to others who don't have any, or they have very little, and they can hold their hands up, and then they can find some solutions. And I think as institutions, as partners, what we have been doing is coming together and thinking together for innovative solutions. And this is really the greatest thing happen, and WEIF is one of the platforms I esteem too much, because it's here that so many people sit together and find major solutions. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can still rely on partners of WEIF and UNIDO Bahrain and these great people who are working in the field to reach out and think about those deprived women. So I would like to start with that, and then I can give more examples if you wish. For example, during the COVID, the ICYF, Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum, until COVID, we realized how much women and girls are not actually able to reach and to benefit from our programs. When we turned our programs 100% to become virtual, we started getting people sending us emails, I cannot have Zoom, I don't have internet, I don't have this, and we were doing mini trainings, and so many of them couldn't hold. And I would like to share just a little story of a very young person who was attending from Africa, from Ghana, and she was sitting under a tent in a very sunny day, and with very little internet on a phone that she actually rented for 2 hours to attend our training. And that person I got the chance to meet later, and she explained to me, you don't see women around with phones, they don't have internet, it's like out of question. However, I am very optimistic that AI technology and the advancement of technology is in favor of women entrepreneurs and for women economic empowerment, because this is the only way we can guarantee innovative solutions. And things that used to happen in 20 years, it's possible to happen now in 2-3 years or maybe less. So this is already happening because the mobilization of resources, human resources, people coming together from all around the globe, this is becoming more possible and easy. And that's what makes it easy to solve those very difficult challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Fadila, for your intervention. And yes, we agree with you that women have the potential to learn, but they need access. They need access to technology to learn. And this is also what mentioned by Ms. Noura when she said that this is the role of many stakeholders, mainly universities, academies, and the other social responsibility organizations to give the access to these women to develop their business. They already entrepreneurs according to definition, since they have their own business and they manage it. But still, access to technology, learning technology, eliminating the technology gap is essential. That's why we need to know how the education, how the capacity building, how the universities and academies can have a potential role in this mission. That's why allow me to introduce Dr. Wissam Steita, CEO Manchester Innovation and Technology Academy, to tell us more how to bridge the gender gap in entrepreneurship in terms of digital technologies and digital technology awareness.
Assalamu alaikum. No, it's better like this. Thank you, Dr. Sarah, and thanks to WDO for giving us the opportunity to be part of this panel. It's a very good question to start in the basics and the importance of education to create innovators of the future and entrepreneurs. Maybe what I will say, it will be a shock, or lots of academicians will not like what I will say, but the whole system academic system is a big failure. Seriously, is a big failure. I was working in a university, Dr. Hanan knows, and some of the audience, like 5 to 6 years ago, and I was part of a committee, incubators. And I've seen that we academicians, we were selling something we don't believe in. It means that we are pushing students to be entrepreneurs, and I've never seen that any academician would love to be part or a partner, or at least to start one business idea. Even at schools, we are killing the innovation in kids. Don't do this, do that, do this, do that. That's wrong education. We are killing the characters. We are killing. By the way, if you want to create real innovation, go back to kids. They are not structured on a system or a prototyping, let's say it this way. They will give us new ideas and new innovation. Having said that, I think that we need to start from the beginning. We need to start to embed in schools and prepare them for the future. And the most important thing is technology. We need to start embedding and teaching young generations at school technology so they will start to create our future, not their future. They will create our future for all because they are the Z generation. This is number one. Second of all, let's talk about the current entrepreneurs. We at the Academy, we are preparing also lots of entrepreneurs for the future. And I've noticed that most of the problem in even current entrepreneurs, when they bring ideas to you, also they are traditional ideas. There is no bad in bringing new traditional business ideas. There is no good or bad, right or wrong. But we need new Elon Musk in Arab countries or Islamic countries. We need new Alibaba. We need something to be proud of. That's the real entrepreneurship that we're looking in Islamic countries, and especially in women. Women are very creative, and to be honest, they are multitasking more than men. Seriously, this is, yes. Yes, that's truth. Yes, scientifically proven, exactly. Again, the women also, women in entrepreneurship, they have proven that they are more dedicated and more focused. But they need coaching. Everyone needs coaching. Even when we do mentorship and coaching, I noticed that you just need 15 minutes to give someone and you will solve the whole problem for him. Just give him 10 to 15 minutes coaching and real mentorship, and his business will grow up and boom. Because he don't have the guidance, or she don't have the guidance. Going back to the challenge and the main challenges that most entrepreneurs are facing. I'm not addressing the challenges and the problems are facing, or we are facing in the Gulf region, but let's talk about the whole Islamic countries. Definitely each country has its own environment. So we cannot say that the problem in Egypt, the way we will solve the problem in Egypt is similar, how we will solve it, for example, in Jordan or in Sudan or in Pakistan or Bangladesh. Every country has its own challenges, cultural problem, and traditional problem. Again, education. I believe that bringing on, again, one of the challenges that I think that Dr. Hanan, I don't know, I forget.
Fadila.
Fadila. Dr. Fadila mentioned is internet problem, getting to the access to the internet. We can bring education to your door by satellite TV. You don't need internet. Now I think that every house has a TV. Even if you are living in a desert, you can get a TV. Internet, mobile is a problem, but we can make programs, educational programs, and how to pitch your business, and what kind of skills and competencies you need to do to build and bring on your business idea and get fund, and how to develop your proposal and get investors in. I don't believe there is any challenge that we cannot solve, but we need to focus on the challenges. And we cannot say that we have a magic stick that we will use and solve all the problems. We need to say that let's start by bringing the challenges on the table, country by country, and work on it. Again, technology is the future, and we have to focus and invest in technology, and we have the new oil, which is the data.
Yes.
So as an Arab countries, Islamic countries, we can create our own big data, and that's the future oil. And from it, we can develop lots of business and lots of ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wissam. Thank you so much. Actually, in your thank you. Actually, in your words, you highlighted three main issues: education, investment in education, and data. So when we talk about education, you mentioned that education is common factor. When we talk about technology, it might be different according to the ages. If we talk about basic stage, or we talk about current entrepreneurs, according to the countries, and also you mentioned according to the context. But at the same time, you mentioned that investing in technology is still essential, and the main output of this investment is data. Since we talk about data, we talk about investment in technology, we talk about education in technology. Now we have a big issue, a big threat. We call it cybersecurity. So according to this, addressing the need for providing entrepreneurs with the tools and knowledge necessary to protect their business from the early stage, from the cybersecurity threats. And we hear a lot now about these problems and these cases and many issues related to this part. That's why we have today Professor Mohammed Hamouda, Saudi Aramco Cybersecurity Chair Professor at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. And we need to know from your experience, what are the common pitfalls entrepreneurs should avoid when building early stage cybersecurity, and what are the best practices you should adapt?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarah. Is this working? Yeah. So thank you so much for the introduction and for the invitation. So before I answer your question, I'd just like to set up the scene for what I'm going to talk about. Okay, is that better?
Yes.
So from the word I come from, we say we have two types of people: those who know that they have been hacked and those who don't know about it yet. So with technology, the increased adoption of technology and the digitalization, of course, it's a great tool for entrepreneurship, but at the same time, it introduces new risks that could be, or that could have disastrous consequences on any business. So I'll just give you an example about the total cost of cybersecurity, a crime, to the global economy, which was estimated at $20 trillion US. And so that's, and it is expected that that figure has increased by 1.5 times since 2021, which is not a very long time ago. So if we look at the statistics, we see that the cybercrime industry is growing year after year. I'm not here to convince you to convert to entrepreneurship in cybercrime, but that's the reality. And the problem with cybercrime is that the cost of the cybercrime is not just the, especially in a world where we're obsessed with collecting data, the cost of the cybercrime could be in terms of financial losses, reputation damage, and even sometimes it's directly related to protecting intellectual property. So it's extremely important to invest in cybersecurity and to to invest in cybersecurity and to secure our digital assets and innovation. And innovation is usually driven by innovation. And now today, at least in the universities I'm familiar with in the UK and specifically in Saudi Arabia, what we're doing at King Fahd University, the way we measure the quality of our research is, one of them is impact and commercialization. So we are training our students, and we've seen huge examples. I can list some applications, but I don't want to do advertising for these companies. We have really very good, successful examples. The students who graduated with what is now estimated as multi-million-dollar businesses. So when we look at the cost of securing business, the average cost globally for an SME to secure their digital assets is $500,000, whereas the average cost of a cyber attack is $2.89 million. So it's really worth thinking about securing your assets. And yesterday, interestingly, given the context we're working in and that the WDO are hosting us today, I wanted to just to go through a very interesting fact I've read yesterday from a report by the Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, the Office of Assistance Coordination in the US. So they were talking about women's inclusion in cybersecurity, and they talk about how it addresses two critical challenges. The first one is the first benefit is that it gives greater capacity for the private sector to combat the cyber threats, which is continuously on the rise. And also the second benefit is increased job opportunities for women in STEM. And that just automatically leads me to another report, which I was reading about. It's a report by PwC. They projected that an over 50% increase in GDP in the MENA region when women are employed at the same rate as men. And they gave estimates, for example, the employment parity would increase Egypt's and Jordan's GDP by over 60%. And that's a huge number. And in Saudi Arabia by 30%, in Lebanon by 50%. So the inclusion of women in STEM in general, in math, physics, and sciences in general will have a massive impact on the adoption of technologies and by implication, innovation in entrepreneurship. So going back to your question, the common pitfalls of that enterprises should avoid when building early stage cybersecurity. So if we go, and these are not like rocket science, some of them are very simple. So today cybersecurity is not just about technology, and this is one of the biggest pitfalls. People think it's only about technology. No, it's about the mindset. It's about the way we think and approach security. So I'll give you a simple example. Over 90% of cyber attacks, they start by a phishing attack, by phishing. They just send you an email, or somebody will call you on your phone number and ask you to hand them your password. And a lot of people will happily, voluntarily give their credentials, and then you will be in big troubles. So I think relying on technology alone is one of the biggest pitfalls. Another one is failing to secure data. And again, we shouldn't collect data that we do not need in our business, because that's increasing the legal responsibilities on our shoulders. That's increasing the cost of protecting data and digital assets. And at the same time, it's not helping our business. So that's another pitfall. And sometimes we even overlook the third-party risks. So when you are working with third parties, one of the biggest attacks, data breaches in history, which was on Sony many years back, it was like one of their third-party suppliers was a target for phishing, and then they used the third party to access Sony's network. So Sony wasn't practically attacked or hacked. But if you think about the cost of that attack, it was huge financially, as well as in reputation and in reputation damage. So in very simple terms, I would just recommend some best practices. And now going back to what Dr. Wissam said and what Dr. Fadila has elaborated on, So we've heard from Ms. Nora that there is a lot of support when it comes to finances, for example, or there is support when it comes to finance. But if you are an SME or even a micro company or a startup and you need support in technology, where do you go to? They are and cybersecurity specifically is very expensive and it's not a common skill. So usually you'll end up in a situation where you don't know where to go to ask for help. And this is where exactly help is needed, is to provide the support. And one of the best practices to overcome this problem is to collaborate, is to work with industry peers, is to work with local organizers in the country, with regulators in your specific field. If you're in the medical sector or in the pharmaceutical sector, you go back to the regulators and try to meet their standards. Also, you need to develop a cybersecurity strategy, and that should be done from top to down, because if, as a leader, when you advocate or champion cybersecurity, then you are setting the tone within your organization that this is a very important priority. And if we are targeted by a ransomware attack, then literally our entire business could be gone. And I'll give you an example. I was working with a company, it's an accounting company in Western Africa, and they were targeted by a ransomware, which is essentially a malware or a virus, if you prefer to call it, that encrypts your data, and the attackers will ask you for a ransom to give you back your data. And the attackers, they don't know who they're attacking. They just go and look online. So one of the biggest pitfalls is assuming that nobody is interested in me. So that company, they were targeted, and the attackers asked for $8,000 to return their data back. And the CEO of the company told me if they asked for $800,000, I would have paid. But luckily they didn't. So one of going back to the best practices, again, working with experts, and sometimes just go back to universities. You'll find a lot of skills and expertise there. And we need also to engage with security experts, like what we're doing now here, learning, educating ourselves about the risks, about the threats that are posed to our businesses. So we need to develop data protection strategies, back up our data, protect our data, keep it in a secure place, and implement incident response plan. Don't just wait until something happens to respond to it. So you need to develop and test your response strategies before an attack happens on your organization. And I believe the key lies, as Dr. Wissam said, in education, and education at an early stage. As individuals, we need to take it very seriously, because now, again, we have digital twins. Our mobile phones, our digital twins. Sometimes you think about it, and the next thing you open your mobile phone, you'll find an advert about the same topic. You're even thinking about it. You didn't say it in words. So how you need to educate yourself at the personal level, how to be safe. And I put safety before security online. And then you need also to extend that culture, that safety and security and data protection and data privacy culture to our businesses, to our innovation strategies. And Wissam is looking on time, so I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed Hamouda. Actually, Professor Mohammed highlighted the experience. Entrepreneurs need some tips. He mentioned some tips, some best practice, and he mentioned many times that tips or practices or guidelines or coaching is something very essential to entrepreneurs. That's why incubation and mentorship significantly can reduce the risk of failure if we have some coaching activities, some corrective actions to our strategies, because we are working in a very dynamic environment. I guess we have here very good practice done by Qatar Development Bank. That's why Dr. Hamad Mujghir, Advisory and Incubation of Qatar Development Bank, will tell us more about incubation and mentorship in terms of digital transformation can support women-led businesses to have potential in their business and sustain, specifically in the challenges related to digital transformation.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, thank you, Dr. Sarah, for the introduction. And I'm really glad to be part of this great panel with the great panelists here today. And they covered almost all the topics. They didn't leave for me anything. So, I will try to just light the shade on our experience in Qatar Development Bank. And just to give you a glimpse about Qatar Development Bank, we are the single-stop shop for entrepreneurs to develop their ideas and to grow and then to export for the global market. So we are taking the entrepreneurs from the idea stage until the growth stage. Then we develop them for the global markets through our exports arm and our exports products. So our experience with the digital transformation was really noticeable and great. We started such experience since 2014 with our launching of incubation and acceleration programs, where we have a saying that through this incubation and acceleration programs, fall fast to succeed faster. So we take their hands on baby steps for them to grow and to succeed with the markets through developing their MVPs to prove the concept of their ideas and etc. in the market. So part of our work is that we do a program that's called Go Digital. So through Go Digital, we assist the startups and the SMEs through different parameters to assist them in 5 levels. And each level we provide certain products and services to help them to be digitally transformed. So for example, we helped different SMEs to move from level 0 to level 1, which is the basic digital transformation, which is online presence. So for you as a startup, you at least have to be present on the online platforms, different platforms, whether the social media or any other marketplaces globally. And it moves on with the different practices on the Go Digital. And we have another program called Factory One, where we take the incubatees and accelerators who are specified in the industrial sector. We take them through a whole digital transformation journey, starting from transforming them from basic manufacturing practices to lean manufacturing practice. So we have a zero waste in their manufacturing practicing. Then we take them to the digital transformation journey, which we identified 18 use cases for them to be adopted to move them from level 0 to at least level 2 based on SIRI assessment index, which is Smart Industrial Readiness Index. And based on this index, the level 2 will help them to be among the average global SIRI index. So I think 2 weeks ago, we started the first digital transformation batch, and the feedback until today is really amazing. The lean transformation program was amazing as well. It reduced the waste by 100% and increased the productivity by 30%, increased the lead time by, decreased the lead time by 20%, and increased the revenue by 45%, which is really amazing for the startups. So we are working as well with different, among different verticals in the incubation to help women for developing their ideas through digital transformation. One of the amazing vertical incubation is Scale 7, which is specialized in fashion and jewelry. And we are taking women, especially women who are great designers in fashion, from simple fashion designing and simple showcasing to adopting the technology and adopting the latest technology in their fashion designs. So, and we have a lot of activities during our QDB activities. And Dr. Muhammad asked a great question. What if a micro or a SME needs a financing for such adoption of digital transformation, especially as well as the cybersecurity, since such deep tech needs a lot of financing? We introduced something called digital financing, our digital loan, with zero interest rate for the first year of repayment of the loan, and supporting enhanced interest rate for the remaining loans period. So yeah, this is yesterday during the Economic Forum of Qatar, our Prime Minister announced there is going to be allocation of $2.47 billion for digital transformation among all sectors in Qatar, which for sure the SMEs will be impacted positively by such allocation. And we are really looking forward to work with the SMEs and entrepreneurs like what we have in our forums today for their digital transformation journey. Thank you.
That's great. It's very amazing, Dr. Hamad, to know that you have diversified programs serving different sectors and with different tools, and having the KPIs, the key performance indicators, to measure the business before and after, to recognize how the digital transformation impacted the business positively. It's very important thing to transform the awareness regarding the importance of digital transformation. It's not a luxurious tool, it's an essential tool in the current business environment. So it was a very interesting discussion, starting from Ms. Noura, who highlighted the different challenges face women-led businesses in terms of access to finance or market penetration, in addition to the technology gap that we have in our countries, which already discussed by Dr. Fadila. Then we moved to the part related to the education and its role to empower women entrepreneurs, which highlighted by Dr. Wissam. And definitely, since we are talking about education and technology, cybersecurity is essential, and how the incubation and the mentorship should support the entrepreneurs to be equipped with all these tools and all these requirements. Allow me to give each speaker just 1 minute to recap or to have last comment, then we can open the floor for any questions or comment. So we will start with Professor Hamouda.
Okay, thank you. I would just say stick to best practice and don't be shy to ask for help, and stay informed about latest risks online, safety, regulations, and apply essential practices, and communicate and collaborate with industry peers, and educate and train your workforce to stay safe online and to protect your intellectual property, your digital assets, your customers, your data, and your business.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Wissam?
1 minute is not enough, but I will try.
Yes.
I have lots of things inside me to say. Okay. First of all, fund is not enough if you want to incubate. You have to package fund with technology. Those two resources are very important. So don't say or bring any entrepreneur to your incubators and tell them, okay, we'll give you money, go do your business. He will fail. If he or we are not providing him technology resources and cybersecurity for his business. Second of all, and this is my last comment and recommendation, again, we need to start teaching entrepreneurship from schools, technology from schools. And we need to support, and don't be afraid from failure. Even if you will fail, come back again. Even if you will fail again, come back and again and again. Follow your dreams. Follow your dreams. If you have a passion in anything and you have a talent in it, I know as a fact that you will work for free. Yeah. If you have this passion inside you, you will work as an entrepreneur for free, and one day, no matter what challenges will face you, you will overcome those challenges and you will be a successful entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Noura.
They used to say cash is king, data is king. So when we do apply the technological transformation within our businesses, we have to take into consideration it's not just the convenience and the ease of doing business, but it's also capturing important and key data and how we can actually employ that data to further certain particular topics, whether it's helping governments or helping enterprises. Supply chain diversity is very important, and we, not just women, in general, we need to be part of, or SMEs need to be part of that whole supply chain ecosystem. So it doesn't need to be that I need to be, it doesn't mean that I need to be a huge company. I can be just part of the solution that provides services to a huge company, or that contributes to the entire economy. Dr. Wissam mentioned financial education at an early level. I highly, highly recommend that, and I think that's a huge factor in making our society, especially in the Gulf, to go forward. We currently do not have a saving culture. We live salary to salary, allowance to allowance, and I think financial and technology education is important at this age. Finding a mentor that you look up to is highly important. Surrounding yourself with successful and like-minded people is highly important as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Fadila, your final recommendation.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say I second all the recommendations of my great panelists, colleagues, because it's all important, the ecosystem, the education technology, early education, financial freedom to our young girls, because this is major before even any entrepreneurial attempts. Financial freedom is a major thing to be taught at a very early age. But I cannot stop from thinking about excluded women and deprived women, women in conflict zone. For those, I would highly recommend smart solutions, because for innovation and entrepreneurship, set of skills is very important, and also to teach these women how to educate themselves, not to give them the information. Yes. This is very, very important key for educators and for those who are actually having the ecosystems and running the ecosystems. Sometimes giving a woman a tool which is a phone connection that can solve her problems. And we saw and we met with young entrepreneurs with her phone. She's becoming like master of marketing and something. It's amazing. Those kids and those girls are very, very smart, and we need to not ever underestimate how smart they are. So we need to believe that they can make use of the tools if they have them. Also, giving financial support. I really have a special issue here when we talk a lot about financial support, but sometimes giving financial support without the skill of financial management can be a disaster. And I met so many entrepreneurs who filed bankruptcy because of that. They get the money and then they just lose them. They don't know how to keep them. Yes. They don't know how to protect them. This is major also. So we see the set of skills are very important. Also, sometimes going digital, we shouldn't worry anymore about technology and AI. We should use them for our benefits. And I see the revolution of technology and transformation and innovation. It's coming all to get women out there from the digital gap. And I think it's time for us to look at it positively and use it. By, for example, right now I can say maybe we have some big business women and men around here. There is no need to open major big schools anymore. You can provide one smart board in a rural village with connection to the internet. There are hundreds of online universities and schools can make magic. So there is no need to do big solutions, smart solutions. Last and not least is the partnership. If someone is working alone, to make solutions for women entrepreneurs, educators, ecosystems, policymakers, intergovernmental, governmental, private sector, they have all to come together, and they need to learn how to work together to find the solutions. Also, last one, I would love to see more inspiring stories, success stories of women from deprived and conflict zone coming to these platforms and sharing their stories. Because this what make a difference. This is the message we want to send out there. And it's not because I live in Algeria where my government provide financial for me, or I'm in Bahrain or in the Gulf, it's easy for me. I wanted to hear from a woman who started from scratch, but she made it to the top. Thank you so much for the good moderating.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Hamad?
My last comment is that innovation demand comes from governments, and the supply comes for the innovation from private sector and SMEs. So governments should as well work on creating incentives packages for the SMEs and entrepreneurs for digital transformation and innovation. As well as, for example, for cybersecurity as well to be adopted well in the SMEs platforms. So, for example, here we are in Qatar working in a cybersecurity manual for SMEs to help them to adopt the cybersecurity practices and keep them from the cybersecurity threats. So governments can push the entrepreneurs and the private sector for digital transformation adoption through regulations and through incentives, which will make a big role for a future adoption of digital transformation.
That's great. Thank you so much. So we might have just 1 or 2 questions maximum from the floor. Yes, please.
Usually we are lacking about the criteria of financing startups, because usually if you're financing an SME or business, so I have list of criteria to financing them. So from banking perspective, what's your criteria for financing early stage startups?
Well, in Qatar Development Bank, we have 3 ways of financing. One of them is investment, where we take the equity, part of the equity for the entrepreneurs. Then we have the al-Dhamin, which is the guarantee that we provide for the SMEs with our partners banks. Then we have the direct lending, which is direct lending for the startups. And for each stages, we have different criteria. Yeah? For the incubation, we have the pre-seed and the seed, and each of them have different criteria. And then the direct lending, as well, which is above 15 million Qatari riyal, have a different criteria for sure for lending. So in each stage, it is case by case, with the credit review and the business review as well. We take into consideration the cases as a case by case.
Thank you. One last question, please, if you have any.
Hello, Ms. Noura. Yeah, I'm interested in Women in Tech Standard Chartered program. I think, but it geared towards new innovative ideas. How it will be beneficial for SMEs like mine. Actually, I am a tech entrepreneur for last 7 years, and I'm looking for quality mentorship and funding for expanding my team and providing more services to clients. So how it will be beneficial for SMEs? Thank you.
So if I understood your question correctly, you already have a business.
Yes.
And are you looking to apply to the program that we have, or do you just want general guidance? And
it's a general kind of question. Means I have
Sure.
heard about the Women in Tech program.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, please feel free to get in touch with us, and I can talk to you on the side, and I'll put you in touch with our experts and mentors, and we'll be more than happy to guide you through any need, or if we find any gaps within your business, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So to conclude our session, women-led businesses and women entrepreneurs already have potential, have capabilities. Yes, we have challenges, but technology and technology transformation might be one of the main prerequisites to support women to face these challenges and empower them to sustain. And it's time now to recognize that technology is not a luxurious issue for entrepreneurs. It's a must in order to survive in the new business environment. Our panelists already introduced and discussed many tools and ideas to support entrepreneurs. Also, they have different backgrounds and different channels that you can communicate with them after our session to have more chances for discussion, or even for market connections, or financial access, or even technical support. And since I'm just moderator for this session, so allow me to borrow 2 words from my panelists to close my session. As mentioned by Dr. Fadila, think smart. As mentioned by Dr. Hamad, go digital. So go digital, think smart, and thank you for today's session. It was our pleasure being with you today. Thank you.
حضورنا الأعزاء، أما الآن جلستنا الحوارية ستكون حول الاستفادة من شبكة ترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا التابع لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية اليونيدو.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel for today is themed Leveraging the UNIDO Investment and Technology Promotion ITPO Network. And for that, allow me to call the panelists to the stage. Mr. Kai Betke, Director and Officer in Charge of Division of Member States and Funding Relations. Head of ITPO Japan, Ms. Fumio Adachi. Head of ITPO Beijing, Mr. Yabin Wu. And joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, is the head of ITPO Italy, Ms. Diana Battajaya. We also have with us the head of ITPO of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Mingo Shin. Head of ITPO Shanghai, Shou Li. And the head of ITPO Bahrain, Dr. Hashim Hussein. Moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be UNIDO's Communication Officer at the Office of the Director General, Ms. Esther Salguero Gomez.
All the best. Thank you very much.
Yes. It's wrong. ¿Le puedes escribir?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the ITPO network session at the WEIF under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Bahrain. My name is Esther Salguero, and it's my pleasure to guide our discussions today. It's also my privilege to be accompanied today in this panel by great UNIDO colleagues and experts, Mr. Kai Betke, Director of Policymaking Organs and Communications at UNIDO, Mr. Ferda Gelegen, Deputy Head of the ITPO Japan, Mr. Yabin Wu, Head of ITPO Beijing, Mr. Mingo Shin, Head of ITPO Korea, Ms. Diana Battajaya, Head of ITPO Italy, who is joining us online, And Mr. Hashim Hussein, head of ITPO Bahrain, will be joining us very soon. Since the very beginning, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization's ITPO network has been a beacon of progress, fostering global investments and technological advancements towards a future of sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Today, we gather here to talk about the impact of our ITPO network. We will delve into the ITPO network's history, its core activities, and its crucial work. Our speakers will share with us informative presentations about the work they do in the different regions, highlighting specific transformative strategies and successful initiatives driving collaborative ventures across continents. And furthermore, this session serves as a catalyst for enhanced collaboration, illustrating effective investment promotion techniques and exploring future opportunities for scaling up the contribution of ITPOs for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Without any more delay, it is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Kai Bethke, Director of Policymaking Organs and Communications at UNIDO. Mr. Bethke, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Esther, and a very good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of UNIDO, as you have been seeing. In fact, my colleague Stan Hansen should have been here. Fortunately, he cannot, so I'm very happy to step in also because it allows me to probably highlight a few points which I think also very much important in this very specific context. So once again, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to you once again from your side. Now, as we talk about here today the investment technology promotion offices, I'd just like to highlight a few points as a framework for our colleagues from the office who will obviously dive you deeper into what we actually do and how we can be beneficial, and particularly to entrepreneurs. And I'd like to refer here very much to the motto of this very conference, which is achieving the SDGs to fostering innovation and economic growth. And that very much highlights the essence of the work which we are supposed to do, which is highlighting the important role of entrepreneurship and investment to advancing the social well-being and the well-being and transformation of economies. Now, what we have been hearing throughout these days is that we talk a lot about the acceleration of the innovation of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and that we have been seeing in many studies goes hand in hand with industrialization. In fact, what we have been seeing in recent studies is there's a very strong correlation between what we call here the manufacturing value added, the grade and the degree of industrialization in an economy and society, and the implementation of social well-being. And what I mean here is very clearly the access to health, the access to education, the access to security, communication, infrastructure, all those elements in a society which we consider sort of the underpin and the backbone of what we call decent life. So there's a very strong correlation between the industrialization and the achievement of transformation, social transformation, and social well-being in societies. And having said that, obviously, in order to achieve this, we need to look into three element things. One element is the policy framework. In what framework, in what politics, in what governance takes development place? We need here governments, leaders, but also private leaders who take that vision forward and carefully look into the framework within which, in fact, entrepreneurship can grow. We have during these days heard a lot about what all is needed, which we would like to call the conducive environment, what makes development happen. That's one element. The second element is very important here is the know-how and the expertise. We need to make sure that whatever we would need to do that, that's very important to access it. And here once again we'll see that the ITPOs play a crucial role exactly during this. And the third element, which is very important, in fact, is the investment. Any project we do will not be a good project if it does not find, at the end of the day, an investor, be it public, be private, be blended, or a partner to do so. Because at the end of the day, what we talk here about is industrial development that obviously requires a commercially viable project at the end of the day in order to have a longer life beyond what a UN project may be. So these three elements, the policy framework, the know-how and expertise, and the investment particularly, are the ones which we see making, in fact, industrialization possible and help to what we all want to achieve, and that's why we're doing all this, is the social well-being of people in the societies we are living in. Now, the ITPO network, which you present here today, in fact, is the catalytic element in trying to put these elements together and bring forward the promotion, actually. And here you will see in the three examples we haven't said, in fact, the fourth one, Dr. Hashim will join us in a minute as well, are there to, in fact, bring together elements and forge partnerships between partners from a certain country region to another one, actually, where this is needed. So enterprises and partnership with the private sector is key elements here in order to promote that. Technology transfer is another element here. But once again, I like to highlight here that why are we doing this is precisely to promote the well-being of companies and the industrialization of certain of economies, and allowing them to transform so that those economies and countries are in the position to, in fact, support their people with what we call elements of decent life. Once again, access to education, access to health, and all the other issues. So these are important elements. And again, the ITPO network is here to support you as entrepreneurs, you as policymakers in all of this in order to, in fact, to go to this. Now, without further ado, this is just what I wanted to share with you as the framework within which all the ITPOs, in fact, operate and support, in fact, also you as well. With this, I'm happy to pass back to Esther, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bethke, for shedding light on the crucial role that the ITPO network has in the ever-evolving landscape of international cooperation. Now, with this important background in mind, let's hear from the heads of the different ITPOs. They will delve into the core activities and services provided for investment promotion, as well as highlight some joint programs with other ITPOs and their impact. I would like to speak now to Mr. Gelegen. Whether you could share with us, please, some strategies for promoting investments from Japan, and also, if you are okay with that, touch upon your future plans involving Ukrainian refugees in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther, Kai, and colleagues. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Bahrain. Thank you for the invitation. I give you greetings from our office in Japan, and let me dwell on the questions that you gave me. ITPOs actually were established a long time ago. Our ITPO in Japan is 44 years old this year. So we have been promoting investments and technology ever since 44 years, and working with all across the globe. Not only in the Asian region, because we're in Japan, but we cover the whole world. And we are all quite similar, I would say, and I'm sure we'll hear from the other colleagues as well. We do have many programs which are quite similar in terms of promoting investments and technology. One of the flagship programs we have is what we call a delegate program. This is a program by which we invite investment officials from various countries to come to Japan and stay with us 1 or 2 weeks so that they can promote their country's investment needs with the Japanese private sector to attract Japanese investment. There are about 10 or so different delegates that we receive every year. We do business matching, and also we do events like seminars and so on to accommodate them. Normally they have about 20 or 30 bilateral meetings with companies where they negotiate the possible investments and then bring them back to their country. In this room, I'm not sure if there's anyone from Côte d'Ivoire, for example, but we have our colleague, Mr. Tidiane Boye, who is the UNIDO representative in Côte d'Ivoire, and then we have been working with him and the Investment Promotion Center of Côte d'Ivoire, CPC, to invite delegates from there, and we are going to do another program this year with them as well. Countries not only from Africa, from this region, or from other regions can join us for these types of programs. And investment promotion is a very long-term project, as we all know. It takes a good several years to promote a good investment project. So I want to emphasize this. It's not easy. There's no magical, formula. But if you keep working hard and you keep negotiating with investors, they eventually do come. So that's one. Another one is we have a technology promotion program where we select Japanese technologies in sustainable areas, especially, and they're on our website. We call this Sustainable Technology Promotion Platform. We have 145 technologies, mostly from Japanese SMEs, and it's called STEP, S-T-E-P-P. You can check it out on the web. And these technologies also help us to promote another aspect of not only investment but technology into countries. And a third leg that we have is the advisory program. And advisory program is something that we started 10 years ago by recognizing the fact that we need advisors, local advisors, to advise investors. So we have currently advisors in Ethiopia, covering Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi as well. Côte d'Ivoire is covered by Senegalese advisor based in Senegal and also covering Côte d'Ivoire. And we also have an advisor in Mozambique currently. And we are cooperating together with other ITPOs in this sense, because ITPO Germany also has advisors in various countries, and ITPO Korea as well, Mr. Shin sitting next to me. So together we have been doing some programs to promote advisory network so that investors can get better information from the local advisors who can then advise them on business projects, whatever you may have. So last, let me comment on the Ukraine program that we're now doing. I think one of the themes in this event is having to do also with people from conflict regions. And we concentrated to start a new project to allow displaced women, especially displaced women from Ukraine, to be trained in entrepreneurship development. And we came up with this idea by discussing also together with Dr. Hashim and his team. As you know, Ukraine currently has a war going on, and so many people are displaced, especially women, especially in Europe. In Japan, we only have 2,000 displaced people from Ukraine, but they're all very well qualified. So we are now organizing this year 2, maybe up to 3 sessions of different training on entrepreneurship development, maybe targeting about 30 to 40 participants for each session. And these are for 1 week, and we will be giving them the entrepreneurship course as well as group work, and hope that by the end of the term and following it, we will have a few business ideas from Ukrainian entrepreneurs who are now based in Japan. And for this, we're working closely with Dr. Hashim and his team, and I'd like to thank Hashim and your team for cooperating with us, and looking forward to taking the first event in June. And we're waiting for Dr. Hashim as well to join us in Tokyo for this. So with all of this, let me conclude, and thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gelegen, for these very inspiring remarks. It's great to see that the different ITPOs collaborate together for causes such as the one going on in the Ukraine, for example. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to move now to the ITPO Beijing. Mr. Wu, please enlighten us on the recent highlights from China. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Thank you for the chance. Today, I'd like to take this opportunity to share some of my knowledge on how to promote the investment under the fourth industrial revolution from the perspective of ITPO Beijing. As you all know, in UN system, the UNIDO's task is to describe in SDG number 9, which consists of 3 keywords, all started with the letter I. It's industry, innovation, and also the infrastructure. And the mission of ITPO, I've already stated by my colleagues in Japan, is to promote the 3 I's, I mean, in my understanding, through the tool of investment, another I. So especially from the investment together with the technologies. So as we all know that the investment is always based on the chain of the long term of trust. So I would like to talk about how to utilize the advanced digital technologies to promote the investment. So next page. Yeah. Let's look back a little bit into the past 3 industrial revolutions and how to define the investment promotion. IP in abbreviation, by observing the need at that time of the investment. So during the first industrial revolution, the investment promotion 1.0 emerged to overcome the lack of capital in the UK. So businessmen turned to their families and friends and relatives for help. So matchmaking usually happened in forms of passing the word of some business opportunities or chances in pubs or the families' gatherings. So as information technologies, the IT technologies became more matured with the invention of telegraph and the telephone. So investors could rely on more prompt information from the market at the other side of the globe. So to make the better investment decisions. And the computer make it possible to analyze a large amount of economic and business data for the very first time. Computing power has increased greatly ever since. However, the inadequate data became the shortboard of the market. So consequently, the website portals became the center of IP 3.0, especially when the mobile phone serving is very popular, just like today. While the internet provides a mass of data, limitations also remained. For the first one, there is the issue of complexity. Economic systems are complex and the risk is hard to predict. And second, the mass of available data makes it hard to discover and also identify the investment opportunity. And the third, verifying the authenticity of the data and build trust over the very long distance can be a challenge for the investors. Just imagine when the time comes, just like the past pandemic. So that is why IP 4.0 appeared to tackle these challenges. So you know the technologies of the new industrial revolution. So machine learning can be utilized to interpret the economic complexity, to provide insight and allowing them to access and mitigate the risks. And also, the AI, they can recommend the project based on the understanding of the personal preference of the investors, according to the criteria they gave, and making it far more precise and efficient. And the blockchain could also add an extra layer of protection, improve the trust, and boost investors' confidence. So next page. In practice, ITPO Beijing turned IT 4.0 into 4 applicable stages. The first one is discover. We discover by competitions. ITPO Beijing sponsored a lot of international competitions, including, for example, the Canton Fair, which is the biggest event of made in China goods. So we have a Sustainable Industry Design Award there. And also we sponsor the World Internet Conference in China. So internet with industry and internet with everything to provide solutions. And the third one, we sponsor, we support the International Innovation and Entrepreneurship competition, which brings the world talents to China. And last but not the least, our UNIDO's flagship competition of Global Call, of course. So the criteria at this first stage is the technical viability and also the relevance to SDGs. Because, you know, either ITPO or the UNIDO, we are not the expert of everything, of every, you know, very specific technologies. So we invite the juries of experts to help us. So the second stage is identify. We identify the opportunities by the exhibitions and the road shows. This is a many-to-many mode, and it's very efficient. And the third stage is evaluation. We evaluate by the accelerators. We established, thanks to our DDG, Mr. Fatou, the fourth Industry Revolution Technology Accelerator in Hangzhou. And this is a one-to-many mode. We choose only 30 technical solutions showcased as an accelerator in front of the policymakers, industry parks, investors, and also the experts, home and abroad, for their evaluations. And these projects shifted every half a year. And finally, of course, implement. We implement by precise matchmakings, and also this is a one-to-one mode. It's very precise and very efficient. So last page. So ITPO Beijing has 4 regional coordination centers in China, in North, East, West, and South China, and also accelerator I mentioned in Yangtze River Delta. We welcome all the entrepreneurs from Bahrain, from Middle East and Arabic region, and all over the world to come to China and looking for the advanced sustainable technologies and join up our efforts to radiate our impact. So all the contact information are listed on this page, and you will find more information in the UNIDO ITPO booth just outside across the corner. So ITPO Beijing will be always ready to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for explaining about the great work your office does, and also how Investment Promotion 4.0 works. Many thanks for that. I would like to turn now to Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin, your office is hosting this year UNIDO's Global Call 2024. I would like to ask you, when you present the work of your office, that you also include this and you explain to us what is the focus and how can entrepreneurs here in Bahrain get involved. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. ITPO Korea is conducting quite similar programs to other ITPOs. So today I would like to introduce and promote one important UNIDO event called Global Call. A Global Call is essentially an award ceremony for private companies which have developed innovative technologies in one specific industry area. It is quite a collaborative effort between UNIDO headquarters, all ITPOs, and private companies worldwide. The initiative was launched by ITPO Italy in 2020, followed by ITPO Germany in 2021, ITPO Shanghai 2022, and ITPO Beijing in the previous year, and ITPO Korea this year. While the themes have varied each year, main focus was given to the area of environment and energy sectors. But this year, after consultation with UNIDO headquarters, ITPO Korea has selected food tech as this year's theme. The term food tech may not sound so familiar to us, but food tech refers to an industry which integrates the scientific and technological advancements such as robotics, AI, and 3D printing into food industry, whole cycle of supply chain from production to consumption. It is worth noting that UN Food Systems Summit is going on biennially since 2021. At last year's summit, the UN Secretary General highlighted the food system crisis, saying global food systems are broken and billions of people are going hungry, while nearly 1/3 of all food produced is lost or wasted. Unsustainable food production, packaging, and consumption are feeding the climate crisis, generating 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions. So, science and technology are seen as vital tools for addressing this kind of food system crisis. Furthermore, at the 2022 CES, food tech was recognized as one of the two new emerging technologies of our era, alongside space tech. So food tech is also considered a crucial tool for addressing UNIDO's 3 priorities, sustainable supply chain, and climate change, and hunger. Although UNIDO primarily focuses on industry, it has significant expertise in agriculture, in particular in agribusiness and agro-environment. Food tech encompasses various sectors, which my office has categorized into 4 main sectors and many numerous subsectors. But these are merely examples, and any private companies involved in food tech are eligible to apply for awards. To page 8, please. Our evaluation criteria prioritize the innovativeness of the technology, followed by competitiveness. I will change. So our evaluation criteria prioritize the innovativeness of technology, followed by competitiveness and environmental contribution, applicability to other regions such as developing countries, and potential job creation. So large companies, small companies or startups, any companies can apply for the awards. Winning companies gain significant benefits, including global recognition as reliable entities endorsed by a UN organization. And UNIDO continues to invite them to relevant international events, offering opportunities to promote their business and technologies. Specifically this year in Korea, winners will participate in the UNIDO booth hosted by ITPO Korea at the World Food Tech Expo, where they can pitch their companies. Of course, they will have another chance to introduce their technologies during the awards ceremony. The global call was launched on May 7, and we will continue to accept applications by the end of July, and via our dedicated website, www.globalcall2024.org. The award ceremony will take place on November 21st this year, coinciding with the World Food Tech Expo and Korea Food Show. Korea Food Show is the biggest food-related event hosted by the Ministry of Agriculture in Korea. And for your reference, the day before Global Call, UNIDO headquarters will host another event called a forum called AI for Food. The event will concentrate on the integration of artificial intelligence in food sector, exploring its potential to revolutionize food production, distribution, and consumption. So I hope as many companies as possible can apply for these awards, enjoying the benefits offered by UNIDO, and showcase their achievements globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shin. We take note of the great work of your office, and we kindly invite our audience to further explore the webpage globalcall2024.org. There you will find more information about how to apply to this great initiative. I would like now to turn online to our colleague Diana Battaglia, head of the ITPO Italy, who was not able to join us in person because she's leading the presence of UNIDO at the Codeway Expo. Diana, are you there? Ms. Battaglia?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, dear Esther. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well and clear. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation to take part in this panel. I'm really glad to join this panel, joined with my colleagues from the other ITP network. I have some slides. Okay, perfect. Since its inception in the 1987, the strategic role of ITPO Italy extends to the valorization of the Italian know-how and technologies in developing countries, contributing the technical assistance project funded by the Italian government to UNIDO. The office supports the competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprise and startup in developing countries through investment mobilization, technology transfer, and management skill development, particularly in the sector which Italy sets a world standard of best practices, such as agribusiness and energy and environment. As you may know, access to appropriate technologies and know-how is often a critical stepping stone for entrepreneurship in developing countries to expand their knowledge, market networks, and businesses. Consequently, our interventions are fundamental because serve as a catalyst necessary to overcome barriers and assist those countries in making significant steps toward achieving the sustainable development goals. In this context, UNIDO ITPO Italy is working to support the local private and related institutions to build their capacity and knowledge through exposure to technology and including best management practices. For example, in Iraq, UNIDO ITPO Italy is actively engaged in the investment promotion for Iraq Phase 2 project founded by the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation. The project aims to stimulate investment in Iraq, fostering private sector growth, job creation, and economic acceleration. It involves Iraqi and foreign companies, startups, business associations, Iraqi industrial zones, and relevant institutions as stakeholders and beneficiaries. This initiative focuses on 3 key pillars. Firstly, enhancing the capacities of Enterprise Development Center in Basra, TICAR, and NBIL to support domestic companies and attract local and foreign investment. Secondly, bolstering the capacity of local industrial zones to attract investment. And thirdly, facilitating investment, commercial and technology transfer opportunity while providing capacity building support to select Iraqi private sector association to foster international business partnership. Another example is on how UNIDO ITPO promote investment and best practices was the project fostering international partnership in energy and environment sector across Botswana, Cuba, Ethiopia, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Morocco, and Peru, financed by the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security. The project aimed to support the commercialization and scale-up of sustainable energy and environmental technologies, and the project in SMEs across those partner countries and Italy through the promotion of investment and trade. This was achieved by mentoring businesses and projects, helping them build capacity and facilitating access to financing. The services offered were tailored to specific markets and opened avenues for SMEs to grow and upscale. The selection processes are and specific methodology of the acceleration program were primarily based on the UNIDO Global Clean Tech Innovation Program approach. UNIDO ITPO Italy is also implementing the Twinning Lebanon, which aims to forge new partnership for sustainable industrial development that will support the Lebanese SMEs from the Bekaa Valley to boost their productivity while becoming more knowledgeable of successful sustainable business practices, strengthened and bolstered by universities transferring knowledge and networking activity on enology and wine process, and creating new employment opportunity which are training and international cooperation approach in collaboration with stakeholders from Friuli Venezia Giulia region. Furthermore, our office is in partnership with the Friuli Venezia Giulia region and ITPO Bahrain is implementing the Boosting Youth Engagement for Sustainable Innovation project involving Italy, Bahrain, and United Arab Emirates. The project aims to assist the young potential entrepreneurs in developing game-changing and profitable business model for global market by fostering a community of motivated young women and men. And for reason, a delegation of young innovators is present today there in Bahrain and in the WEIF order to boost their capability and development their business ideas. ITPO Italy proudly collaborates to facilitate a global dialogue on sustainable manufacturing and transformative potential of green industry. Last November, we organized Genius Connect Trieste, focusing on powering sustainable manufacturing, the rise of green hydrogen. This event, a roadshow of the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit held on November 2023 in Trieste, in Italy, in collaboration with the local stakeholders, brought together through leaders, government officials, and industry experts from Italy and Emirates. The aim was to highlight opportunity in decarbonizing and the manufacturing sector and the role of green hydrogen in enabling sustainable manufacturing. UNIDO ITPO Italy launched in the global call in 2020, making it as UNIDO flagship annual event and recognizing and awarding company with innovative solutions to global challenges. Since then, it has expanded globally with events in Rome, Bonn, Shanghai, and Beijing. Over 2,000 applications from 1,008 countries have been received, fostering a global network of innovators dedicated to positive change through technology and collaboration. As it was mentioned by my colleague, this year, ITPO Korea hosted the Global Call 2024. Additionally, in 2021, UNIDO ITPO Italy was launched the regional call, the FIPE call, targeting high-impact clean tech solutions from MSCs and startups in Botswana, Cuba, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Peru. This initiative aimed to address urgent global energy and environment issues, aligning with the UNIDO's mission and accelerating inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The acceleration program, modeled after the UNIDO Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, evaluated 59 projects between September and December 2021. Winners gained exposure at global forums such as Vienna Energy Forum, Ecomondo, and the annual investment meeting in Abu Dhabi, promoting clean tech and circular economy business model innovatively and dynamically. Also, under the UNIDO project promotion investment for Iraq, phase 2, our Italian office partnered with ENI and LD Venture Group to initiate a sustainable entrepreneurship program in Iraq. The initiative supported the development of sustainable tech in agro-industry, fostering collaboration with Italy. So, in closing, I encourage each of you to visit our website and explore our comprehensive annual report for the year 2023. Within each page, you will find detailed account on our diverse range of activity and initiative aimed to at fostering economic growth, promoting sustainable development, and fostering partnership across the world. Thank you again. Thank you, dear.
Thank you very much, Ms. Battaglia, for these insights on the work of the ITPO Italy, promoting investments, mentoring businesses, and also, of course, everything what we do for job creation and for economic acceleration. Now, I would like to turn to Mr. Hashim Hussein, head of the ITPO Bahrain. Mr. Hussein, your office is the leading organizer of this wonderful event. Besides the WEIF, I would say that you are probably most known in the region, but also beyond this region, for the UNIDO flagship program, EDIP. Please, let us know about the work of your office. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to also thank all my colleagues from the ITPO offices that they're here with us to share with us the best practices on mobilization of foreign direct investment. And mainly, you know, the ITPOs, what do? They mobilize investment from industrialized to developing countries. So when, during the negotiation between the government of Bahrain and UNIDO to open an ITPO, the wisdom of UNIDO at that time, that to have an ITPO in Bahrain, because Bahrain is the financial hub for the Arab region till today. And at that time, if we talk about industry and if we talk about investment, we need access to finance, you know. So the wisdom was that to open this office to ensure that we can develop partnership with financial institutions, developmental as well as commercial, and we bring it in the UNIDO toolbox or programs, how we can support you know, startups or growth of small and medium enterprises, mainly of course in the industrial sectors, and related support services to the industrial sector. This is why we established the office in 1996. When we established the office in 1996, and I was heading this office since then, I faced tremendous challenges, because I realized that we can mobilize investment to the region and beyond, but the problem, and we brought investors, but we couldn't find local partners. You know, all of them know, we know and you know, that you need to have local partners to ensure, why local partners? Mainly in the small and medium, you need a partner who knows the country, who knows the rules, the regulations, he knows the culture, you know, and he knows what is really the requirements of the country. So for a foreign investor, it's always good to start with a local investor. But the problem was that we were not finding these local investors. Today, we call them entrepreneurs. But if you go back 25, 30 years, it was not there. Either in industrial countries or even in developing countries, yes, on the books you will find it. But there was no mechanism, there was no ecosystem, you know, to ensure breeding at the local level, to breed entrepreneurs. So I remember at that time I had long discussions with ITPO, mainly Italy, and ITPO France. At that time we had an office, and then I was stranded. I said, but this is what we have now. You know, this is the way we do it. So I had to restart from scratch. I had to work with several partners to see how we can develop an ecosystem to breed entrepreneurs. This is why we brought EDIP, the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion, and the logo of EDIP is the domestic investment leverage foreign direct investment. The domestic investment. And the domestic investment is by developing an ecosystem, enhance an ecosystem with public and private sector institutions. And today in the morning, you have seen the ecosystem of Bahrain, how it has been developed, how it has nurtured, and how it grew. This is why the modality of EDIP started, as you have seen the peacock, today was connecting the dots, was going all over the globe. Countries even like China, even like India, and even like Turkey, we have been working with them since a long time into different intervals. Now, for example, in China, we actually assisted and developed Shenzhen International Youth and Innovation Organization. And, you know, my colleague from ITPO Beijing, you know, and ITPO Shanghai, they're also here. They know Shenzhen, and they know the strengths of Shenzhen when it comes to artificial intelligence and digitalization and smart manufacturing and so on. So they're here, and we have Mr. Chen, he's there on the back, Mr. Chen. Now this is evolved in developing what we call the Panta City, between brackets, the Entrepreneur Small. It's going to be the first time that we have this Entrepreneur Small, and it's going to be an incubator to evolve entrepreneurs from the Arab region and entrepreneurs from China. Just for the time's sake, of course, I have just to finish, I have 2 words. Now we started even work with Italy through ITPO Rome, and we are having a big delegation from Trieste University, where we have been helping them to finalize their business plan in innovation, and we're going to graduate them in the coming 10 minutes. And also, as Gilligan talked about ITPO Japan, we're going to work on empowering women in the diaspora. Now we started with Ukrainian women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein, for your insights in the work of your office. And also, again, thank you very much for hosting us together with the other co-organizing entities in this wonderful event today. It's truly inspiring, the impact that the ITPOs have worldwide. UNIDO looks forward to expanding our network not only into new countries, but also through forging deeper connections with even more partners. To our valued audience, we are grateful that you joined this session and that you share your time and your attention. It is our hope that today's discussions have provided you with the clear insights into how to engage with our ITPO services and collaborate with UNIDO towards building a more sustainable future together. Thank you very much.
We didn't finish yet. We are not going to lunch. Please come back, come back, come back, come back, come back. You're not going to have lunch if we don't finish the Manama Declaration for Entrepreneurship. Come back, I know, but you are entrepreneurs and you are resilient, so just be patient for us for another 15 minutes. The lunch down is closed, so let us finish so that we can go all eat and relax. Thank you.
مساء الخير من جديد. يسرنا الآن أيها الحضور الكريم أن ندعو كلا من الدكتور هاشم حسين رئيس مكتب ترويج الاستثمار والتكنولوجيا التابع لمنظمة الأمم المتحدة للتنمية الصناعية اليونيدو ورائدة الأعمال أنطونيا كارامبا كوكر لإعلان المنامة الصادر عن المنتدى العالمي لرواد الأعمال والاستثمار للعام 2024.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move now to announcing the Manama Declaration issued by the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2024. For that, allow me to call the head of UNIDO ITPO Bahrain, Dr. Hashim Hussein, and Ms. Antonia Kambara Coker, entrepreneur from Sierra Leone.
Good afternoon. Well, I will just quickly give a quick summary, but our entrepreneur, Antonia Karamba from Sierra Leone, she will read the calls of the entrepreneurs to the UN General Assembly. I would like just to say the importance of WEIF 2024, that it is organized concurrently with the Arab Leaders Summit. And I think this is very important that we are having the Arab event, our Al-Hadath Al-Arabi, in the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum. And we are delighted to have, Her Excellency Haifa Abu Ghazala, Assistant Undersecretary for Social Affairs, to be with us here, though she has a big problem going upstairs, but she will be with us here for the declaration. So, the World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum 2024, the 5th Manama Declaration, achieving the SDG through fostering innovation and economic growth, in Manama, 14th to 16th of May 2024. We, the participants of the 2024 World Entrepreneurs Investment Forum WEIF, policymakers, public and private stakeholders, entrepreneurs from 84 countries, covering the whole globe, from North America, Latin America, Europe, the Arab countries, Sub-Saharan African countries, Central Europe, and Southeast Asia. The WEIF 2024, titled Achieving the SDGs Through Fostering Innovation and Economic Growth, which is organized under the patronage of His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and which is concurrently organized with the 33 Arab Leaders Summit. We have met in the Kingdom of Bahrain, capital Manama, from 14th to 16th of May. WEIF featured the Arab high-level event themed entrepreneurship toward empowering persons and disability and productive families. Taking into account the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 67/202 entitled Entrepreneurship for Development, the WEIF 2015, the first WEIF, the UN General Assembly Item 19, reference A69-748, that proclaimed the first Manama Declaration for Entrepreneurship, all subsequent political statements that those arise from previous WEIF editions, we recognize UNIDO's vision and motto, progress by innovation, as well as all the considerable achievement of previous WEIF editions that continuously promoted global best practices toward institutionalizing conducive ecosystem to nurture, develop, and strengthen entrepreneurship and innovators. We entrepreneurs, acknowledge the importance of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group, not me, the entrepreneurs, titled 6 Transitions Investment Pathways to Deliver the SDGs, which was published in September 2023 and which recognizes the ambitious nature of the SDGs, as well as the need for an integrated approach to achieve them while emphasizing the crucial role of financial institutions and of the private sector active engagement. The report further identifies 6 transitional entry points that can have a significant catalytic and multiplier effect across all the SDGs, including food systems, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, job and social protection, and climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. Now, I give the floor for our entrepreneur and economic activist from Sri Lanka, and she was the first team leader of IDIP in Sri Lanka. Please.
Sierra Leone.
Sorry, in Sierra Leone.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shi. Good afternoon, all. In continuation from Dr. Hashim, we, the entrepreneurs, herewith declare the following. We, the 2024 WEIF participants, urge the international community and all public and private stakeholders to facilitate and leverage the power of entrepreneurship and innovation in all economic and social dimensions as the central objectives of their national strategies towards achieving sustainable development, with a special emphasis on vulnerable groups and especially women, which is dear to me, youth, people with disabilities, and productive families. We further call on the international community to promote and leverage promising new sectors such as the creative orange economy, embrace the digital transformation, including artificial intelligence, and instill smart farming practices that will create jobs and attain economic development. Thirdly, we additionally call on all governments, the private sector, academia, civil society, media, and international organizations, as well as on all ecosystem operators, to cooperate in facilitating the promotion of entrepreneurship and innovative enterprises towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the outlook towards the year 2050. Finally, we call on the international community to end all conflicts and extend swift support to women and youth in post-conflict areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
والآن يسرنا أن ندعو للصعود إلى المنصة كلا من الدكتورة أفنان الشعيبي المدير التنفيذي لمنظمة تنمية المرأة، كما يسرنا دعوة الدكتور هاشم حسين للتوقيع على خطابات التعاون المتبادل في مجال التنمية والتقدم الاقتصادي للمرأة.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the signing of exchange letters on women economic development and progression. Parties to the signing are Executive Director of Women Development Organization, Dr. Afnan al-Shaibi, and the head of UNIDO ITPO Bahrain, Dr. Hashim Hussein.
والآن ندعو اللواء خالد أبو مندور رئيس مصلحة الكفاية الإنتاجية والتدريب المهني في مصر للتفضل لتوقيع خطابات التعاون المتبادل في مجال تنمية ريادة الأعمال والابتكار.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to the signing of exchange letters on developing entrepreneurship and innovation. Signing parties are the head of the Productivity and Vocational Training Authority in Egypt, Khalid Abu Mandour, and the head of UNIDO ITPO Bahrain, Dr. Hashim Hussein.
ويسرنا الآن دعوة رئيس غرفة الدار البيضاء لتسليم هدية تذكارية للدكتور هاشم حسين.
And now we're pleased to have the chairman of Casablanca Chamber presenting a commemorative to Dr. Hashim Hussein.
حضورنا الكريم، يسرنا الآن دعوة كل من الدكتورة هيفاء أبو غزالة، السيدة فاتو حيدرة، الدكتور هاشم حسين، السيد أحمد الوكيل، والدكتور إبراهيم الدخيري للصعود إلى المنصة لتوزيع شهادات المشاركين.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the honoring ceremony.
Well, there is another from the Chamber of Commerce of Casablanca. Please come. There is a trophy for Mrs. Haidara.
From Italy, University of Trieste, Erika Saxolin. Silvia Di Clivia. Leonardo Prisan. David Bavetta. Dr. David Bavetta. Silvio Angilio Berato. Stefano Chanel, Dr. Stefano Chanel.
Well, you know, as through the Bahrain model, as I said, we are even now migrating to the north, not only the south. We have a cooperation through our office in Rome, ITPO Rome, and we are developing a program with Trieste University on innovation. But we have been applying the Bahrain model mainly through counseling and mentoring. And as you see, we have a number of innovative Italians, which we have been mentoring and counseling them online. And tomorrow, they're going to pitch in front of you. And this is the first step. But the second step, how we will commercialize their business and how we will open for them opportunities in the Arab region and in Africa. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. السلام عليكم جميعا. هذول مسميدة. طيب. Okay, so we organized the capacity building program to the staff of the micro, small and medium size development agency in Egypt. Okay, now I can see you. Over the past 3 days. So I call on Ahmed Al-Kanani, please. Ahmed. Enji. Kuwait. Masr. Shayma. Okay. Mustafa. Okay. Mustafa Sulaiman. محمود عبد الله. داليا مصطفى كمال.
مش حديثة ولا ايه؟
يلا. داليا. محمد الشريف. نرمين عبد المولى. We organized a 4-day capacity building program jointly with the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development to stimulate and unleash agropreneurship in a number of Arab countries. Some of them were here, some of them left, some of them attended virtually. We have two, Mr. Saif Al-Khamisi, Manal, please, and Sayyid Imad Ayasra. No.
خلي ريم تجي.
No, let's do Reem. جماعة ريم. Okay. We conducted a women growth program for 25 women entrepreneurs from Egypt, jointly with the Alexandria Chamber of Commerce, with the Egyptian Chamber of Commerce, and Ms. Reem Siam. So may I call on Ms. Shahinda Sroor, please? Fatima Al-Ramli. Jihan Rabi'a. She's the one wearing that. Nahid Abdul Razzaq.
كله مستعجل ياخد الشهاده. That's good.
ناهد عبد الرزاق.
دقيقه في دقيقه.
مين ناهد؟ اوكي. وين ناهد؟ ناهد. ناهد. اوكي. أميرة موسى. هاي أميرة. ماي الطباخ. جويس سمعان. شيماء بهاء الدين. دينا القاضي. إيمان عوض، تفضلي. لحظة. اوكي والله عرفت والله. I know. Just give me 2 seconds.
صورة هنا.
It's okay, no problem.
يلا جروب فوتو. تفضلوا جروب فوتو بسرعة. من هنا ومن هنا. اسمه مجموعة هنا ومجموعة هنا. 2 3 هنا.
What can I do?
كله باين؟ مبروك.
A 5-day capacity building program was also jointly organized between ITPO Bahrain and our colleagues from ITPO Italy to develop the capacities of 25 experts from Iraq on the Bahrain model, the IDIP modality. So allow me to call on Al-Hawra Talal.
انا كنت خايف وانا بخلص ماشي كنت لك اخلي المصريين عارفه.
يا حوراء. يا حوراء، تفضلي حوراء. غالب صالح. عبد الرضا حسن. رفيد الصالح.
اللي بتصور يا جماعه انت تطولي مباشره، اتفضل.
رشيد. محمد عبد الستار. عبد الهادي سلمان. سعد عبود. رزاق الداي. محمد جاسم عبد الله. آلاء محمد. علي عبد الجبار. عماد عطوان. أحمد علي أحمد. رعد عبد الجبار. رعد. عباس عبد الحميد. عباس تفضل. مصطفى زبير. مصطفى. اوكي. جولن فؤاد. جولن. جولن. لوند. هنا ليه سيروان. فؤاد رشيد إسماعيل. سلام عثمان أبو بكر. سرود أحمد يوسف. دستان قادر. سفين أحمد. Okay. Now في عندنا two programs المشاركين مش موجودين, they're not available, ولكن we're going to give them all to one person. So قبل ما ياخذوا الصورة الجماعية يكون خلصنا. So we had a capacity building program jointly with the Jordan Enterprise Development Corporation بالأردن to develop a number of Jordanian entrepreneurs. So on behalf of the Jordanian entrepreneurs, عطوفة Dr. Abdel Fattah Al-Kaid and my brother Ma'moon will receive the certificates on their behalf. Okay. The final capacity building program was done to our team from Arwiqa, from Saudi Arabia. The certificates will be received by Brother Ahmed Qattani. Yeah, that's it. Ahmed, can you give it to us?
Now we can go and have good lunch and we come back again.
نعود وإياكم حضورنا الأعزاء لاستكمال ما تبقى من برنامج يومنا الثاني في المنتدى. وجلستنا الحوارية الآن ستكون بعنوان توظيف التكنولوجيا الزراعية لضمان الأمن الغذائي.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move now to a panel titled Harnessing Agricultural Technology for Food Security. Allow me to call the panelists to the stage. Advisor of Science and Technology from the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, Dr. Muhammad Sharif. And Director General at the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, Dr. Tarfa Al-Zabi. Chairman of Bahrain Food Holding Company, Mr. Basim Mohammed Al-Sa'i. General Manager of Lebanon Fund for Development and Innovation, Dr. Imad Hamdan. Head of the Entrepreneurship Unit at the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development in Sudan, Dr. Osama Al-Rayes. An Industrial Development Officer at the Division of Digital Transformation and AI Strategies, Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Industrial Development at UNIDO, Mr. Farouk Ali Dejanov. And joining us virtually, ladies and gentlemen, founder and managing director of Middle Misrana El Akhal. And moderating this session will be the General Manager of Peninsula Farms, Deputy Chair of the Food Sector Committee of the Bahrain Chamber, Sheikh Rashid bin Khalifa Al Khalifa. And we commence, ladies and gentlemen, with a keynote by the Secretary General of the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development in Sudan, Dr. Ibrahim Ad-Dukouri.
No, I don't have a presentation. It's just here. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ibrahim Al-Dukouri. I'm the Director General of the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development, one of the specialized organizations under the League of Arab States. And I'm delighted to be here with you this afternoon. And this session is about harnessing agricultural technology for food security. And let me start off by thanking everybody for being here so that we deliberate a number of important issues regarding harnessing technology for achieving food security. And let me start off by defining the technology in the context of what we are presenting here. And I have already agreed with the moderator that an important aspect of the deliberation and what I'm presenting to you is about the engagement. And for that, we preserved from my presentation 7 minutes to share with you what we think is important for harnessing technologies. But let me start off by defining technology. I know you all know it, but in this context, I would say it's a whole set of technological and institutional interventions, technological and institutional interventions. Oftentimes, When someone says anything about technology, it pops to the mind that is what comes out of the laboratories or the machineries that are produced and that sort of things. But we relax that a little bit to include the whole range of institutional arrangements that are necessary to change the context. So in terms of the technical, here we are talking about traditional, we are talking about modern, we are talking about smart technologies. And you name them. It's a whole range of technical interventions that are necessary on a technical aspects. From an institutional point of view, we talk of strategies, we talk of policies, conducive policies, focused policies, relevant policies. We talk of frameworks and guidelines. Those are very, very important. And finally, the engagement module. How are you going to package this whole set of technical and institutional arrangements to make them happen on the ground? That one is very, very important. So we also put it down here as an engagement module necessary. These are often perceived in a science policy interface. And when we talk about harnessing technologies, in one way or another, we are referring to the enabling environment. So here the concern is to create that enabling environment for technology uptake and upscaling. So you need that environment so that the technology can be uptaken easily by some pioneers, of course. But what's important for you to get the effect of that technology or the impact, it has to be upscaled, seriously. So it's on the upscaling and on the uptaking and upscaling, we need an enabling environment, and creating an enabling environment requires setting right all elements of technical and institutional intervention that I mentioned a little while, as well as the potential actors. And here comes the engagement module. So you have those technical aspects, those institutional guidelines, but then you need the actors on the ground so that this whole environment can be set correctly and rightly for the technology to be uptaken and upscaled. So the engagement framework, in that we have to provide promoters, for that matter incentives, but more importantly is the drivers. What are the drivers behind that environment that will actually help us move forward? I would throw here the issue of entrepreneurship is by and large the most important driver. We perceive it in the engagement framework, as we have seen in the course of the days, in the last 2 days. A lot has been said in this room and in other rooms also on the issue of entrepreneurship. I mean, the theoretical aspects of it, the operational aspects of it, they have all been spoken in this room and other rooms. But we are picking it as a driver, as an important driver for creating that conducive operational environment, or the environment that we are after, what we call enabling environment for the technologies. If we have been asked what is the overarching umbrella to deal with the issue of harnessing and using technology to influence the food security, we need to be observant of a number of aspects and areas. I will mention some of those, not all of them. The first one is the importance of innovative capacity. That's the innovational part of it. And we know that in developing countries, there are quite a number of innovations that are on the ground, and we need also to be attention. Some of those might not be categorized as technologies per se, but they are very, very important in promoting the technologies at large. Another area that we should be observant of is the role of science and technology. And science and technology, as we all know, play a crucial role in achieving food security by 2030 and after, addressing issues of food availability, food access, utilization and stability, and I have already laid down the whole issue of technical as well as institutional arrangements. Issues like access is by and large is on the institutional aspects of it. So relaxing it, the technology to be both technical and institutional is the way to go for us all. And issues like digital technologies for food security, digital technologies such as precision agriculture, gene editing, and biological-based crop protection can all enhance and fast-track the productivity and finally achieving the food security. Another operational important area is the technological evolution in agriculture. The agricultural sector is evolving with technologies like artificial intelligence, IoT, and biotechnology becoming essential for sustainable growth and increased productivity. We have to be observant of that. Digital solutions, quite a number of those have all been spoken and mentioned in this room and other rooms in the course of the days. Finally, I would say optimizing resource utilization is an area that we need to pay attention to and focus. And for that matter, let me just pick up the food, energy, water nexus, which is very important for all of us to remain alerted with. So in summary, harnessing agricultural technology for food security involves leveraging innovative capacities, science and digital technologies to ensure sustainable food production, increase productivity, and address challenges in the food systems. What do we need, or why do we need this whole range of technical and institutional interventions? For us in the ag sector, is transforming the agriculture or transforming the food sector is very important. It has been alluded to in all kinds of discussion under the UN that a lot needs to be done to transform those agri-food systems so that we bring in issues of efficiency and robustness to deal with the crisis of food in the region. And when I say crisis, in terms of figures, right now, the import bill in the Arab region is in the range of around 40 billion US dollar annually imported from outside the region. So if everything remains the same, if we couldn't harness the technologies available, whether technical or institutional, by the year 2030, that import bill would be very close to 50 billion US dollar. And that, to some strategists, they call it the national security of the Arab region will be questioned. So it's very important for all of us to harness the technology, to fast track the implementation of what we have in our hands so that at least we enhance the productivity, we bring elements of efficiency to the agri-food systems that we are dealing with, and that is the way to go to actually ensure the food security. To close by, so that I reserve some times for, if you, along the course of the presentation, I mentioned strongly the issue of engagement module, because you need to transfer that knowledge, that change has to be guided, that change has to be managed so that we get to what we want. Finally, there are issues of access to technology, there are issues of infrastructure, we can consider them constraints, but they are also, by the same token, opportunities that we need to have them in that context. And then issues of climate change is both a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for our region. Water scarcity, soil degradation, digital divides, because in the region, you can find some of the countries and some of the farming setup using the technology, the advanced level of technologies, but some are also down there. So that divide, we need to revert it to talk of the digital dividend instead of the digital divide. Issues of policy, regulatory frameworks have also been mentioned. And then financing of that technology. We need a fintech that is inclusive, that will not leave anyone behind, and that will target small-scale holders who represent roughly about 80% of the total population. Let me stop here, and I'll ask Dr. Bashar just to give, because over the course of the actions, we've come to the fact that sharing the information, getting to the ultimate users of the technology, is by and large the most important arrangement that we need to put in place. So we develop together a platform that will help us reach out to the target groups. So I would ask Dr. Bashar, before we take it back to the floor, to facilitate the process, just in 5 or 6 minutes max, tell us what we have developed together to reach out to the final and ultimate users of the technology. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. I'm Bashar Al-Hiraki, co-founder and CEO of Bivol Platform. Presentation in English, but I will speak in Arabic. بيفول هي منصة تواصل اجتماعي social media platform specialized for volunteering. منصة تواصل اجتماعي متخصصة في العمل التطوعي والعمل المجتمعي. للاختصار نطلق عليها لينكد ان التطوع as لينكد ان. تضم 3 شرائح: شريحة المتطوعين والمؤسسات غير الربحية، وأيضاً الشركات القطاع الخاص والشركات الربحية. قمنا بتنفيذ منصة خاصة للمنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية عبر بيفول. هذه المنصة ستتيح لهم المجال لضم كل المهتمين والخبراء والعاملين والمهتمين في مجال الزراعة والأمن الغذائي على مستوى الوطن العربي كله، وأيضاً ستتيح لهم إنشاء مكاتب وفروع لهم حسابات خاصة بالمؤسسات التابعة للمنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية وكل شركائها أيضاً بطبيعة الحال. هناك مشكلة في إذن هذه ستكون الواجهة الرئيسية للمنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية. تضم 3 شرائح كما قلنا: شريحة المتطوعين الأفراد، شريحة المؤسسات غير الربحية المهتمة في التنمية الزراعية والأمن الغذائي، وأيضاً شركات القطاع الخاص التي ترغب بدعم المتطوعين ودعم التنمية الزراعية في العالم العربي. المؤسسات الأعضاء سيكون بإمكانها إنشاء حساب، ومن خلال هذا الحساب تستطيع أن تنشر أخبارها وأيضاً تطلب متطوعين في مختلف المجالات. هؤلاء المتطوعين يستطيعون ستصلهم إشعارات بشكل آلي، وعندها سيكون بإمكانهم التقدم للتطوع مع المنظمة العربية عبر منصتها. أيضاً يستطيع أي متطوع الدخول إلى صفحة المهام التطوعية والمبادرات الخاصة بالتنمية الزراعية والأمن الغذائي، ومن خلال استعراض المهام التطوعية يستطيعون القيام بالفلترة والبحث عن المهمة التي تناسبهم بحسب عدة معايير، وعندها عند الضغط على أي مهمة سيكون بإمكانهم الدخول إلى تفاصيل المهمة التطوعية، وهذه المهمة ستكون مرتبطة بتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة. كل مهمة تطوعية عبر المنصة ستكون مرتبطة بماذا يمكن أن تحقق هذه المهمة من أهداف التنمية المستدامة. هنا يمكن للمنظمة أن تدير أعمال المتطوعين وأيضاً تقبل طلباتهم عبر لوحة تحكم خاصة بها. تستطيع استعراض المتطوعين الذين قدموا من حول العالم، وبناء عليها تقبل أو تعتذر عن طلباتهم. بعد تنفيذ المهمة التطوعية تقوم المنظمة العربية بتقييم أداء المتطوعين. كل ما يحصل ضمن المنصة سيحصل بشكل آلي، كله مؤتمت. تقوم بتقييم أدائهم، وبناء عليها سيحصل المتطوعون على نقاط تضاف إلى رصيدهم في بطاقة اسمها بطاقة المتطوع الدولية، لها 5 مستويات. كلما نفذ المتطوع مهام أكثر كلما حصل على نقاط أكثر وارتقى بمستوى البطاقة. ماذا تفيد هذه البطاقة؟ سيحصل على خصومات وخدمات خاصة مقدمة من الشركات الأعضاء في المنصة أيضاً في إطار أداء المسؤولية المجتمعية، وهذا بحد ذاته يعتبر دعاية لها وسط المجتمع الذي تعمل به. من أهم المزايا أن كل متطوع له بروفايل خاص به، ومن خلال هذا البروفايل سيتم توثيق كل أعماله التطوعية بشكل آلي. لن يكون هناك حاجة لأن يكتب عن نفسه أين تطوع وماذا قدم وماذا عمل، أوتوماتيكياً ستظهر في بروفايله، بالإضافة إلى عدد الساعات التطوعية، تقييم أدائه، النقاط التي حصل عليها. إذن أصبح لديه سيرة ذاتية احترافية توثق كل أعماله التطوعية. وين وين، الكل مستفيد. طبعا المنظمة العربية هي الأساس، والمتطوعون والمؤسسات وحتى الشركات، وهذا كله سيخدم المجتمع. الآن على المنصة أكثر من 2400 منظمة، ما يزيد عن 85,000 متطوع من 175 دولة حول العالم. رغم أنه لم يتم الترويج للمنصة حتى الآن، ولكن هناك إقبال واضح أن الفكرة مقبولة في كل دول العالم، والآن نحضر لإطلاقها إن شاء الله بالتعاون مع المؤسسة العربية للتنمية الزراعية وغيرها. تم اعتماد بيفول كمنصة تواصل اجتماعي بشكل رئيسي عند الكثير من المنظمات حتى الدولية منها. هذا الويب سايت، الموقع لICYF منتدى التعاون الإسلامي للشباب. على الويب سايت بجانب فيسبوك وتويتر ولينكد إن موجودة بيفول، وهي مرتبطة في حسابهم في بيفول. المنصة حققت الكثير من الجوائز وأيضاً تصنيف في قوائم فوربس العالمية، ونفتخر أنه من بين الجوائز كانت بمقدمة من اليونيدو وجامعة الدول العربية واتحاد الغرف العربية في رالي الريادة الابتكار. فازت بيفول من أصل 700 مشارك في المركز الأول على مستوى المشاركين في إكسبو دبي، وأيضاً جوائز أخرى عديدة. الآن من أهم الشركاء الUN فولنتير عضو الICYF، الأسكوا، المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، واتحاد قيادات المرأة العربية. شكراً لكم وبالتوفيق. الآن المنصة.
شكراً جزيلاً بهذا البرزنتيشن. الآن المنصة يعني جاهزة للانطلاق، ونحن أدعو الجميع إن شاء الله للدخول لها، وإن شاء الله بصيغة تفاعلية نستطيع حقيقة أن نخدم قضية التكنولوجي واندياح التكنولوجي والاستفادة من هؤلاء من الكم الهائل من الفولنتيرز، وكلهم حيكونوا يعني مرتبطين بالقطاع الزراعي، يا إما يعني أجروبينوز زي التخرج والشباب التخرج الآن. هؤلاء إحنا نطمع في أنه يكونوا جزء أصيل من هذه المنصة وجزء أصيل من عمل المنظمة العربية للتنمية الزراعية، وبذلك نكون يعني وسعنا يعني معون التعاطي مع التقنيات التكنولوجيز وتهارنس التكنولوجيز لفائدتنا جميعا. شكرا جزيلا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
All right, this is working. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, this is very powerful. So when I first heard that our panel got delayed until after lunch, some of us were a little bit worried that you guys would be tired after lunch, you know, a little bit groggy. But I actually thought, no, this is a great opportunity, because I'm sure they were all very focused on their plates to see what food came from where, maybe what food was imported, what was local. So show of hands, your favorite imported food on your plate today was? No one really cares? Oh, interesting. Chocolates, yes. You see, I was explaining to my kids the other day the meaning of the word taking for granted. So when you take something for granted, you don't appreciate the value of what it is until it's gone. Well, food is something that I think we all take for granted on a daily basis. It's there, alhamdulillah, we eat it, we move on. But we don't think about what goes on behind the scenes, and that's something we want to discuss today. the challenges, the future, the paths, the issues, and the little techniques and solutions that we have and we think are a part of growing the sector. So, I could go on talking, but that would be boring. So I want to pass the baton over let's start with the current situation. Where are we now in the food security sector in Bahrain, in the region, in your particular region? Let's start the ball rolling. Who would like to start that off? Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Well, since I'm from FAO, I should do that because we do the regional overview of food security and nutrition. But before starting, if there are entrepreneurs in this room, there is a huge business opportunity. Come up with some food that does not make you lazy for post-lunch sessions. That's a real good business and you'll have plenty of opportunities. We can guarantee that we'll buy that. Okay. Now, on the food security situation in general, our region, the Near East and North Africa region, or the MENA region, as Dr. Dukheri said, it's not just, Dr. Dukheri, the $40 billion import, it's a dependency. 90% of our major food in the region is imported. 63% of our caloric intakes comes from the imported food. And in this 37%, it's largely the Sudan, Egypt, and big countries' cereal production. But in the Gulf countries, it is more than 90%. And there is a huge vulnerability. We did a vulnerability analysis for some of the countries, and we figured out that many of the countries, although we feel comfortable, let me put it that way, we feel comfortable, particularly in Gulf countries, to purchase our food security. But mark my words, it does not mean ensure food security. There is a difference in that. What if tomorrow there is no global market available? Of course, there would be. So that is why the food security situation is quite serious. But let me very briefly draw on a very different element on the food security, the nutrition side of it. One is to have the calories, and second is to have the healthy diets. We are doing very bad when it comes to the nutritional profile in the region. On one side, we have hugely, let's say, increasing obesity, again, in the rich countries. And on the other side, we have the nutritional deficiencies in many of the other countries. As a matter of fact, in our region, half of the population, 52%, cannot afford a healthy diet per day basis. That is a very difficult equation. The third element of the food security is the food loss and waste. Up to 1/3, as you may have heard the figure, 1/3 food is either lost or wasted. In Gulf region, 45%, I repeat, 45% of fruits and vegetables are wasted. Almost half of that.
That's something really serious. That's exactly. A serious number.
So in all of that now, coming back to the topic of today, there is a margin for the technologies. There are plenty of technologies for the food waste, let's say recycling, all of these things. There are distribution technologies and so on and so forth, but we'll come to that. But as you mentioned, what is the state of affairs of the food security? We are the region that has the highest per capita dependency on the imported food as well.
You mentioned that we could buy our food, but that's not quite what food security is.
Yes.
So let me ask a question. Is anyone out in the audience, are you guys growers? Do you guys like farming? Maybe in your house, garden? Show of hands, put them up top, real high. Small garden, something in the back, on the balcony. That's good. That's really good. See, that's a shared responsibility. We all play a role in our country's food security. I don't expect you all to grow everything you eat, but it proves that it can be done. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have some form of product maybe you've purchased or some kind of device that you use to grow, and this device requires some tech that helps grow your products maybe throughout the year, maybe to control environments. There's a lot of different technologies that are involved in agriculture nowadays. Mr. Farouk, I think you were talking to me about technology and the importance, and even AI in agriculture. What AI, like robots? Robots are doing the work for us? Explain to that, because I don't like Terminator. I don't like that movie.
A very good question, and I like the way it was posed, actually. Let me maybe start with something. We had some pre-discussions before this session, and you were saying that agriculture and agribusiness or agri-industry is not very easy business. It's not something where money could come quickly and stably. But actually, if I have time later on, I can show an example of UNIDO, how UNIDO makes an agribusiness twice as more profitable, able to harvest twice crops, bigger crops as it was before, applying those technologies. Well, before doing that, let me just say a few words about UNIDO and its actual contribution to application of AI and digital tools. But basically, it's not a purpose, it's not the aim for us to apply those technologies for the sake of application of those technologies. For us, is a tool to make businesses, including agro-businesses and food security, smarter, more efficient, better, cleaner, and all that in contributing to make this world more sustainable and inclusive, because the more efficient business is, the more it is capable to produce value addition, to produce jobs, to generate incomes, especially in rural areas. And this is where we mostly need that. Returning back to your Hollywood cliches around AI, actually, as UNIDO, as Department for Digital Transformation and AI, we actually operate at 3 levels. We're trying to promote AI strategies like we recently did in Jordan. We're trying to make some pilot activities at enterprise level, how to apply it, how to make their businesses more competitive and better. But also we're working at the policy level. But first, we start with really demystifying, saying that AI, hey guys, it's not a rocket science. It's not necessarily an 80s or 90s Hollywood movie scenario. It's actually a data management. It's smart sensing the data, collection of the data, processing, analytics of the data, sometimes marrying 2 or 3 sources of data, and then delivering a good evidence-based life mode decisions to the business decision makers, to the policy decision makers, and to the farmers. And as I said, if I have some time later on, I can show some pictures, not slides, but pictures, how it was before and after we supported the businesses and farmers to apply those technologies and to which results that brought.
No, when I mentioned AI to you, I remembered that we have Ms. Rana on the computer right here in front of me that I sort of forgot. I apologize, Ms. Rana, you're right here, but I can't clearly see the screen. Would you like to add anything to the first 2 questions or anything else since you're here?
Well, thank you. I'd like to add to agree that innovation should serve the communities. And I think there are challenges in terms of agricultural technologies, one of which is the cost of establishing technology. This is where some support organizational frameworks should support this, and also the know-how. These 2 challenges, the spreading the know-how and encouraging more research on the know-how, are vital, especially for local farmers with limited scope.
Oh, well, thank you, Ms. Rana. I think you're referring to really partnering the people on the ground, on the field, doing the work, the know-how people with maybe the regulations, the policymakers, the organizations that are a little bit one step above. I mean, I manage a farm here in Bahrain, and I constantly work with different government organizations trying to collaborate and have associations and partnerships with. I think you touched a key point, which is policy and regulations are very, very critical in developing any industry, especially our industry. Mr. Bassem, any thoughts on?
Yeah, thank you.
Doctora, after Mr. Bassem. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think my contribution of this is I'd like to take it from AI, which is very high up, to more to the ground. I think it's we need to start from the foundation. We all know that one side cannot make great changes. We need two sides. And here what we're talking about, governments and private sector together. One of them alone cannot do it. Together, they can do it. Investment from the government side, policy from the government side, investment and return and innovation also from the private side. Collectively, this is the winning formula that we need to focus at. But in agriculture, and agri-technology and food security, one of the most essential issues for me is there are three pillars. It starts with strategy and a vision. There has to be a very clear strategy and a vision, because that's the big picture that you're going to be able to lead people in the sector and investment to where you want them to go. The other thing which is very important, agriculture is an industry where you don't have immediate results. Sometimes it takes years, it's a season, but sometimes it takes years, sometimes it takes 10 years. And especially when you're talking about food security, you're not talking about 1 or 2 years. You're talking about 10 years, you're talking about 20 years, and even longer. So to be able to succeed here, you need a clear policy. And that policy is very critical. And that, to get the private sector to be a strong partner, the policy has to be conducive to the private sector investing. And one of the key areas is incentives. It's very important. Agriculture is one of those areas where there has to be certain incentives, because the investment and the time scale takes a long time for you to realize what you have done. Commitment. Commitment is very important, especially in agriculture and food stock and related industries. You cannot build something and then just a few years later stop that support or change your policy. The policy has to be adaptive and move forward, but at the same time it has to be consistent. You cannot step back. You just have to keep on going and moving forward. Innovation is very key. We live in an area, we have some of the major rivers in the world, but we are not producing enough. From the figures that we hear, we are a huge importer of food. Now, if you look at the rivers that we have, if we take the Nile, we look at Egypt, Sudan, and if we look at Euphrates and Tigris rivers and Iraq and Syria, theoretically, this area should be able to grow a lot of its food. But why it is not happening? Again, these are issues that we need to look at, we need to solve it, and then the private sector can play a big role in this. But we need to make sure also that the government regulations and the policies that we discussed earlier are conducive to fostering this. The private sector will always find opportunities, but we need to let the private sector take advantage of these opportunities and at the same time put the foundation for it so that when it invests and stays on the long term, it can reap the rewards and will be beneficial to it.
I have to say, though, the ideas that come forth to the private sector for investment come in a variety of ways, but we encourage the private sector to view the food security initiatives in a different lens, let's say. Because like you said, they're not for the immediate gratification, they're for the long term. This is a long series of battles, even a war, but in the most positive sense. Doctora, you had something you wanted to add.
I wanted to touch base on the earlier intervention regarding the climate change. And I think, again, we need to make it part of the food insecurity that we're going through. As you know, that climate change is bringing us so many challenges. I mean, again, given that I work for a research and scientific-based center, This is the day-to-day operations that we're already talking about. How can we respond to the environment? We need to look into nature-based solutions. Again, we're paying the price for so many innovations that they work by now against us. Whatever it looks good for us now, or whatever is causing us a problem now, it used to look so good in the past. And it used to be something that we advocated for. So we're currently paying the price for something that we have done. We've looked at what's happening in the region. First of all, we talked about the percentage of the food importing in the region, but also we're looking at the weather extreme conditions. I mean, the Gulf, I come from the UAE, I mean, we were sinking in water. So again, so many other countries, we're seeing so many different episodes of the weather change that we also need to address when it comes to the innovation and solutions. When it comes to our food consumption, we eat only 3 out of 400 different varieties available from our food intakes. We're only focusing on rice, maize, and wheat. Which is, again, it doesn't really bring us that
3 out of 400, you said? That's less than 1%?
Yes, so that doesn't really bring us the food and the healthy consumption and the security for our bodies as well. So that's why we also need to look at the diversity of those crops. What can we grow differently? What kind of crops that we need to adopt that would be environmental friendly, can grow with the environment. And one of the projects that we're working with His Highness Sheikh Sultan Al Qasimi in Sharjah is we're growing wheat. We know that wheat consumes water. By the way, 12 out of the world water stressed cities are in the MENA region. Out of the 17, 12? Out of the 17, 12 are in the MENA region. So we are going through a water crisis. Even if we have, now the water level is really increasing with rain, but we don't have the capacity for rain storage and rain harvesting. Our infrastructure is not built for that, given that we are living in this region. So there are so many things that we would need to take into consideration when it comes to innovation, environment, climate change, and also the infrastructure where we live, and how can we really cultivate and synergize between the different sectors when it comes to that.
I mean, if I can just add one thing. If we take Bahrain's case, I think it's a very interesting one. 50 years ago, the amount of agricultural land that we had was huge. Bahrain used to be known as the land of the million palm trees. Today, all that agricultural land is gone because of urbanization and growth. Our water quality, the aquifers that we have are no longer there. The agricultural land is no longer there. The salinity in the soil is very high. For us in Bahrain, we can only go high-tech. Traditional agriculture will not work for us. So to go high-tech, it means that there has to be a very clear policy and sort of commitment, because to invest in high-tech agriculture, you cannot do it and then stop, because also the seasonality affects you. If you go and invest in vertical farming and you put an investment there, first of all, you have to focus at the high yield, high return crops. You cannot grow everything. The second thing is that for that investment to have a return, you cannot be left alone and exposed to dumping, because we also know that in certain seasons, certain areas around us have a huge production. So the prices of crops drop dramatically. So as an investor, it makes it very difficult for you if you have to sell at a loss all the time. So policy is important over here when it comes to also food security. So this is a typical area in Bahrain where we have no choice but to embrace technology. And we're moving in this direction. And hopefully, we hope that we'll be able to have some results in a few years.
For specifically Bahrain, I mean, I'll say it. I want to embrace cooperation more so than technology. Technology's next, but cooperation's first. I want all the entities that are involved in food security to be really close to each other as opposed to miles apart. Yeah, you can come. You know where to find me, guys. All the people I'm subtly calling out. Dr. Osama, you deal with a lot of youth, I imagine, that come to you with ideas of a food related business. What are some of the biggest threats that you worry for them going out into the world?
Yeah. Maybe I can say adoption.
Okay.
Adoption and acquisition. Technology had always been there along with agriculture since we had invented the manual tools to support us for agriculture and up to high tech. So technology was always and will be always there. The question is, do we lag or lead or in a good situation in terms of acquiring technology?
Okay.
We are dealing with a quite volatile dynamic issue, which is food security. It's not an static issue.
Correct.
There are lots of changing questions, like urbanization, new generations are not for agriculture with its old style, like population growth, and so on. And these challenges are changing day by day. So always will be the question is how we utilize technology for that. What I say is technology is an answer searching for a question. So the issue of adoption, the issue of adopting lots of innovations by our youth, lots of outside innovations to be here, lots of farmers and food industries that want to utilize these innovations.
Yeah.
So how we can put an institutional framework like Professor Ibrahim said.
Yeah, so this goes into the policies.
Yes, exactly. Policies.
We need to be able to take them in.
Yes.
And keep them in, right? Yes, yes, of course.
Yes, if I can pick on this point that Dr. Osama said. Okay, let me be a bit provocative. Are we serious in this business?
Well, I hope we are.
Well, I hope, and we in the FAO, we also say that we are serious. But let me put some facts on ground. Okay, this is not a new debate to have the technology in the agriculture sector, but we know that the adoption of the technology in agriculture is the slowest. Manufacturing is highest, followed by services and so on and so forth. But let me give you a few facts. In the MENA region alone, we have more than 80,000 ag tech patents. 80,000. Globally, I'm sure it runs into millions of that. But where is the technology or ag tech on ground? Very few farms, maybe Sheikh Rashid, your farms and few other farms are adopters, but we are not. And now going to the enabling infrastructure or the environment, we are doing a report which would be out in August, looking at the financing or the whole financing gap in the agriculture sector. And part of that, we looked at the government subsidies, or let's say the government expenditure on food and agriculture. In our region, it is about $250 billion. Do you know how much is in the ag tech or agriculture technology? Less than 1%. And 75% is consumption-oriented subsidies.
But I'll tell you why.
Yes.
Because I faced it. I know why.
Yes, please.
Right? I've had people come to me, and I've sat with people, and we present to them a presentation and a proposal. And then they look at us and they say, these returns on these investments, they don't look that good. And I say, compared to what? What do you mean they don't look good? They look great. This is amazing. You're going to actually get money back. Like, we're not taking your money. They go, well, compared to some other industries, these are terrible. You can't compare agriculture with another industry. I say this all the time. We've lost the meaning of the word investment a little bit when it comes to agriculture. I invest in my health, yet I do not expect to get any money back. I invest in my children. I also do not expect, I hope they get some money at some point. But I really do not expect them to pay me back.
Obligations.
Right? But with agriculture, we deal with some organizations sometimes that view us and say, well, your return on investment needs to be here at 14% or 15%. Well, you can go ahead, go back to your banks then, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
That's why the commitment, I mentioned that the commitment and the policy is very critical, and it has to be long-term. If there is no commitment and policy for a long term, it won't work.
Yeah, there are some issues that,
if I may come in here.
Sure.
Also part of the description of the farming setup in the MENA region, let's say in our region, as I said, it's almost 80% small scale holders. And what is more important is a big chunk of that is in the subsistence level. So what we are talking about these days, creating that environment for entrepreneurs to come. What we are talking about, not entrepreneurs coming from outside, but transforming these traditional subsistence farming to be more or less in that level of being entrepreneurs in agriculture. Then the uptake and upscaling of technologies, that 80,000 patents a year in, and the shelves of the government and the private sector is full of the technologies that can be deployed and utilized, but it's not taking place. So enabling environment is what we need to look at, including the fintech, suitable fintech for those farmers to come in and utilize that type of technology.
I'll get back to you 1 second. Doctor, I wanted to say something. Go ahead, Doctor. I'll go next. Go ahead.
I want to mention the importance of the social bill when it comes to the return on investment in agriculture.
I like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
If I'm going to invest...
Thank you.
If I'm going to invest in agriculture, for example, and I'll introduce a new crop, obesity is a big thing in our region as well. And because that's of the food consumption. If I'm going to introduce new crops, I'm just giving the example of millets or quinoa, for example. It's gluten-free, and it will help people to become healthier in comparison to other crops. That means I am reducing the health bill. If I'm going to spend in our health systems on treating diabetic people and trying to ask people to be fit, and I spend more money on that, I'm also doing a better
100%.
So people a lot of important for the business.
That's a good point. Yes, it's worth clapping for. Ms. Rana, I think, wanted to jump in. Ms. Rana, I think you agreed with the health talk. I'm looking at the screen. The cameraman is not showing me you, so I'm very confused. Cameraman, IT man, is Ms. Rana with us?
There was a connection problem, maybe.
Ms. Rana's gone. All right, well, get her back and then let me know when she's back online with us.
Yes.
One thing I just want to clarify, especially for the entrepreneurs, when we're talking about technology, we're not talking about really high technology. We all know that one of the biggest problems in agriculture is the crops not reaching the destination or not reaching in good condition. So whatever technology there that can help the farmers, first of all, sell their products at the right price, will get good returns, take the crops to the market and to the markets that need them quickly. There is so much that can be saved and instead of being wasted. So technology doesn't have to be really with a lot of technology, like gadgets and things like this, or irrigation systems. It is just systems that help address the problems that currently we have in the sector.
Mr. Farouk, you had some technology thoughts before. Can you give us an example, maybe?
Good. Just maybe to link the policy level discussion also with my examples is, from our experience, it's good to put in nice policies, but important is to encourage, to encourage the farmer to follow these policies. And the best way is to also show the good examples, the success stories happening in the same country, next door. And I'm happy to share some slides if Mr. Ihad can help me run just few photographs.
IT team, can you get Mr. Farouk slides up on the screen here?
And before starting that, I mean, when we established our department on AI, a lot of countries in not very developed countries were approaching saying, hey guys, is it for us as well? And I'm very happy to show that our first successful example of applying AI, machine learning, artificial intelligence, geographic information system was exactly on African continent. And then we started to move this example elsewhere.
Well, until they get them up. Guys, I don't see those screens. What's on those screens? Is it Miss Rana? Miss Rana, I'm happy you're back.
I'm here.
I wanted to ask you earlier, I felt your emotional state go to a more happy place when Doctora mentioned health, and I wanted to take the mic to you so you can add on to that point. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to stress on that, because this is very important, and to your statement about the selective consideration of investment. Like, we invest and we don't expect return on investment on our health. And this is the same way how agriculture should be treated. It should not be treated as the rest of other sectors, because it is similar to education. It is long-term sort of investment. I also wanted to speak a little bit about, I prepared a very nice video about one of the projects that we implemented, but I don't think that we have the time.
No, you can go ahead and play the video. We're here. We had lunch, guys. You guys good for a video?
Yeah.
They're excited. You don't see them. They're clapping. They're waving. They're very excited. They're very excited.
Oh, perfect. Because it shows how important the technology to be implemented at a grassroots level. The problem that we are having in many technologies, not only the high cost and the lack of long-term commitment, as mentioned before, but also that these are up high to a certain group of capitalists, but not to the mainstream. In the project that will be shown, the technology, which is a very basic technology in agriculture, is a hydroponic system. Even though women were trained on how to use it for almost a year, still when they graduated from the program and tried to implement that by their own, it was very challenging. The fear of technology is still there. We have, this is an issue that also needs to be considered in agricultural policies, to focus on the mainstreaming of technology, simplifying the technology, and providing long-term support and advice to the basic farmers who are trying to implement technologies in their homes, to bring in better quality food to their table and enhance the food security.
Well, guys, IT guys, are you guys able to do the IT stuff? They're giving me
I'd like to thank the organizers, supporters, participants for their contribution, and His Royal Highness Sheikh Rashid bin Khalifa Al Khalifa for his courtesy to moderate this session. Starting from the basics, that technologies are innovated to provide solutions to existing problems, and that agriculture is the sector that directly contributes to food security. In 2020, 15% of vulnerable households in Jordan have poor or borderline food consumption score. Water scarcity is a main challenge facing agriculture in Jordan, thus directly impacting food security. To address water scarcity, hydroponic technologies and similar is on the top of the list to adopt. To this end, I'd like to share a practical example from Jordan on how important agricultural technologies are, not only for food security, but also for women empowerment and entrepreneurship. The example I'm providing is from the Women's Economic Empowerment for Food Security project funded by AgFund, managed by Kauter, and implemented by local partners in 3 countries, Tunis, Senegal, and Jordan. MEDAL, specialized in development consulting, was privileged to be the implementer of the project in Jordan, in collaboration with the not-for-profit organization Dar Abu Abdullah. The marriage between the private and the not-for-profit mentalities in the project's implementation provided exceptional value, where marketing, financial sustainability, and growth potential aspects intertwined with the community service spirit, providing the best of the two worlds to the best of the most in need. We believe similar collaborations between private, public, and not-for-profit are vital and should be further encouraged. In the food production component of the project, women from vulnerable rural communities were hosted at hydroponic farms for a year. They were professionally trained on hydroponic farming, basic entrepreneurship skills, and provided with equipments and production inputs. At the end of the project, 30% of the trained women ended up starting income-generating projects in agriculture business, enabling them to enhance food provided to their families and enhance overall quality of life. Being around several agribusiness projects from startup phase to well-developed, I'd like to highlight a few lessons learned and key points which may contribute to the recommendations of this forum. Research and innovation in agricultural technologies need to be encouraged and better supported at all levels, from policy to implementation. Existing technologies should be simplified and mainstreamed to ensure unprivileged groups who cannot afford the establishment cost do have access. In other words, agricultural technologies should become more affordable to regular farmers as much as possible. Technologies with proven records of positive results should be educated, and those who use them should have access to supporting groups of mentors for advice and troubleshooting. Programs on agricultural technologies need to pay special attention to women working in farming. Either they were part of the formal or the informal sector, as equipping this group of women will impact families. I'd like to leave you now with a short video on the Women's Economic Empowerment for Food Security project. Thank you for your attention.
مشروع تمكين النساء من أجل الأمن الغذائي هو ينفذ بثلاث دول مختلفة: الأردن، تونس والسنغال. في الأردن في عنا مجموعتين، مجموعة بتعمل الإنتاج الغذائي اللي هو خضار مختلفة من خلال استضافتها بالبيوت البلاستيكية للزراعة المائية لدار أبو عبد الله، اللي هم أسسوا هاي البيوت وبيشرفوا عليها.
دار أبو عبد الله تبنت نظام الزراعة المائية لملائمته لمناطق مختلفة في الأردن، وفي طموحات عند دار أبو عبد الله لاستجابة للتغيرات المناخية اللي بتعاني منها المناطق.
والمجموعة الثانية اللي شفتوها بالتصنيع الغذائي اللي صنعوا المكدوس والدبس الخروب ودبس العنب. جزء من البرنامج هو كمان تدريب على مهارات أخرى مثل دراسات الجدوى، التغليف، التعبئة، البراندينج، التسويق. هذا بيجي بعد التدريب العملي والتطبيقي على كيفية التصنيع وكيفية الإنتاج.
أنا كامل العماريين، ربة أسرة، إني صرت هسه بقدر أكتب يعني خطة مشروع كاملة، وقدرت يعني إني أكمل البيت في نفس يعني مقدار المبلغ اللي انعطيته.
احنا استفدنا من هاي الدورات في حصولنا على أفكار مشاريع وأفكار ريادية ودراسة الجدوى اللي من خلالها عملنا فكرة لهذا المشروع ودراسة جدوى لهذا المشروع.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Thank you, IT team. Give it up to the IT team, guys. They made it happen. I have ignored every single flag that has been posed in front of me to stop this session throughout the last 20 minutes. Just completely ignored every one of the people that have been trying to flag me down and do this and do that. The truth is, I've ignored all of you that have made these subtle hints, because I think that this topic is that important. Food is near and dear to my heart. Food production is near and dear to my heart. I've been working at a farm in the middle of nowhere for the past 15 years, and I only do so because I think that food security is essential to any nation's growth and security and prosperity. And I know that all of you agree with me, and I hope that all of you now agree with us. I could keep this going longer and longer, but I'm afraid that the subtle hints will be converted to fallatiyat or any other kinds of projectiles. So thank you all for this opportunity and enjoy the rest of your day.
أعزائنا الحضور، يسعدنا الترحيب وإياكم بسعادة السيد فيليبي بويتراغو وزير الثقافة السابق بكولومبيا، ويدير هذه الجلسة السيد راسموس وينشتد تشيرنينغ المدير التنفيذي لشبكة الأعمال الإبداعية.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our fireside chat with His Excellency Mr. Felipe Buitrago, the former Minister of Culture of Colombia. Moderating this session will be the Managing Director of Creative Business Network, Mr. Rasmus Winstedt Tscherning.
Thank you. Thank you especially for UNIDO here in Bahrain for inviting us. And I agree with the previous speaker that, of course, what we bring into our mouths is important, but just as important is the creative competences that we all need. And in Creative Business Cup, I represent a competition with competitors from all over the world. We have some of our jury members here in the audience, Safa Sharif over there and Huda Yanahi. I'm very happy, some local Bahrainian jury members that came to Copenhagen in the very cold winter and participated in the jury. But I would like to invite some Creative Business Cup startups up on stage. So please come up. I would like to see Sinan, and please don't be shy. And also Nicolas, come. Allah, please come up here. I think it's important. This is about entrepreneurship, that we actually see some of the entrepreneurs. Ignus, yes, please come up and up here on stage. I'm just going to present you. We always start the Creative Business Cup with all the startups up on stage. Obviously, this is not the cup, it's just a presentation. So, these are entrepreneurs that use their creative competences to find solutions for the rest of the economy. In other words, how can you take your creative skills in design or architecture or engineering and apply them in other sectors? And I think we have some fantastic examples here. The winner of Creative Business Cup 2022 from Austria and Uganda, Sinan Kitajenda. Where are you, Sinan? Hey, I told you to be up here. What's going on? And you're the first one I mentioned. This is Sinan. He's not always late. Then we have the winner of Creative Business Cup 2020 from Estonia, Carl. I believe he has an investor call right now. Carl, he has a company called Raiku that turns wood into sustainable packaging. So you can send bottles and jewelry in a packaging product that you can actually drop into nature and it will be all fine. Then I hope, yes, Lebo is here. So Lebo Just Ginger from Botswana is working with beverages. We have Bonojo from Nigeria and upcycling plastic waste. There is Bonojo right there. So I'm also pointing these people out because after this session, Felipe and I are going to run away. And who you are going to contact are these people. You need to go up and talk to these people about their solutions and what they do. It's much, much more interesting what Felipe and I are doing. So, and next we have Nikolais Markakis from Greece. Where we have Nikolais there, he has a startup called Mood that actually is disrupting the nightlife, this discovery of nightlife. He has a great, already a great presence in Athens and elsewhere. He was the Greek winner in 2023. We have Victor D. Akpan from Nigeria. He does LinkedIn advisory, so if any of you need some good advice on how to manage your LinkedIn accounts, Victor is the guy you should get a hold of. Then we have Ala Abdul Rahim there. Ala was representing Bahrain at the global finals in 2017 and did very, very well. So Ala is an inventor, an entrepreneur, one of your locals. And we have Ignus with the most difficult last name, more difficult than mine, August Kainz. There's not enough vowels in there. You are from Latvia, and he has a company called Beat the Storm. Really check it out. It's how to feel climate change on your body, how to feel the winds blowing in your face, and how maybe all of us will have to try to take cover from winds in the future. So from Latvia, Beat the Storm, a real storm simulator for entertainment and education to discover the power of nature. And last but not least, we have Moagi Onkabetsa Aurora Media Group, also from Botswana, doing live and on-demand TV screening. Did I forget anyone? No, good. So usually, Creative Business Network is a network of entrepreneurs like these people. This is just a small selection. Every year about 7,000 startups participate, all from the creative sector. And some of you think creativity is all, do we really need it? But these are big businesses. Minecraft was more worth than Volvo. And, Peppa Pig, a small pink pig, was $4 billion. Try to make that out of a company out of $4 billion of a pink pig. An animation, I think that's pretty impressive. So usually the creative industries are 10 to 12% of most economies, depending on how you rate them. So anyway, you've seen their faces, and now we're going to continue with the fireside chat. But please, afterwards, Felipe and I are going to run out stage left, and you guys should talk to these people and ask them how you can support them to grow, what they can do for you. And if you're doubting anything about CBC and what we do, talk to Huda Yanahi, one of your locals, or talk to Safar Arif, also one of your locals. Take it from them, not from me. So thank you very much. Tak. Efraisto. So now we're transitioning into the fireside chat. And thank you for your patience. But I thought it was important that you actually see some of the people making the changes today, and also that you understand that when we talk about the creative economy, it's not just fun and games, but it's actually innovation, jobs, growth, exports. And you may remember that the UN, UNIDO is part of the UN, dedicated 2022 to the creative economy for sustainable development. In other words, don't ask what you can do for the creatives, but ask what the creatives can do for sustainable development. And they can do a lot, I can tell you. Just come and talk to me later. But now we're going to talk to Felipe. He was already introduced. I know Felipe for 10, 15 years, back when he was an advisor at the Inter-American Development Bank, where he, together with the upcoming president of of Colombia, all the same like Denmark and Sweden, wrote The Orange Economy. The Orange Economy is Spanish for the culture and creative industries, just so you know. So in Central and South America, when we talk about the Orange Economy, we're talking about gaming, fashion, movies, music, etc. All these companies and sector, that craftsmanship also. Here in Bahrain, you're big on jewelry. These kind of sectors that actually are where the symbolic value, you could say, is of the greatest value. It's not necessarily functionality or the resources that you use, but it's more the symbolic values that are infused into these products. But Felipe then went on to be Minister for Culture and for Creative Industries, Ambassador of Colombia to Germany, and now is doing great advisory work. So if any of you are government representatives that are looking for good advice on how to develop your creative ecosystems, Felipe is the one to talk to. And if you need a mediator, Safa Sarif can make the connections, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, so with this small deviation, I'm usually, I'm Scandinavian, so I usually stick with time. Don't worry, Afif. I will stick within my allocated time frame. So first I would like to ask you, Felipe, you wrote The Orange Economy. What has been the impact of that concept, that inspiring book that then was really taken on by many economies, governments in Central and South America?
Well, thank you very much, Rasmus, for the question. And also I would like to thank UNIDO for the invitation here, but also to His Royal Highness for the support to this event and for the opportunity to be here with you. You raise a very important question. The book is the child of President Duque and me 11 years ago now, a little bit over 11 years. And remember that back in 2012, when we were working on this, the world economy was just coming out from the financial crisis.
Exactly.
And precisely our concern and the origin of the Orange Economy was we were surprised that something as evident as the importance of culture, creativity, entrepreneurship, and back then, new technologies. Today we take them for granted.
Exactly.
But 12 years ago, it was still something coming. We were concerned how that is not part of the conversation on how to finish to recover the economy and to project development in a more sustainable way. Back then, we didn't even have the Sustainable Development Goals. So we thought about this book with the idea of giving economists guidance on how to talk to creatives, how to understand the sector in a more approachable way. Remember, economists, we are people too. And we have bosses. Those bosses are called politicians. And politicians do whatever they need to do that benefits them, which is usually how to get votes or political support. Who gives those votes, that political support? Creatives in the street, entrepreneurs, creative workers. So we wrote a book to talk to them, so they will convince politicians, politicians will talk to economists and order policy. The result today, as you can see, is the Orange Economy is a concept, it's an umbrella term that pretty much equates an approach to the creative economy the same way that the green economy approach to environment. It gives a safe term that is not mediated by technical concepts like creative industries or copyright protected industries
or culture
that usually gets people in trouble. So we wanted a relatively neutral term that could be adopted by politicians and also by technocrats in order to do policy. Today, you can see that the creative economy is no longer something that is well understood by some academics and totally ignored by policymakers. It's something that is increasingly in the agenda of development plans at the level of states, at the level of regions, at the level of cities. And in Latin America is very widely understood, and increasingly in the world we speak about that. A little anecdote, about a year and a half ago I moved to Spain, and out of a very, I don't know, like informal activity, I went to Madrid and met an official from a small town in Spain. And I was talking to this person and I said something about the creative economy in very general terms. And this person said, oh, you know, it's very important for us, this thing, the Orange Economy. Do you know anything about it? And I was like, yes, of course I know about it. And the person was surprised. I was Felipe with Dragon. So it's very interesting that today we are here in Bahrain to speak about the Orange Economy. And that this is something that started in Latin America as a concern for recovery. And today, if you do double click in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I mean, you read the goals, not a single one says culture. Make double click, 165, 67 specific objectives, But about 2/3 of them have culture either as a goal, as a tool, or as a reason, which is important. It's something that is now in the global development agenda. And that's something that really, makes me feel great about the work we did, and that motivates me to keep working on this.
And I guess it's because it has kind of a horizontal aspect. The creative economy and the orange economy, has this not quite unsector specific one. Of course, we can talk about the movie industry and the music industry, but every bank will employ someone who's good at visual communication, and every transportation company will think about the experience that they provide, so the experience economy is also in there. Isn't that maybe the problem for the creatives, is that they are everywhere? I think I saw some studies from the UK that there are more creative people employed in non-creative sectors than in the creative sectors, not because they can't find a job elsewhere, but because they are needed in those sectors.
That's very important, and thank you for that question, Rasmus. Effectively, about 16 years ago, NESTA, the National Endowment for Science, Technology and the Arts in the UK, published a report called Beyond the Creative Industries, precisely highlighting how the creative sector or the creative economy required three kinds of works: creatives in the creative sector, non-creatives in the creative sector, and creatives in the non-creative sector. And based on that, and that was a very good innovation from Duque and I, we were the first to develop an integral policy of development that is not restricted to the cultural ministry. We created in Colombia the National Council of the Orange Economy with 12 national ministries and agencies.
That's amazing.
So what we did is to understand that the development of culture and the development based in culture works in a similar way as development for environmental policies. Of course, you should have a Ministry of Culture as a Ministry of Environment that cares about the specific policies that are sector specific, but it's also the requirements of the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies. They need to understand the needs and requirements of creatives in the digital sector. It's also the requirements that the adjustment you have to do to labor law. So the Ministry of Labor is in this council. Also the Ministry of Trade.
Yeah, and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because
Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
I would say it's a soft power,
The planning department, the Regional Development and Financing Agency, our National Agency for Skills Training. I mean, it's understanding that the creatives are not restricted to visual arts or to filmmaking. Our creatives are an essential part of adding value in all our industries, even in the finance industry, where you need to actually communicate, to engage in a very frictionless way, emotionally, with your clients.
Exactly. I can give an example of this soft power. In 2010, during the Expo in Shanghai, Denmark took The Little Mermaid, you know the story by Hans Christian Andersen of The Little Mermaid. They took the statue of The Little Mermaid from the harbor in Copenhagen and placed it into the pavilion, at the Danish pavilion at the Shanghai Expo. And it was the second most visited pavilion of all pavilions, partly because Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales were actually read by most of the Chinese. So they knew about the Little Mermaid. And I think this shows this symbolic value that is infused. You know, the statue wasn't even related to Hans Christian Andersen. It was made, maybe 100 years later. And then in Copenhagen, they had a screen. So all the tourists that came to Copenhagen would still see the Little Mermaid, but in a live feed from Shanghai back to Copenhagen. So this is just an example of how the Danish foreign ministries thought, yeah, we can hand out pamphlets, we can do a lot of... We could also just ask Maersk, the shipping company, to ship the statue over there, put it up, see what happens. Of course, there were other things in that pavilion as well. But just to show you that if you find the right creative tool, you can really get into the hearts and under the skin of people in a way that can be difficult in other sectors, actually.
Yeah, a very understudied field is the importance of this cultural diplomacy. It's something that happens every now and then, but mostly unintentionally.
So the reason why we all know American movies and Tom Hanks and Nicole Kidman, that's the unintentional one, right?
Yeah. But countries, I mean, like Denmark can make a conscious decision. Let's bring something that is going to tell our story without telling the story.
Yeah.
Because it's something that is already known and is going to encourage others to approach you in a non-threatening way.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, culture and our communication is created to help us build confidence, to build trust among others. And if you cannot create something that attracts others to you, our natural reaction is to see everybody as a threat.
Mm.
That's why when you have these joint concerts of people, like in Colombia, from different neighborhoods who are like in a gang war, and you bring them together to rap together,
then it works.
Then you start building peace, because then they get together in a non-threatening way, and that transforms the perception to each other, and that helps you to build convivence, to build, this coexistence that is peaceful. And of course, you may have differences, but because you have something in common, you stop fearing the other beyond what is reasonable, and you start, moving forward.
But Felipe, don't you think now we're confusing the audience a bit, because we started out talking about growth and jobs and innovation, and now we're talking about gangs coming together and identity being built and all that. Is, can market values and non-market values coexist like this? Is that your experience?
Definitely. I mean, you cannot have market success if you don't have successful identity and cultural engagement among your society. If your society is weak at the community level, is not engaged in sharing a common heritage, it's very unlikely that society is going to be able to add value through creativity into other industries or through cultural industries.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very important to understand that there are non-market activities. They require a specific set of support mechanisms.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other creative endeavors that are for profit, and that's okay. And if they talk to each other, if they have a dialogue, they will keep growing over and over, and they will create more value to society, more value to the economy. They will create better jobs, more contemporary jobs based on new skill sets, and that's going to evolve your society. And remember, I mean, 80, 90 years ago, about 60–70% of the world population was employed in agriculture. Today is less than 30%. And in a country like the US, it's below 2%. In Denmark, it's probably below 1%. Which is not to say let's not have agricultural workers. My point is, as the economy evolves, creative economy grows. And that's why we have creative economies like the US, where 11 or 12% of workers are in the creative industries. In Colombia, it's around 5% of the people working in the creative industries. And so in Europe, it's about 6 to 7%, depending on the country. So,
depending on the definition also.
And depending on the definition, which is okay. Having different definitions answers to different requirements in time in terms of policy strategy, policy priorities. What we should agree on is that we all care about our heritage, our identity, and that we can build better societies and better economies by encouraging creatives to preserve traditions, but also to project them into the future.
So I want to ask you about creative entrepreneurship. Like, what are the main tools that you need to do then? But because, there are these hits. I mentioned before Peppa Pig, 4 billion, but can I see, how many of you have actually danced the Gangnam Style? Or tried to dance the Gangnam? Yeah, exactly. Or La Macarena?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So there are some of these hits, so to speak, that travel the world. And I've been traveling the world quite a lot, and it's amazing. Why did Gangnam Style make it? Why did like Macarena make it? What makes a hit can be really difficult to figure out. What makes of Danish companies we have, of creative companies, we have Lego and we have Pandora, the jewelry. Maybe it's the co-creation part of the Pandora jewelry that made it a hit, but it's not all about making billion-dollar hits. How do we support at a level like here in Bahrain or in the region, how do these guys best support creative entrepreneurs?
Well, first, a word of caution. If you are an entrepreneur, I'm a policy maker. My field is national policy making or regional policy making. So I cannot give you advice on how to make your idea succeed. But I do know how to help a country.
You know what's needed.
I know what's needed
prerequisites
for you to have a chance in a country. And the way I see entrepreneurship, creative entrepreneurship, I see it as the process of learning how to skate. And you need three essential things in the society. You need love, you need protection gear, and you need a skate park. You need the love of the community, the people that supports you, because what is certain when you are learning to skate or to do an entrepreneurial venture is that you are going to make mistakes. And if every time you make a mistake, you are discouraged by the people that you trust, then you are going to stop trying. And that's going to be a failed opportunity.
But isn't this also different for the creators? Because if you are a farmer and you produce, let's say, milk or potatoes, you know what you're getting, and you know that some will eat the potatoes and drink the milk.
Yeah,
but if you're in fashion, you don't necessarily know what people will be wearing or what will be the trend next summer.
You can't guarantee success, but what you know is that you are going to make mistakes. And if people are going to make you feel bad about it, and they're not going to give you tough love, you know, they're not going to give you some feedback, it's very hard for you to move on and to learn from your mistakes, from your bad decisions. Then the other thing that happens is when you fall, when you're skating, you may injure yourself. And when you fail as an entrepreneur, you may get broken. I mean, you may lose everything you have. So you need a cushion system. You need a system that supports you, maybe with some grants. It's not about subsidizing you it's because you're in a process where you're going to make mistakes. You need to make mistakes together with the society because you are innovating. You are trying new things. You need a support system that cushions you from being, indicted forever out of the system, of the financial system. You need to make sure that there's an IP, an intellectual property system that protects you, because you're going to sign contracts, and you don't want to get robbed. I mean, the system has to guarantee your copyrights, and so on. So that's the protection gear.
And people are not copying what you do, whether it's the music or the designs.
Exactly. And you need protection there, because if a mistake there can make you or break you. And the idea is to give you a chance again. If you fall, you want that entrepreneur to pick up him or herself again and try again.
But for the investors out there, wouldn't you say that the creative entrepreneurs is actually, in a way, easier to invest in? It's not like you're investing in a medical product or biotech product where it will take 10, 15 years before you know whether it works. Usually you will know quite fast if there is a success, if the collection works, if the album is hitting, or the story that you're telling in your books will be Harry Potter will be a franchise.
I mean, you don't know if your idea is going to be Harry Potter. What you know for sure is that creative entrepreneurs, they deal with a very uncertain, high-risk, high-opportunity environment. But also, it's a sector that starts with very small seed capitals.
Exactly.
So in that sense, it's very easy for an investor to pick up several ventures and diversify. And for entrepreneurs, that's important because they need this to try often. They need to fail fast, fail cheap, fail better, until they become better. And the third element, the skate park. The skate park is very important because it's not only about having support.
That's another way of saying the ecosystem, right?
It's the ecosystem. It's the regulation. It's the country has an open market. It's a country that allows you to make risky aesthetical decisions because you are going to upset some people. I mean, you are pushing limits. I mean, the nature of creative entrepreneurs is pushing the limits and finding what the society is able, to absorb right now. So that requires a regulatory environment. It requires a safe space for for expression. It requires open markets. It requires an entrepreneurial ecosystem that is not only for the creatives, but that is there and creates a mindset that people should try, a training system, hubs, connectivity,
education and skills.
Education and skills. So these three things are essential, and this is an easy way to approach it, but from that, you can do policy. If you do that policy, you bring the investors, you bring the entrepreneurs, and you will have a lot of small failures, but several big, large successes.
Mm. Now, here towards the end, you mentioned in the beginning technology, and we all have this fascination of tech, and we call tech entrepreneurs, and in Denmark we have the tech festival and the tech barbecue, etc. And in many ways it alienates certainly some entrepreneurs because they think we're not tech, we're not in that field. And you could argue that Uber and Airbnb are not tech companies because it's a creative way of looking at a business, you know. So is tech now more understood as an enabler of creativity, or is it more like a competition between whether you're tech? Many investors will say, "Oh, you're a tech company. Can we scale you?" And
I think it can be either, because in the end, creatives are pretty adaptable, and some they just choose to remain, traditional, which is okay. They will find, that being creative with analogical tools is as important as being creative with digital tools. But something I like to highlight there is that it's not the creativity and technology is like the chicken and the egg. It is difficult to know which comes first, because you can argue that sometimes artists, creatives, are very early adopters of technology, and they actually show us the way to use it. And they show creative ways to enhance our lives through the use of technology. Some other ways also to enhance our communications. But many other times, you have the other way around. It's creatives imagining a world or a circumstance that doesn't exist, and then the engineers and the scientists being inspired and actually finding that for us in the future. And I like to use always there the example of Star Trek.
Oh, Star Trek, yeah.
Three lessons of Star Trek in development, very important. The first one, every time you walk and a door opens in front of you automatically, it was first imagined by a creative that inspired engineers that made it happen. Every time you use your cell phone, the inventor of the cell phone in 1974 was inspired by this communication device that was individual in Star Trek.
Beam me up.
And the third thing, we speak a lot about inclusion. The command room of the USS Enterprise had women, men, people of different races, even machines, sharing together responsibilities of decision about how to command the starship. So the thing is creatives often come first and show us the road. And other times, they just come after and explain us how to use things. It's a complementary system, and we need to care for the whole ecosystem.
So think about that. Whenever you approach a door and it opens automatically, it was a creative person who inspired that to happen. It wasn't someone, it wasn't an engineer, it wasn't, So that, I think, is really important. And I would like to hear at the end, just to again highlight one of our good Bahrainian startups. I mentioned Ala Abdulrahim earlier. She has a butterfly technology, so clearly a technology-based company. And when she competed in the Creative Business Cup in 2017, she had a product where you, as a woman, if you were wearing a certain scarf or a certain coloring on your clothes, it would compose the color of your nail polish, so it would somehow fit complementarily with the clothes that you wore. Clearly a creative idea, but to solve that, she needed technology. So that was good that she was also, besides being creative, an inventor. So here at the end, I promised Afif I would be on time, and I am. All of you, thank you for listening. And as the same, I will say the same thing as the previous speaker. I think this is the most important sector, and I think it because they can actually contribute to the agricultural sector. We have lots of creative/food startups in the Creative Business Cup, and we also have related to transportation and education and many other sectors where we need these creative skills. So, thank you for listening. Thank you to UNIDO for inviting us. And thank you for my good friend Felipe Buitrago for coming here to Bahrain today to speak to us about the creative economy. Thank you.
Shukran.
أعزائي الحضور، جلستنا الحوارية القادمة ستكون بعنوان التجارة والتراث يلتقيان بالابتكار، إطلاق الإمكانات الإبداعية.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next panel session. This panel is titled Trade and Heritage Meet Innovation, Unleashing the Creative Orange Potential. For that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our panelists. Mr. Ammar Bashir, Creative Entrepreneur. Professor Giulio Fenzi from IUAD Accademia della Moda in Italy. Founder and CEO of ESMOD, French Fashion Institute, and entrepreneur Ms. Tamara Hostal. Chairperson and visionary founder of the European Cultural Harmony Music Foundation and the Netherlands, Mr. Faisal Nuash. Founder and CEO of Samara Leather in Ethiopia, Ms. Samara Wit Merzi Hazen. Moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be the CEO of Bahrain Institute for Pearls and Gemstones, Danat, Ms. Noura Jemshir. And we will begin this session with a keynote by the CEO of Bahrain Tourism and Exhibitions Authority, Ms. Sarah Ahmed Bouhidji.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today and to be part of this prestigious forum. Bahrain, with its rich history and diverse cultural heritage, offers a fascinating story that stretches back thousands of years. The history of Bahrain dates back to ancient times, with evidence of a human settlement dating as far back as the Dilmun civilization and its significant trading hub around 3000 BCE. Bahrain's pearl diving industry flourished for centuries, earning its title Pearl of the Gulf. Pearls were an important part of Bahrain's economy and culture, and the island became famous for its high-quality pearls, looked after by traders from all over the world. Due to strategic location in the Arab Gulf, Bahrain has been influenced by various civilizations throughout history. The cultural exchange has left its mark on Bahrain's architecture, cuisine, language, and traditions. Bahrain is home to numerous historic sites and cultural treasures: the Bahrain Fort, the Pearling Path, and the Dilmun burial mounds in Ali. 3 UNESCO World Heritage Sites stand as a testament to an island's ancient civilization. The Bahrain National Museum offers insight into Bahrain's history, showcasing the Dilmun era to the present day. Today, Bahrain blends its rich heritage with modern development. The kingdom has diversified the economy beyond pearls to include many other sectors: finance, tourism, services, and technology. However, it remains committed to preserving its cultural heritage, evident in initiatives to restore historic sites and promote tradition crafts. Bahrain is well positioned to differentiate itself as an ideal tourism destination, preserve its cultural heritage, and stimulate economic growth by the creativity in tourism development. Creativity is a key. Immersive cultural tourism experiences that offer visitor authentic insights into Bahrain's heritage and traditions. This involves designing themed tours, cultural workshops, or activities that allow travelers to engage with local communities, artists, and traditions firsthand, fostering cultural exchange and appreciation. The Bahrain Tourism and Exhibition Authority is committed to implementing the objective of the Tourism Strategy 2022-2026 to elevate Bahrain as a global tourism center, increase tourism contribution to the GDP, diversify the tourism product, and organize more entertaining events, festivals, and activities. In Bahrain, the private sector is the driving force, and with the support of the government being the facilitator and the enabler, we form what we call Team Bahrain. Team Bahrain is a movement that incorporates the government, citizens, workers, students, and the private sector, including small businesses and entrepreneurs. Sustainable tourism development will be a priority in the Kingdom of Bahrain, focusing on 7 main pillars in tourism strategy: waterfront activities, business tourism, sports tourism, culture and history, leisure tourism, media and films, and lastly, medical tourism. Bahrain Tourism Strategy has already achieved its goals for the years 2022 and 2023, exceeding performance standards. We are confident that we will continue to achieve more national accomplishments in the tourism sector, enhancing the position of the Kingdom of Bahrain as a preferred tourist destination on a regional and global level. Community-driven tourism initiatives are a powerful tool to reach higher horizons because they offer a level of authenticity and connection no orchestrated event can replicate. Community-led tourism is a testament that Bahrain is about more than just attraction. It's about its people, the Bahrainis, the Bahraini people, and our heritage. Imagine visitors staying in a traditional Bahraini home, learning from local artisans or sampling homemade dishes. This isn't just tourism, it's a window to our souls. It's a way to spread economic benefits and showcase the commitment to sustainability. Bahrain's heritage story is one of resilience, adaptation, and cultural richness. It's a testament to an island's enduring spirit and its ability to embrace the past while looking towards the future. In conclusion, we're looking forward to gaining valuable insights and achieving positive outcomes at this forum, with a focus on innovation and creative initiatives for sustainable tourism and development. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Sara Bouhadji, thank you so much for joining us on stage and for your talk today. Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank UNIDO for putting this panel together and for allowing me to moderate this very, very important topic. And I'll tell you what came to my mind when I read more about the topic. Henry Ford's quote when he said, if I listened to customers, what would have happened were a breed of faster horses. What Henry Ford imagined were cars that would transform and revitalize the way the transportation industry would move forward. So imagine if it wasn't for innovation, we would still be arriving here probably on cars and boats. But this is why innovation is critical and important. And that's the reason why the orange economy is something of great significance. I'd like to thank the panel that is joining me here on stage today, and I have to say that each one of them represents a segment of the creative economy that is unique. I have to my left Ms. Tamara Hostel, who is the founder and CEO of Esmond Dubai. And then I have Mr. Faisal Noosh, who's the chairperson and visionary founder of the European Culture Harmony Music Foundation. I also have Mr. Ammar Bashir, the very famous and creative artpreneur. And then we have Professor Giulio Finzi, professor from IUAD Academia in Italy. And then Ms. Samrawit Mercy Hazen, founder and CEO of Samra Leather in Ethiopia. Thank you all for joining us here today. I'd like to start by giving the audience some facts about the creative economy. If we were to talk about what is the creative economy, or also known as the orange economy, is the contribution of creative assets to economic growth. Just to give you some numbers, in 2019, the orange economy was estimated to be worth $2.25 trillion US. That's 3% of global GDP. It is also a major contributor towards job creation, and that's estimated to be around 30 million jobs. According to UNESCO, the orange economy is growing at a faster rate than the global economy as a whole. Between the periods 2019 to 2023, the orange economy was expected to grow at 8%. With this background in mind, and after discussing a couple of topics with my co-panelists, I'd like to start the panel by asking the question, how can we effectively leverage its intersection to foster sustainable economic growth, promote cultural preservation, and enhance the use of technology? Perhaps, yeah, Mr. Ammar, would you like to have a go?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to start, first of all, by thanking everyone for joining us for this session. I think people are tired by now, but we're trying to make this more interesting and more convenient and approachable. First of all, we've been talking about orange economy for a while, but we haven't really defined what is orange economy, the actual word orange economy, and why are we using the word orange as well. Because when I started working in my field years ago, I never realized that I am part of a very huge ecosystem that is connecting a lot of global partners together. So it's important to explain to people, orange, as the word orange is a particular color of interest. It relates to fun, creativity, and dynamism. And in a literal sense, orange can also be squeezed for juice. In this case, squeezing is intellectual and collaborative exercise, and the juice products are based on creative human output and ingenuity. Based on your question, I think what's happening as the world is growing into a smaller global village, we basically in constant need of stories and constant need of materiality. And when we travel abroad to visit any country, we are in need of a narrative and a story. And these are things that only people can give. And you'll never run out of that. And that's why we have to overlook the technology that we're actually facing right now and focus more on everything that's human-led, everything that's made by the hand, everything that's creatively driven by the senses of the people. And the language is no longer a barrier because those people, what they present for us now, it's a craft of a hand. It's a craft of a mind. So there's no shelf life for it, actually, so which gives it more sustainability on the wider spectrum. And more and more people are in hunger of cultural experiences. They want to see, we want to travel abroad, like Ms. Sarah said, and see how do people live, how do they eat, how we want to taste their food, we want to smell their... This is what we're looking for. We're not looking for this monochromatic brand that's happening everywhere. We don't want capitalism. We want to empower people, but on a very intellectual level, and that makes them feel that they're actually part of a big global system. So us talking today is really one big step on, shedding light on us, because we are a part of a big community, but we're always underlooked at because, we are overcovered by, luxury stores or fashion. Creative industries are not really looked at in that way. But it does leverage because it creates a complete ecosystem that doesn't have a shelf life, like I said, and I think that's very important.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Ammar, as well, you've participated in some wonderful projects around Bahrain Islands. You've managed to work on culture, you've integrated culture into your projects, heritage, and you've basically used innovation to create something new, some new experiences, definitely. To that regard, can Professor Giulio, can you tell me more about the importance of storytelling in the orange economy?
Yes, using the social media.
I think the mic.
The social media are the great opportunity for orange economy, not only for the orange economy, because with social media, a single small artisan, a single small artist can talk directly with the final consumer, can engage a future clients, a prospects, and can, let's say, tell all the story around the product. And definitely you can live in the middle of nowhere. You can be an artisan, you can be an artist, you can be a fashion designer, but you can reach anywhere, anytime, anyone in the world. So you can tell your story, your unique story. You need to have an original story because the competition is really strong. The single small and medium company, the single designer, single artisan, today has to compete with big global players. So your storytelling has to be real, original, real convincing, because otherwise you have chain, you have mass market products, and so if you want to be successful in your scale, you can be successful with a small amount of sales, but if you want to enhance your quality of your products, you need your original storytelling. And the social media are the way. It can be Instagram, it can be TikTok, it can be YouTube or other social media. For instance, in China has a different landscape of social media. So you have to use the right social media according to the destination market.
Absolutely, and I think this is very key here. We live in a crowded world. There are a lot of products, there are a lot of products that want consumers' attention, and it's very important to differentiate, for entrepreneurs to differentiate their products and to tell a different story from the product next door. To that extent, Ms. Samrawit, can you tell us more about your experience as an entrepreneur in the orange economy? How are you able to develop your brand and take it to an international level?
Thank you. As a designer that comes from Ethiopia, Ethiopia is rich in culture. Can you hear me now?
Maybe if you just bring the mic closer to you.
And now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay. As a designer that comes from Ethiopia with a long history and rich history, heritage, we have got more than 80 ethnicities. So that's a powerhouse as a designer for inspiration to do different kinds of things. And what we do is we collaborate with technologies and innovation and turn our culture into fashion. That's how we do it. Because I think all of you may heard that the first human being is Ethiopian, Lucy. So from that time, we have got long history, long heritage. So it's a powerhouse as a designer, everything inspired. The season, the culture, everything is inspirational. And what we do is we mix that with innovation and technologies. So we can reach out to the world because we cannot impose our culture to other people. It has to meet the trend. It has to be attractive for other people. I know my culture, I can take it, but it has to be attractive for the others too. That's what we integrate it with innovation and technologies, and that's how we do it.
Wonderful. And I think as well, international brands nowadays are turning their international brands to local brands by integrating parts of national heritage into product development. Today, a lot of without naming international brand names, but you always see a local flavor of a particular thing. And this, again, this is one way to expand markets, expand a product reach into a market. So we speak about the tangible products. I would like to, Mr. Faisal, if you can talk to us about the intangible creative economy. We talk about, there is the jewelry, there is the fashion, there is the beautiful art, but can you tell us more about your field, about the music?
About the music? Well,
I think the mic again.
My mic. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. So about music, how do you see, again, music developing within the creative economy? How can we leverage music to encourage economic growth? How can music be used to tell stories of heritage and inspire creativity?
Okay. Well, when I imagine the creative economy, I see it like creativity is the currency, and the culture forms the foundation. So the world where art, music, film merge together and create economic value. So as a music director, I've been working with a lot of artists worldwide, and all these artists contribute to the orange economy with their works. The performances, the streaming, live streamings, all different kind of recordings that they have out there. So all these contributions add a lot to the economic, to the orange economy.
Thank you. Ms. Tamara, you specialize in something that we all consume daily, which is fashion. And I don't think there is one fashion brand worldwide that is regarded, that is highly regarded, that did not start from the orange economy or did not start as an entrepreneurship. Can you tell us more about the history and where does the fashion industry stand within the orange economy today?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am the co-founder and CEO of S-Mod in Dubai, and I have to say that we have a very strong experience in entrepreneurship and very successful experiences, because today we have to say Until now, 80 brands have been succeeded. We were supporting them in their entrepreneurships and in their dreams too. Fashion is, I know today we talk a lot about fast fashion, unfortunately, or fortunately also, because it gives us the opportunity to think about what will be the future. And for the youth, it's extremely important to hear and to know what we have exchanged today about the future, about how to save all what we know and we have in the planet. For the entrepreneurship and the project in terms of fashion, the education, the training is extremely important. They need to understand what will be their next challenge, and they need also to belong to a certain community, to exchange and to achieve and to be successful. Fashion is very concerned about today all the ecosystem. I will say in terms of the creativity, which is the base of fashion, but also in terms of production. We can consider that textile, for example, is an economy which is very concerned about it. The textile choice, which have been improved a lot, the textile manners that we are using to produce all the garments is also a very big chapter. The youth has to know that because the youth is ready to go into fashion, and we have to support them. Fashion is part of our daily task, I will say, and the garments itself are very concerned about the ecosystem, and entrepreneurship is one of the ways to make the fashion living and still alive, because the small initiatives are very welcome. I will say Dior, for example, Christian Dior has started recently a big event, which is the women empowerment. And they were succeeding with ladies who have a wonderful project. We were also part of many summits of sustainability. We have also implemented sustainable programs in the fashion courses and programs that we have actually. So that all these initiatives are showing that fashion is very concerned about the ecosystem and about entrepreneurship. Absolutely.
I think this is a very important point, and you raised the point about the importance of entrepreneurship or having entrepreneurship skills to bring the creative products that you all specialize in to the marketplace. Again, we live in a world today where there is probably an abundance of initiatives, but it's all about taking that initiative, that creative product, and making sure that it sits in the right platform, and hopefully it's a digital platform today, to reach the maximum audience, to the widest audience. I think more than ever today, new graduates should not only graduate, specializing only in music, but they need to learn a bit of entrepreneurship, a bit of business, in order to communicate their message to the wider audience. The key here is that we talk about the orange economy and about creatives, and those with creative minds usually don't like to work in corporate settings and like to have their freedom. And so, hence, this is the importance of entrepreneurship. Mr. Ammar, you agreed with me a lot, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I think something's very important to speak about the orange economy that relates to me. That, first of all, it's very ethical in a way. We all are, we work with a product in our mind. We respect that. So we have respect for each other's intellectual property. So there's always that sense of we feel safe exchanging information with each other, talking to each other, because we truly think that, this is one community together. And this is one aspect that you don't find in other trades usually. And what happens is you want those creative people to explore their materiality into the normal scenario that we experience. We always often look at crafts and handicrafts as little souvenirs or small gifts. No, it's not like that. It's a much bigger scale. And then what happens is when you give those creative people the freedom to think that, yes, I can create something, I can work within my own terms, I can work from my own environment. It's almost just like the Uber. An Uber driver can drive his car and decide on his time frame anytime to work. The creative person as well can do that now on his own terms, on his own land, on his own timings, what suits his environment, and that gives him a sense of being stable, being secure, and then which will ultimately reflect on the outcome of his work, so he'll produce better. So having this environment and having now actually an umbrella that protects us all makes us, deliver better work. Corporate is no longer the way. And throughout COVID, we have learned multiple ways of doing things. We all worked from home. I manage multiple projects worldwide from home through Zoom, actually. And this made us realize that it is no longer an office environment. It's no longer a computer. It's no longer a desk or a screen. It is primarily how you control your time and your place and your mind together to give an outstanding outcome. And I think now the most important thing for everyone actually is those outcomes don't need a language. Whenever we travel and whenever we see these things, the story, because it's so sincere and so genuine, it reaches the heart instantly. So the creative work is becoming almost like football or like music. People see it and they get attracted to it. They get fascinated by it. And this is now becoming the only wealth that we have, because otherwise every nation has its own thing, and that's what we need to capitalize on. Bahrain is a very small island, but small is beautiful, and we have delivered magnificent scale of work and project that much bigger than our scale. And this conference today is the biggest example that we're the host of such a conference.
Totally agree on that, 100%. I think while you were talking comes to my mind something that a lot of entrepreneurs have talked about, and that is that a job is the greatest prison or mistake a person could get into, because a job gives the sense of comfort, but it prohibits creativity and creative building. And as nations, we grow when there is creativity. Mr. Faisal, you just started a foundation.
Yes.
And we all know, the challenges that come with starting something new, creating a story and having the purpose of that new entity communicated to the wider audience and gaining the recognition that you want the new foundation to gain. Can you tell us more about, again, that experience, the challenges?
Well, I can speak from experience because I've started as a musician and I've worked all over the world with different artists. And when I finished my education as audio engineer, I went a step further and started creating shows for artists. And at that moment, I knew that I wanted to do something for myself. I've worked in different levels of the industry, so I decided to start a music studio. This was in 2008, and I can tell you that it was the biggest failure I've ever had, because I didn't have any experience in entrepreneurship. I didn't have the network, although I had a network in the music scene as a musician, but as an entrepreneur it was a disaster. I lost a lot of money and I went back to playing music. But at the same time I always knew that I wanted to continue with entrepreneurship because I know that I have it, and I just had to find the right formula to know what direction I should go. So I came up with a formula where I would the artists that I was working with as a musician or as a music director, I offered not only the musical service, but also the technical service, because I had the background as an audio engineer. And this way I started building shows, and I created the 360 formula where I would offer complete production to an artist and then basically build the house, do the architecture, the furniture, everything, and then I own the product. So from there, I've worked with many artists, and I came up with the idea to start the European Cultural Harmony Music Foundation, because I wanted to help other music makers to become entrepreneurs by providing them with my expertise, my network, and well, for so on, we are doing a lot of events. I'm helping a lot of new talents to get into the industry.
I would like to talk about something very important and highlight here. But I recently read something along the line of the importance of the creative economy to mental health. I mean, you all work in art, in music, and something in creation. And creation and working with art in general has a positive effect on mental health. So this is the beauty, I think, of the creative economy, is that it's not only allows for cross-boundary integration and development, but it also helps towards the welfare or improving the welfare of the society in general. Another important thing about the creative economy is that job creation is job creation, basically. Especially today in a world where there is a competition for a lot of jobs, by being creative, one can create their own and craft their own future. Professor Giulio, can you give us more of your insights on the importance of the creative economy towards job creation?
Yes, since we have internet, more or less 30 years, many small entrepreneurs had the chance to start an activity on their own, because with e-commerce, with the internet, you have a direct relationship with anyone in the world. So you can use your own site, you can use your social media, as we mentioned, but you can use also the marketplace. Marketplace are quite democratic tool if you are able to use. And let me mention the education, because you are not born aware of using a marketplace as Amazon or Etsy. Etsy is the marketplace for artisan artists. So education is very important for young people, for the students, but also for adult people, for the entrepreneurs. So it's very important to understand the tools and the evolving tools, because the digital landscape is changing every month. Every 6 months you have a new player, new tools to understand. So we have many success stories. I've been working in e-commerce for 25 years, mainly supporting Italian companies, mainly in the orange economy, I mean fashion, furniture design, jewelry, eyewear, and most of them were small companies. We are a strong idea, but without access to the traditional markets. So I mean the traditional market channels, so department stores or flagship stores, because it's quite expensive to set up a flagship store. So the e-commerce and digital economy, generally speaking, gave them the opportunity to create their companies. And we have many successful stories all around the world, in the Western world, but also in Asia and in Africa and the rest of the world.
You're 100% right about that. I mean, we spoke earlier about the importance of the platform Etsy in connecting, you know, the creatives to the global platform. And again, a lot of these platforms are now evolving, and we can see more and more platforms are are there again to connect products to the global community. I think still there is an opportunity for something similar to ITSI, but for the intangible creatives, for art, for pure art, purely for musicians, and the creatives that produce intangible products. I think probably, I don't know, maybe one of the entrepreneurs here can think of something that could be born as something similar to ITSI. Before we end the talk, I'd very much like to ask Ms. Samraoui to talk to us more. You participated, your brand, you took your brand to the international platform. You participated in international shows. How hard was it? And what tools do you wish you had and you would work on providing for other entrepreneurs in your region?
Thank you. I think I have to be very honest on this. You know, not only as a designer, but to come in Africa and go to international, it's really, really very difficult. The moment they hear you're from Africa, that's another thing. So when I go to different international fashion shows, like Paris Fashion Week, Mercedes-Benz, Berlin Fashion Week, before that it was very difficult. The moment they see our product, they change. But the fact is, what I believe is we have the resource, we have everything, and yet we couldn't add value on that. So we just created an image that we are only providing raw materials. So when it comes to a value added something, I don't know, it's really hard to see, for them to accept it. So honestly, it was really very difficult. There are lots of criteria which we cannot do it in Africa. So really we're doing good right now, but it was very hard on that stage.
You're 100%. I think I can see definitely the reflection of the journey on you when you're talking. I am 100% positive it wasn't an easy journey, but I think what's the beauty about all the entrepreneurs is the perseverance and the willingness to continue to fight despite all the obstacles. And I think this is why the orange economy is growing at the rate that it's growing at today. With that, I wanted to thank everyone that has joined me here today on the panel. Ms. Tamara, Mr. Faisal, Mr. Ammar, Professor Giulio, Ms. Samraoui, and I would like to thank UNIDO for giving us the opportunity and for the audience for your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noura, for the great panel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for a very short intervention from Anika Fashion House. Please allow us just a 2-minute intervention.
Ассаламу алейкум, братья и сестры. Рада приветствовать вас на этом прекрасной земле. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, my dear brothers and sisters. I'm so happy to be here on this event with you. Меня зовут Аника Керимова, я возглавляю Комитет индустрии моды и являюсь вице-президентом Ассоциации текстильщиков в России. Я помогаю развивать легкую промышленность внутри нашей страны. My name is Anika Kerimova and I am from Russia. And I'm the head of the committee of the fashion industry, and I am also the vice president of the textile industry in Russia. Я владелица большого дома моды, 2 домов моды. Один из них 4000 квадратных метров, где мы объединяем дизайнеров и производителей тканей. В нашей стране
работает большое количество фабрик, которые производят ткани. И нашу легкую промышленность поддерживает наш президент Владимир Владимирович Путин.
So I have the biggest fashion house in Russia, actually 2 fashion houses. One in Moscow is 4,000 square meters and we do all kind of fashion there and our president, Mr. Putin, is supporting our fashion business industry there in our fashion house.
Наш дом моды является производителем одежды, а также обуви и текстильной продукции. Все производится внутри нашей страны из сырья, которое производит наша страна, Россия.
In our fashion house, we prepare all from the shoes, clothes, we design, we prepare, we do everything, and all and everything is from our raw material from Russia. All the cotton, all the linen is from Russia, so all is pure material.
У нас уникальный проект, который объединяет российских дизайнеров со всей России, а также предприятия, которые производят ткани внутри нашей страны. И благодаря этому мы создали большую синергию, которая позволяет масштабировать и узнавать наш бренд.
We gathered all our designers and working in the same industry together under one name, and that helps us all to make our production more well known around our countries.
Мы разработали уникальные принты, которые переносят наши фабрики на хлопок, сатин и лен. И это производится на сырье, которое производит наша страна. И мы предлагаем экспорт в вашу прекрасную страну.
So we produce all the material from the linen, cotton and viscose. And it's all this raw material is from Russia, and we make clothes, we do shoes, we make also the bed linen, and all is made from our all raw material. And I propose also that Bahrain will join our cooperation. And we also send our beautiful clothes and bed linen also to Bahrain.
Мы все делаем для того, чтобы было импортозамещение в нашей стране. И будем рады, что вы станете нашими клиентами.
So all the work and raw material already mentioned before is from Russia and in between our factory. So we are very happy to also send to Bahrain our production.
Спасибо большое за внимание. Я вам желаю всем хорошего вечера.
Thank you so much for listening to us, and I wish you everybody a nice evening, a nice summit, and welcome to Moscow, to Fashion House of Annika Kerimova.
Thank you so much. Spasiba. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up to you, our session themed the role of universities and educational institutions in unleashing entrepreneurship and innovation. Stay tuned.
أعزائنا الحضور، جلستنا الآن ستتناول دور الجامعات والمؤسسات التعليمية في إطلاق روح ريادة الأعمال والابتكار.
And allow me for that, ladies and gentlemen, to call our panelists for this session. The President of the Royal University for Women in Bahrain, Professor Riyadh Hamza. Dean of the Faculty of Legal, Economic and Social Sciences at Hassan II University of Casablanca in Morocco, Dr. Abdel Latif Komat. And from Sulaiman Hussein Academy in Sudan, Ms. Fedwa Sulaiman Hussein. Course leader for the Masters in Finance and Risk Management and senior lecturer in the Masters in Business Analytics at the Claude Lenta Business School for the University of West London, Dr. Yani Dominus. Director of the Programs and Partnerships at the Pan Atlantic University in Nigeria, Dr. Olawale Anfouzi. And Senior Educational Expert at UNIDO ITPO Bahrain, Dr. Amal Al-Jodar. Moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, will be the Chair of the Presidential Advisory Council for Economic Development and Executive Director and Director of Research of the Egyptian Center for Economic Studies, Dr. Abla Abdel Latif. And before we commence, we have a keynote to be delivered by the President of the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport in Egypt, Dr. Ismail Abdel Ghaffar Ismail Faraj.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. I guess we're going to start before the keynote speaker. He's still on his way. This is the last session for the day, and it's always tough to be in the last session because we're standing between you and resting. We're standing between you and the lovely dinner that the conference has arranged for us. But we are going to try and make it an interesting session so that you don't get bored during the hour you're staying with us.
We hope so.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
hopefully. The topic of our session is the role of universities and educational institutions in unleashing entrepreneurship and innovation. And beyond any doubt, universities and educational institutions are extremely important for entrepreneurship, not only because of the knowledge base that they give to people, okay? This is one level. Anyone who becomes an entrepreneur must be well educated to be able to think above and beyond. Entrepreneurship and innovation calls for thinking and having ideas beyond the regular education. So if the regular education is not good, then they cannot possibly be innovative. And then another level that universities and educational institutes and research centers do is actually encourage and enhance innovation and give room for entrepreneurs to think, okay? And they can do that by virtue of the fact that they are educational institutes. They can do that at all ages, not only for people who have already graduated, okay? And Dr. Ismail, so you are going to start? You're going to start? I think we're going to start with the keynote speech. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, I stand before you today representing the Arab Academy for Science, Technology and Maritime Transport. It's an Arab organization under the umbrella of League of Arab States. The headquarters are based in Alexandria, Egypt, but we are serving the 22 Arab countries, an institution that is deeply committed to fostering a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation within the Arab world. Let me share with you the Arab Academy vision on the role of universities in the entrepreneurship and innovations. The Arab Academy in its vision and strategy included entrepreneurship and innovation as an integral pillars of our academic philosophy, implementing various initiatives to support aspiring entrepreneurs. The Arab Academy efforts extend beyond its academic community, reaching out to youth and entrepreneurs across the Arab world. The Arab Academy is dedicated to empowering its students, professors, researchers to become the driving force behind sustainable economic development in the Arab region and Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, the Arab Academy established its Entrepreneurship Center 9 years ago, 2015, which serves as a regional hub for empowering youth, supporting startups, and fostering a culture of entrepreneurship across the Arab region and Africa. The Arab Academy Entrepreneurship Center had a massive impact and launched several programs, including the following. First, incubators. The Arab Academy has launched several sector-focused incubators, including supply chain and logistics incubator, and that's very unique, but the Academy, that's because the Academy, since more than 20 years now, has a very specialized college in logistics and supply chain. Another incubator is Mashriq Tourism with Egyptian government, agriculture business incubator, goodwill incubator for people with disabilities, and smart manufacturing incubator. Also, we have rally competitions. The Arab Academy organizes two major entrepreneurship competitions. Rally for Egyptian universities, which targets university students in Egypt, and after the Egyptian rally, we have Arab Rally, which attracts participants from the 22 Arab countries. Arab Rally is organized in cooperation with UNIDO Bahrain and the Arab Chambers. Those competitions provide a platform for university students and entrepreneurs to showcase their ideas and gain valuable exposure. The first round for this Arab Rally was here in Bahrain, and the second was in Dubai, Expo Dubai. Rally Accelerate is a comprehensive accelerator focused raising investment funds for tech startups and helping them to scale their business internationally. And as you could see here in the exhibition, we can find the logo of the Academy on many of the projects that you can find over there. The Arab Academy Startup School, an online educational platform that equips early stage entrepreneurs, those before university. The latest initiative was the Ripple Initiative, and that's a program focused on building capacities of entrepreneurship centers and incubators, sharing global best practices, and building the capacity of center managers and members. Ripple started in Egypt with participation of more than 30 Egyptian universities, and this was last year, last September 2023 in the League of Arab States. I take this opportunity to invite you to join us in shaping the future, which is the second Ripple Summit that will take place September 2024 in Egypt. We see important key areas for supporting entrepreneurship and innovation in universities and educational institutions. First, executing the impact of university effort to the entire community for the purpose of economic development. Second, support for student-level startups, research and graduation project support. Third, educational content integration with innovation and entrepreneurship. To be clear, the role of the Arab Academy for Science and Technology in supporting the youth in developing their skills, I have a short video about 2.5 minutes about the problem solving and programming, building the programming skills. Actually, the Academy has managed to host the World Cup for programmers, managed to host MIT, Berkeley, Stanford, more than 2,400 university students, the best talent in the whole world in programming. We managed to host this in Egypt only last April, from 13 to 19 of April. So if you allow me to watch together for this video, ICBC International Collegiate Programming Competition World Finals. This is Luxor. As you see here, the panelists, the participants from all over the world, 2,400. I hope you're enjoying it, Luxor.
Yes.
Enjoying?
شكرا جزيلا سيادة الرئيس، شكرا الحكومة المصرية على كل الدعم، شكرا محافظ الأقصر.
شيء عظيم جدا ان احنا نكون في هذا المنصب وهذا المكان اللي بيعبر عن دمج ما بين عبر التاريخ المصري لاجدادنا.
بداية أحب أن أتوجه بكلمة شكر على دعم القيادة السياسية لاستضافة مصر هذه المسابقة.
The ICBC is not just a competition. It brings together some of the brightest minds from around the whole world and is an example of the power of teamwork. I'd like to thank His Excellency Secretary General of the League of Arab States, Mr. Ahmed Abu Ghail, for his every support. Bismillah wa ala barakallah. Let the ICBC 2023 begin.
The ICBC is an international foundation based in Texas, United States of America, and World Finals every year in different country. This was first time to Egypt ever. And by the way, before to come this competition, there are competitions based on the university level, national level, and then the international level. The Arab Academy is the host for the regional is the regional hub for this competition. We have run before a competition in Saudi Arabia every year in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt for sure, and the Egyptian collegiate programming competition is in July this year, in Tunisia, in Qatar, in different countries of Arab countries and African, because we are Arab and Africa center for this competition. And we qualify from national level to Arab Africa level and then to international level. So those are the youth. This is the future talent. So in closing, I'd like to share some valuable insights learned from STMT journey in fostering entrepreneurship. We believe that by strengthening the role of universities, we can empower the next generation of innovators and drive positive changes across the Arab world. Here are some of the recommendations. We should integrate entrepreneurship education into university curricula. We should expand distance learning programs for entrepreneurship education. We should pilot entrepreneurship clubs and students' societies at universities. We should support specialized incubators in vocational education. We should connect the research outputs to industry challenges. We should support innovative educational technologies. We should have a strong partnership with venture capitals and angel investors is crucial for supporting startups. We should develop creative ways for financing, like crowdfunding and other solutions will be very critical to support entrepreneurship. On this note, I'd like to thank you for your attention and wish you all fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ismail. And as an Egyptian, I'm very proud actually of the experience of the Arab Academy of Science, that they did and are doing a great job. And you talked about the incubators and about the rallies and this competition that took place last April in Egypt with 2,400 participants is actually very, very impressive. And I think that what you started was imitated by many others, so we had incubators by many other institutions as a result of that, so I salute you. We heard about Egypt. I have here a very distinguished panel that's representing many countries. So we have actually Bahrain represented, we have Morocco, we have Sudan, we have Nigeria, and we have West London somehow. We have the UK in the process as well. I was saying before Dr. Ismail came that the universities are playing a big role, have a big role to play in entrepreneurship, and the challenges which were mentioned through the recommendations that were mentioned a minute ago are the things that you are all facing. My question to everybody, okay, is to say exactly what your university is doing in order to encourage entrepreneurship, specific examples of what you consider success stories in your institution, not necessarily stories of individuals, okay, but rather the programs that you have introduced, the areas where you succeeded, the challenges that remain. And I'm going to start, since we are in Bahrain, I'm going to start with Bahrain. So I'm starting with Professor Riyad, the President of the Royal University for Women. Please.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. It's a
you
great
need
honor.
to speak at the mic. The mic, you have to bring it here.
Good evening, everybody. It's my honor to be here with you and to participate in this wonderful forum. I just want to start by saying that the role of universities is ever-changing, and we look at university different than we look at university like a decade ago or even before that, and so on. So before I go on mention a few things, maybe some of the examples that we are doing at the Royal University for Women, let me just say that even nowadays in the ranking of university, when we say this university is the top and this university is better than the other, because they have the criteria that looks at the impact of your for example, the SDGs. We look at the impact of the SDGs. What does the university do for its impact? So it is important that whatever we do, a university has to look at what it does in terms of the society. So one of the things that when it comes to entrepreneurship, a university, and the same thing for the Royal University for Women, what we try to do is to create a vibrant ecosystem for entrepreneurship. An ecosystem that will provide students with the skill, the knowledge, the resources, and so on. So now we are in the university, we are looking at how we are going to create the incubators, accelerators, and to make sure that our students are getting enough guidance and enough expertise to work on that. It is not enough now to just work with the curriculum, academic curriculum, but the extracurriculum activities are very important. And for example, internship is very important now. We're looking at not just internship inside the Kingdom of Bahrain, but we're looking at the internship outside, global internship, and that is very important. We try to bring in mentors to our students from different disciplines, listen to them, look at their success stories. We send our students all over the globe. As a matter of fact, we have our students traveling to so many countries to experience a different atmosphere, different participation in something related to their studies. I also want to say that I'll just also give two examples of some of the things we have done, and that is the GEM initiative, and we have His Excellency the Dean here from King Hassan University in Morocco. Our university is working with the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM, and that is this international forum to work with and to get information about entrepreneurs and entrepreneurships and projects and so on. So that we are working, we are doing that at the University of the Royal College, University for Women. Now the other thing for that is that what we are trying to do is we have established an international center of research for women, and that is it's a unique center that's going to take advantage of looking at all the initiatives to the empowerment of women and looking at the policies that we have to work on in according to international experiences and success stories everywhere. So these two, some of the initiatives we are doing to look at all the research for, let's say, women, and we try to make initiatives that can work out as projects internationally. I have other things to mention, but maybe I'll just give my colleagues.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You're absolutely right about the changing role of universities. They are not what they are. They have a completely different responsibility now, much bigger one. And the fact that you have an international center for women entrepreneurship is actually something that's quite interesting and quite important, because as you all know, if we let women rule the world, we are going to have a much better world.
Definitely.
Yeah? Definitely.
Agreed.
We let you rule the world for so many years and things went wrong. So if we change, things are going to probably be right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Only the women are clapping. Why? Okay. Dr. Abdallah Qomat, the Dean of Faculty of Legal, Economic and Social Science, Hassan II University of Casablanca, Morocco. Tell us about your experience.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تبارك وتعالى. تحية من المغرب. In Morocco, the Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation has put in place since 2022 a national plan to accelerate the transformation of the ecosystem of higher education, scientific research and innovation. Regarding entrepreneurship in general, we note that entrepreneurial intention has increased significantly in Morocco universities. According to case report 2021, that analysis demonstrated to increase the entrepreneurial intention of students surveyed over a 5 years period. Same declared by the President, GEM, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, study in 2023, nearly 75% of population surveyed expressed their interest in opting for an entrepreneurial career, and almost a third expressed the intention to do business in the future. To support the entrepreneurial dynamics that our country is experiencing, the following initiatives have been taken by our universities: to development and implementation of a strategy for the enhancement of an entrepreneurial and innovative Moroccan university, the generalization of the national status of student entrepreneur in all Morocco universities, the development of pre-incubation services within employability centers, the strengthening of an entrepreneur's skills certification system. Despite the great effort made, improvements are still necessary for future develop the entrepreneurial spirit among our students. Among the essential areas that still need to be given more attention are the following. Primary educational approach need to be future renewed and updated, and focus more at tailor-made learning and empowerment. The culture of risk and failure requires specific approaches. Startup funding as a major problem for students. Students still all personalized support. In conclusion, the university system in Morocco is regionally aware of the important challenges represented by the development of innovation and entrepreneurship to support the dynamics experienced by our country in various fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moroccan experience in universities in supporting innovation and solving all the challenges. Appreciate what you said. Now we move to Sudan. Mrs. Fadwa Sulaiman Hussein Academy. Please tell us about your experience there.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank the UNIDO and the Kingdom of Bahrain to host the 5th Global Internship Conference. And they gave us the chance to share with them our success in our academy. I'm going to talk about the internship from my own experience in the academy. As I said, planting the seed of the internship may start from the early age, students from 5 to 6 years old. How we do this? We do it by teaching them how to swap things they don't need to each other, their toys. As you know, that children, usually they don't give their things very easily, but we have to train them. This is the beginning of planting the seed, that they should swap their things with their friends and to gain the things they don't have. The elder children, we train them the skills of solving problems, abilities, critical thinking, and creativity by exposing them to handcraft, beading, poetry making, cooking, painting, creating their own magazines, and we especially focus in special need students. In my academy, I have special need students. We usually try to help them, to provide them with skills so that they apply it in their everyday life. We organize monthly bazaars where they sell the things they made during the month, and they are so happy that they sell it and they get profit from it, especially the special need students. We also always try to find a new innovation ways to encourage and to motivate them to create something meaningful that it is not limited to only to business in life. We have students with Down syndrome, which when he graduated from the school and university, he started his own nursery, and he's very popular now in Sudan. Also, we have another child. He started with small 4 chicks. Now he have small farm selling chicken and eggs. Very important to feed the children with courage so that even if they lose, they come in, even if they fall, they go up again and they start again. I would like to conclude that to build a successful entrepreneurs, it should be by exploring their skills. Number one, planting and planning to market their commodities, creativity, and values of entrepreneurship and innovations. Usually, all the people invest in commodities, but we, education people, we think that we have to invest in brains because good education will lead to successful internship. And we have to consider about education in all the war zones now we have around the world. Many children in the war zones, unfortunately, they don't go to schools, and education is very hard for them. We have to think how to help these children to have good education. As Dr. Ahmed yesterday said, it's very important, number one, education and medication before food. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fadwa. You mentioned 2 things which are extremely important. Okay? One of them is that they're starting very early. They're starting with young children to teach entrepreneurship. And actually, this is where it should start. Because when you only do it at the university level, you make achievements, but you do a lot better if it has started early. The second thing, you're also giving entrepreneurship lessons to people with Down syndrome and people with disabilities. And this is also extremely important because this group is actually, I will not say forgotten, but they don't have the rights. And more often than not, they are geniuses, actually, and this has to be benefited from. And of course, education from now until tomorrow, okay? not with food, not without food, because if there is no food, they will not be able to work. All right. I'm gonna continue with our part of the world before moving to the UK. All right. So you're going to be last.
Last one.
All right. Let's go. Let's move now to Nigeria. Dr. Ulawi Anifawazi. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
Not bad. You did good.
I did? Okay, good. General Manager, Enterprise Development Center at the Pan-Atlantic University. So please tell us about your experience.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is my first time attending WEIF, so I want to say a big thank you to UNIDO and the Kingdom of Bahrain for organizing it. So I stand on all existing protocol. I don't want to emphasize too much on the obvious, which is the role that the universities and higher education play in facilitating entrepreneurship and innovation. University is the time when many young people start to find themselves, and helping them to understand that there are there's another alternative for them in creating employment opportunity for them, especially in Africa, becomes very important. Unemployment is high in Africa, so many young people start to think, how can I create opportunity for myself? And this is evident in Africa. Many innovative solutions have come out from friends coming together in universities. In the University of Kenya, M-Pesa, which is a payment solution, came out from the university. In Rwanda, University of Rwanda, Zipline, which is a solution that uses drone to move medical equipment around, came out from the university. In Nigeria, you have PiggyVest, which is also a payment solution, LifeBank, which is a solution that helps to supply blood around, Nigeria. So it's obvious that if you're able to channel the energy of young people in universities, you can truly unleash innovation and entrepreneurship. In Nigeria, more specifically, entrepreneurship has become mandatory for all universities. In second year in university, you must mandatorily do an entrepreneurship course. And the National Universities Commission has also mandated that all universities must have an entrepreneurship center. So all of the universities in Nigeria have entrepreneurship centers. And of course, in our university, the Pan-Atlantic University, which I would use to make to illustrate, what we are doing, we've brought in the element of competition. Young people like competition, right? And what we've done is we've introduced entrepreneurship as a competition and a business challenge. So what we do is we bring students from different disciplines together, and we form them into groups, and we give them a challenge to look around and look at this, the sustainable development goals, and look at the environment and come up with solutions that you can use to create value. And of course, the curriculum that we use to teach entrepreneurship has helped them to understand value creation, has helped them to understand the market, and helped them to understand all of these things. So when we bring them together and they come up with the solution throughout the semester, during the Global Entrepreneurship Week in November, we then have what we call the Demo Day. During the Demo Day, we invite investors, we invite people from the industries to come and listen to their pitch. And during that day, during the Demo Day, we reward the best innovation. Today, after about 6 years of doing this, we've unleashed about 120 startups. Out of the 120 startups, more than 45% of them have gone ahead to continue to run this as business and have created employment for themselves. So this is testament to how the university is playing, a huge role in unleashing innovation. In addition, many of the universities also have created incubators and accelerators, just like the other panelists shared. They have fab labs where research are being commercialized and they have industry partnerships where those in agriculture, in engineering, in food are coming to universities to share the challenges they have and challenge them with funding to come up with solutions. So it's evident that if we properly retool and, of course, educate even the lecturers and those that are supporting the students to properly do three things. One, identify students who have true innovation that can, change some of the challenges we have in our society. Two, properly mentor them. Of course, the mentorship comes from more experienced entrepreneurs, which we have in the society. We pair them with these groups, which I talked about, to help them, to nurture them, and to help them to navigate those typical pitfalls that the entrepreneurs have experienced as they were growing their businesses. I think in Africa, we've been able to understand that the role of university in truly unleashing innovation is critical, and I'm very sure that in the near future, the university is definitely the place that will solve many of the challenges that we have across Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Definitely good ideas coming from Nigeria here. If teaching entrepreneurship is mandatory in universities, that's definitely a big plus. Having competition always brings about innovation and good ideas. The demo day, all of these things, I think these are very good ideas for promoting entrepreneurship. Let's move to Dr. Amal El-Jawder from UNIDO. You have slides? Yes, please. Next time I need to know as a moderator that there are slides.
Okay, good evening. It's my pleasure to be with you, and thank you for waiting all the time till this evening. I'm talking about School Olympiad to achieve sustainable development goals. So how do we start? In confirmation of His Majesty Directive, King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, to support youth and stimulate innovation, Investment and Technology Promotion Office with Ministry of Education and other stakeholders initiate and organize this competition for the school. We started in 2018-2019 academic year, and we start with the training the trainer, which is from the teacher. We started in the first year as pilot, where we took only 8 schools, 4 from girls' school and 4 boys' school, and there were 10 teachers and 182 students. After we finish the teacher, then the Ministry of Education, they like the project and what the experience, so we expanded after that to the whole secondary school in Bahrain, government, which was 31 schools, where we have 743 students and 33 teachers. In the middle of the year, of course, Corona started, and then we have to continue the program online. Though it was online, but the teachers and the students show interest to continue this program. After 3 years, like after the last 3 years, even we reached till 50 schools, and we have like 1,329 students and 1,054 teachers. What would happen after we train the student, the teacher train their student, and then divide the teams into the teams, where each teams have to present a business plan where we have solution for one or more of SDG. And after the 3rd edition, I did a small survey for this student, and we want to find out how this impacts the initiative on them. So we asked them this question. The initiative provide me with a new knowledge, and we asked them if it is the most, give 5, if it is the least, give 1. And we can see like only 5% out of this they give 1. Then we ask them whether the initiative raise my self-esteem and confidence, and again it is almost 97% between 5 to 2. The initiative empower me with the new skills, again almost 97. The initiative help me to work in a group and team because they are learning by doing. And also it helped me to generate more ideas. Again, we ask about the teachers. Even the teachers, they show that they know about the ecosystem. Before the initiative, they were not aware about the ecosystem in Bahrain. Also, like we ask them, start a business could be one of my choices after my retirement. Almost 100% they are thinking about starting their business. So this is what we do about the School Olympic, and if you like more information, you can email me or WhatsApp me, and you can follow also UNIDO account and social media. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we know more about Bahrain and about the initiatives there and even measurement of impact. Now that you heard Egypt, Bahrain, Sudan, Nigeria, Morocco, UK, what do you think? Okay? Are we doing a good job in our part of the world or not?
Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about Brexit. You'll be surprised and happy to hear. But before we start, another big, grateful thank you to the Herculean task that Dr. Hussein's shoulders have mastered for another year. It's always a pleasure to be here. I love being in Bahrain, and thank you once again for everything and the organization. But let's get to the point. I will start from a little bit of a different story. My background, although I had sufficient degrees to follow an academic career, it didn't actually start from the beginning as an academic. I was blessed to be able to be in the currency hedging and fund management of very prestigious funds like very near here, the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, the California Public Employees Retirement System, the Norges Oil, and so on, from the currency perspective. So I was always thinking in terms of what is that people, the clients are looking, and then later on, when I was assigned to create the MSc in Business Analytics at the University of West London, it was always in my heart to have the blending of practice and theory, because abstract theorizing is never good for a student who goes back to the industry. So, with a few words, I wanted to say that I created the MSc Business Analytics. It has been a very successful one, but more to the point, what do we get out of creating these very able practitioners? The fact remains that whereas before we had financial practitioners without any knowledge of computer science or computer scientists without any financial background, now all the employees say, well, what can you do for me? I want you to be able to roll up your sleeves and develop some solutions for me. And as I say to my students as well, and do not rely on AI or ML, because your boss could do that for you. You pass the interview so that you contribute to your boss. You have to be able to offer a consistent solution, because we have this threat at the universities that a lot of students would be using it or overusing that AI and so on. Nurturing an entrepreneurial mindset from the times that I was working as a currency fund manager, and closer to Nigeria, I worked for the First Bank of Nigeria as a credit risk analyst. It was always in my mind, what do we need to have and to teach? And in my courses, the students do exactly that. They are able to devise a hedging plan. They are able to speak about the credit risk without specific clients in mind. But this is what they love and what they are finding more, hands-on. The advantages and synergies are that they don't get bored, which many of our students sometimes fall into this trap, because they have a dynamic learning environment. And it also fosters creativity, innovation, and risk-taking. We tell them, what if you increase the risk there, what would you do in the hedging? It also gives them the opportunity to develop their skills and gain critical thinking, problem solving, and leadership skills, crucial for success, because little by little, and some of them, especially through cultural differences, because we have a lot of Indian students, Pakistani students, Middle Eastern students, some of which that they are very polite, but they are not used to be voicing their knowledge. We encourage them in a very safe environment to be able to speak more, and so that when they are facing an interview, they don't lose the job to the next guy or lady. And finally, I think Dr. Anifonose mentioned interdisciplinary collaboration. This is also extremely important when we have the computer science aspect and the financial aspect across disciplines, and so enable students to feel really confident to tackle real-life complex challenges. I hope I didn't take more time,
No,
moderator.
You're fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, all of you. The ideas that came up here, they're all extremely interesting. We're talking about entrepreneurship with children, people with disabilities, universities playing a new role, exposure of students going everywhere, having hope in the future. There is another alternative beyond just regular education, having mandatory entrepreneurship teaching, competition, demo days, training of trainers, practice and theory, and not just theory, and leadership skills, because without these you cannot have any. And let me add 3 other messages related to this issue. One of them comes from I visited Shenzhen in China, and actually it was with Dr. Hashim. He's not here, but we were together when we went there. Shenzhen has become an incredible city, which is a magnet for young people and for entrepreneurship. They have something, they introduced something that's really very small and yet very powerful. They have all those incubators, they have all those labs, but they made sure that the places where they eat is the place for everybody. So they force them to meet, okay, and sit with each other and talk. And this talking in itself enhances entrepreneurship. So it's a very simple thing. So instead of having separate restaurants for the groups, they make sure that they meet, and simply by talking, they learn from each other, and that's very important. So this is my first message. My second message, we have to teach, I think, students everywhere that it's okay to fail, and fail, and try again. The whole idea about entrepreneurship is to try and come up with ideas, and if the idea fails, then you simply throw the dust away, and then you stand in the line again and do something new. So this idea of seeing failure as something that teaches you to move forward has to be enhanced. The third and last message, our copyright laws in our countries have to be quite strong, quite transparent, and quite robust. Otherwise, those entrepreneurs who are sometimes very poor people who do not have connections here and there, they can come up with an idea and somebody actually steals that idea very easily. True. So the laws have to be able to protect everybody. I just wanted to add those few messages, and I thank my lovely panelists and my very nice keynote speaker. You want to say something?
You have a question?
Okay.
Yeah,
please. This is a question or a comment or what? It's a comment. Why don't you grab the mic?
Here you have a mic.
So thank you for the panelists, and thank you, of course, for the presidents being here, my own president and Dr. Ismail. Actually, I'm Dr. Nihal Naggar, the business professor and the Dean of Student Affairs. I would like to add to Professor Riyad's experience at the Royal University for Women, where we empower women, and you mentioned the role of women. So basically, we had the pride and pleasure of having our students to represent Bahrain. It was the one and only university representing Bahrain in the Arab Entrepreneurship Rally 2 years back. And we had an excellent presence, and the feedback was really great, defying the fact that sometimes they say that women are spoiled or pampered or they're too delicate for the occasion, but actually they proved themselves very well. And on the other hand, we had the pleasure to participate in several competitions, entrepreneurial competitions, representing Bahrain, winning the Best Company Award several times in Injaz Bahrain, as well as Injaz Arab in different countries. We participated in Hope Fund, we participated in other entrepreneurial and startup competitions. So yes, we, of course, this is because we have, we guide them properly, we give them proper education, we empower them, and of course we maintain not only education but as well as preparing them, their well-being, mental health, trying to maintain the balance. So I just wanted to share some of our achievements at the Royal University for Women, and as we all say, it's the place where women excel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. As I said, women are very much ready to rule the world, and all they need is support from the male members in their families, husbands, brothers, fathers. Okay, if you give us this support, we are going to rule the world, and we are going to rule it very well. Okay, thank you very much. This was the last session. I hope you enjoy your dinner, and I guess we're all going to meet tomorrow, inshallah. Thank you.
حضورنا الكريم، نود تذكيركم بدعوتكم لتناول وجبة العشاء، حفل العشاء المقام على شرف الوفود المشاركة. طبعا ستكون في باصات تنقلكم من الفندق إلى موقع العشاء.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that you're invited for the gala dinner in Diyar al-Muharraq, Souq al-Baraha. There are buses ready to take you to the venue. Thank you very much.
وصلنا وإياكم أوكي، فإذا الباصات بتغادر في تمام الساعة 7:15. كونوا على الموعد، ونلقاكم بإذن الله غداً في ثالث وآخر أيام المنتدى تمام الساعة 10 صباحاً.
So yes, the buses will take you from here at 7:30. Please be with us at the gala dinner, and we look forward to meeting you tomorrow here at 10 a.m. in the morning. Thank you very much.